cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
To Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app. And Earth the Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth C. Payne, also known as Pope Zaza. What's going on, my friend?
That's right. Yeah, the Pope Zaza. I gotta start leaning into that more, especially if I continue to feel the way that I've felt after some of these Texans losses. I gotta lean hard into some kind of WWE type character or something.
It's the first time
this ain't cutting it, man.
No, this is the first time. I think this Lions game. You know, if we're maybe admitting that maybe Pope Zaza has some ESP or some foresight type skills.
Yeah.
You've been very, very good. Since you started giving predictions a couple weeks into the season, you've been very, very good, at the very least, about being on the right side of the total, over-under.
Yeah.
And when many have not, including myself. I'm trying to remember what your prediction was for the Lions and the Texans, if this is the first crack in the armor for you, because it was the total was 49.5, and it went barely under.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I had predicted. I had originally predicted 28-17. Then I revised it upward to, I think, 28-19.
Okay, so you were still on the right side of it.
Yeah.
So the streak continued. You are Pope Zaza. The streak can. How are you feeling this morning?
I feel actually pretty good. You know what? The fun thing yesterday was seeing, if you set aside thinking about Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud and everybody else for the moment, just kind of seeing all the various people who break down film gushing about the Texans defense. And despite the letdown finally in the fourth quarter, a lot of people were really impressed that the Texans were able to make the Lions struggle as much as they did.
Yeah.
And especially against the run, the really good stretches they had against the run, until the screens and everything else took hold in the fourth quarter. They play like kamikazes. They fly around. The defensive backs come up and run support, and it's impressive. You just got to hope the offense figures it out.
Yeah, I am. I think it's kind of scary and fun about the rest of the season. But unlike last season, where they're 6-4, same exact point in the season, they're 6-4. But you look at the schedule the rest of the year, and there were really no games or quarterbacks on the schedule at that point, because you'd played Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow already, and even Baker Mayfield. Like, he was probably the third best quarterback you played last year. At this point in the season, the quarterbacks that were remaining were like ragged, ratchet ass Russell Wilson version, Zach Wilson. Will Levis a couple of times. Joe Flacco. At this point last year, Joe Flacco wasn't even on the Browns. You know what I mean? And so there weren't any games the rest of the year where you were going to get a real litmus test for what this defense was. Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes within 4 days of each other on the schedule between now and the end of the year. So I think that's kind of it's exciting. How exciting it is will be dictated by how they do over the next 3 or 4 weeks. But at the very least, this is a team that's going to be in the playoffs, and the Lions, I think, are a measuring stick. But those two teams are also measuring sticks that you're for sure going to have to get. If you win a playoff game, you're probably going to have to get through one of those two teams to get to the AFC title game. So that's kind of cool. I think that they did what they did, as you're pointing out, against the Lions is really, really cool. I think as you look ahead in the schedule the rest of the year, that there's Chiefs and Ravens both on the schedule. We'll just have a much clearer view of what this Texans team is going into the postseason than maybe we had of what last year's team was going into the postseason. What their capabilities are.
I've still got PTSD from the Ravens, not just from last year, but from various injuries I've suffered at their hands before. But that 1-2 punch they have, I mean, you're getting Lamar Jackson at MVP level with Derrick Henry, all of that. But
like better this year.
I'm almost worried about Pat Mahomes because he's playing like a lesser version of Pat Mahomes. And Aaron Rodgers, his only good game this year, or at least his only good game over the last 6 or 7 games against the Houston Texans. This defense still does have the ability to somehow bring out the best in either Zach Wilson's or Aaron Rodgers, whichever end of the spectrum you're on of awfulness.
This season, I'm going to give the defense a pass for anything that happens in the second half of games because the offense just does them no favors. The offense doesn't stay on the field in the second half of games.
Except in the Jets game, it wasn't like that, though. It was the Texans came out and they just allowed a touchdown drive and then came out again. And they got
steamrolled. So DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. Everything's pushed back a day this week. If you're someone who follows injury reports in the media cycle and press conferences and things like that, everything's pushed back a day because of Monday Night Football. So DeMeco had his Monday availability on Tuesday yesterday. They're off today, so there's no practice today, and then they practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So this is like every week we say it. This is a key injury report week. He was asked about Nico Collins yesterday a couple times. DeMeco Ryans was. Here's sort of an amalgamation, a montage of his answers about the status of Nico Collins.
No setback with Nico. That was just a game-time decision. I anticipate him practicing. Anytime you get a starting receiver back, and Nico, a guy who's been, before he was out, he was the top receiver in the league. So I think anytime you get him back, it's going to help everybody.
Okay, so no setback with Nico. I was bummed out. This is not a criticism. I'm just of the media. I was bummed out that there wasn't a follow-up of could he have played on Sunday. Yeah. Could if this were a playoff game, would Nico Collins have been playing in the game? No setback sort of implies that, but I would love to have heard that from DeMeco.
And my guess would be that when there was no setback, they activated him Friday. They didn't know. He said game time decision. I'm guessing that. I wish he hadn't said that. Yeah, was it a game time decision? Maybe for gamesmanship's sake, yes. But usually, what they've done with players is they practice them on Friday with the anticipation of not playing on Sunday, and then roll them into a full week the next week. Yeah. So game time. That could mean many things. That could mean we considered 48 hours beforehand was game time.
Yeah, I'm not taking the game time part too seriously. I'm with you. Like you pointed out all along. Like this is what they've done with guys. It's not uncommon for them to have brought guys back at the end of the week just to get their dip their toes in the water, only for them to not play on Sunday. Like that's
and especially a couple guys. Foley Fatukasi and Dalton Schultz had only practiced on Friday and then played that week, but it wasn't coming off of IR or anything like that.
Yeah. They were just dinged up. So that's the update on Nico. That's good news. I want them, as you know, Seth. For me, it's not just good enough to go in and beat the Cowboys this Monday. They need to murder the Cowboys.
You want to embarrass the Cowboys?
I want to embarrass the Cowboys. They're embarrassable right now. We'll talk about this in the next segment. They're embarrassing and embarrassable right now.
And but with that also comes the great danger of very capable of inflicting embarrassment upon us.
Who?
If you lose to a team like that.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I know. That's anybody is right now. Like the Texans, the window is very. They could beat anybody and lose to anybody. But Monday. I didn't like that. Like this is where when you're saying like I wish DeMeco hadn't sent game time decision, and I'm thinking to myself, well, he could be lying. You know what I mean about it being a game time decision?
It's lying, yeah, but it's coach speak. It's not lying. It's just coach speak.
Well, which is a lead into what we're going to hear from DeMeco next year. You can choose what you want to choose to take seriously as to what he says. In terms of the honesty of it in these press conferences. Let's reset here. This was the play, one of the plays that had the internet going crazy on Sunday night. This was a sack of C.J. Stroud in which Titus Howard A. stops blocking in the middle of the play, and B, more importantly for purposes of this answer, tries to take the ball from C.J. Stroud and presumably go make a play, because you got to get the ball in the hands of 71.
That's what they dreamed about. That's why you don't draft an offensive lineman in the first round unless
he can make
moments like that.
Make guys miss. Yeah, so here's what it sounded like.
Stroud gets the snap. CJ with pressure. CJ scrambling out to the left, now back to the right, runs into Titus Howard. Ball comes out. Somebody's got to fall on it. Texans have it inside their 35-yard line. A disaster on third down.
Titus has got to stop watching and quitting on plays, watching the action when he gets himself beaten. That's what happens when you just stop and start watching and somebody's still playing. You're trying to get out of the way. You run right back into him.
It looked like Titus almost pulled the ball out trying to pull CJ
happens,
with
Mark, it happens way too much.
Okay, looks like Titus almost pulled the ball out. No, he did pull the ball out. Here was DeMeco Ryans asked what happened on that play, on that sack.
With that play, it was to start the play, we had an issue with the cadence. We all weren't on the same page with the cadence. Guy got off the ball quick. We were late off the ball, and they were able to get the sack on CJ. And I'm not sure what happened. From my perspective, it looked like Titus was just trying to make sure he held CJ, and it's just something that he wasn't trying to take the ball. I would say if you're speculating there, he wasn't trying to take the football. He's just trying to protect CJ.
I totally disagree.
Okay. Let's investigate this.
Okay.
I myself, with every watch, grew more convinced that yes, Titus was like actively stripping a ball from CJ.
Mm-hmm.
What if you watch that again? Is there any possibility that CJ was actually trying to give the ball to Titus, and Titus, in trying to protect CJ from making a bad mistake, was saying, "No, CJ, I will not take it. This is your football."
How does the ball wind up on the ground, though? Like, how does the ball wind up flipping 10 feet to the left?
It's like when you're arguing, when you're trying to give your toddler to your ex-spouse because you don't want it anymore for the weekend. You're like, no, you get it one more day. And
then the spouse goes,
the toddler falls to the ground.
Goes flying, yeah.
Yes.
The toddler's just...
I can't do it. I need 12 more hours, lady.
The football
12 hours of solitude.
The football was just collateral damage in what was Titus and CJ trying to protect.
Yeah. Really, almost like a cautionary fable. Okay. Almost.
Now that we've workshopped this, do you believe one word of what you just said?
No, but I had to do the due diligence.
No, that's true.
The other side.
For DeMeco, that's true. We owe it to DeMeco to at least explore the possibility that Titus wasn't trying to take the ball and go make a play right there.
Look, I have to walk a mile in DeMeco's shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? I'm assuming DeMeco knows that Titus was trying to take the ball. Right? Why?
Unless he was trying to push it back.
Do you think maybe he asked Titus what he was trying to do, and Titus is like, "Hey, I was just trying to protect CJ."
CJ's trying to give Titus the ball. Titus is like, I don't know what play. What play? Run the two.
Yeah, right. Which gap am I supposed to run through? Titus plants his foot and then goes out the backside. Yeah. So that was yesterday's.
I'll take care of your wife. Don't worry.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. So we talked a little about the Texans. We'll get back. DeMeco Ryans had some other important things to say. We'll get to at the top of the hour. But let's take a look in on the Texans' opponent this coming week. Thankfully, they're not playing during the day because apparently sunlight is a big home field advantage.
Vampires up in there.
It's a big home field advantage. And Jerry Jones on Micah Parsons' comments about Mike McCarthy. We got a lot to get to with our opponent on Monday, the Dallas Cowboys, and you coming up next. But first, if you're looking for a place to watch the game next Monday, you're looking for a place to watch any of your games, Aranda's Sports Bar. You can find it on
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com. Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, as we peek in on the dysfunctional mess that is the Dallas Cowboys, it's nice to know that you play them on Monday night this week. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. 7:20 kickoff, pregame Texans countdown Monday afternoon in the 4 o'clock hour. Micah Parsons, Sunday following these were the comments that were sweeping the nation the last 2 days. This is Micah Parsons on the future of his head coach, Mike McCarthy.
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Okay, and we know Micah tried to walk it back, saying, hey, man, I was just trying to take up for my guys like Zach Martin. I didn't disrespect Mike McCarthy, all that. We don't need to play Micah on the podcast again.
The key part about that was just him saying that those guys had put in more work than Mike McCarthy ever did. Was the one that got, when he said ever did, there's a tone. But anyways, so here was Jerry Jones yesterday on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas. He goes on there, I believe, twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And he was asked about Micah's comments, and here's what he had to say.
I know that his deference, and I'm serious about this is a fact, It was not meant, no matter how it sounded, it was not meant as a critique of the coaches or the coach. It was meant as a concern for the veteran players, such as Zach Martin, that might not have that much more in their, and he meant as a concern to them because they don't have the length of time to right the ship as much as a player like Micah or the younger players. That's how it was meant. There's no doubt in my mind it was meant that way. There's no game. Mike does not feel, and Micah does not feel a lack of appreciation for, of all people, our head coach, Mike. Micah does. Getting my Micahs and Micahs messed up. But that's just not the case. I can tell you for a fact that is not the case. And I visited extensively with everybody involved here. That is not the case. It was an expression of being more concerned about a teammate.
Okay. Jerry got it. Jerry got it. Brought everybody in. Did the investigation.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, no. I think I honestly, and he basically said what Micah should have said, which was like, yeah, it was. It was dumb the way I said it. All right, yeah, we all do it, right? But Micah kind of lashed out at the media at large and somehow taking it out of context or whatever. No, you phrased it wrong. And I know. I'm guessing you probably wouldn't consciously want to try to throw your coach under the bus. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he would. I agree with everything, Jerry. It's just funny that these are the fires they're having to put out right now.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Yeah, there's just all kinds of drama.
Yeah.
It's a matter of time. Sometimes it doesn't happen until the playoffs, but ever since the mid-'90s, this is what happens. They collapse upon themselves.
Yeah, I listened to the whole interview. It's fun. Like them getting Jerry Jones every week. He's like it's very entertaining. The other big topic. This was more of a topic after the game on Sunday, after the game between the Eagles and the Cowboys, a game in which the Eagles won 34-6, was the sunlight coming through the windows at Jerry World. You know, Jerry's been big on wanting that stadium to be an indoor stadium that feels like an outdoor stadium.
Right.
You know, that's the big thing.
Like they got into L.A. and all these newfangled stadiums.
Right. So the sun played a factor in that game, particularly on one play where it was in CeeDee Lamb's eyes. He couldn't see the ball. Just, the ball falls to the ground in the end zone. Here was Jerry yesterday on the sunlight in his stadium.
Every venue has certain things that at certain ways and times in the contest can create an advantage. That really goes under the category of home field advantage. And so usually, and that's the case with us, that if there's a field, or in the case it's your home field, which it is of the Dallas Cowboys, it should be an advantage to the home team. So I don't want to adjust it for one reason, is because it is an advantage to us. Over the years, we've played 52 games that have anything to do with the time of year when that sun could be there, obviously eliminating night games and games where the sun is not, wouldn't be involved. But we've had 52 games. But more important than anything, we know where, in basketball, we know where the dead spots are on the floor. That's our advantage. That should be our advantage. We get to play there more, and we get to have it as advantage. It has been an advantage for us to know where the sun is. I don't want to change that.
God, that's so good.
These guys, you think these other guys have heard of Copernicus? You think they know how to calculate where the sun's going to be based on some kind of magical charts or gizmos? No, we know it's like dead spots in a court, or the location of the sun and its height in the sky on any year for the next 5,000 years. Yeah, we know
dead
that,
spots
Jerry.
on the floor are like a secret. The sun is a fiery ball in the sky that everybody can see.
And you're coming out of a game where that home field advantage botched it for CeeDee Lamb.
I mean,
I guess, a lot of times you might call it defense to the field, and the blitz is going to come from the field side or whatever. More in college than in high school. But yeah, I wonder if defensive coordinators up there have to kind of Like they'll call a blitz to come from the sun side.
No.
If you're out on the field, you say,
This stadium wasn't built.
Totally could, because you come from the sun side, and then the quarterback can't see the corner blitz.
Don't you back up this old man's contention that there's a dead spot called the sun for Cowboys Stadium or Jerry World or whatever. It's not like they built this stadium in the off season. 20 years now, right?
Right. It's like, with baseball, some of those old ballparks, the sun's
now?
in their eye, but they had to build it between the rail yards and the slaughterhouse back in the day,
right?
And they didn't quite plan for it. Where these days, you should think that Jerry Jones, his engineers, when they built that thing, would have heard of Copernicus themselves.
Oh my God!
I might be a flat earther now. All these billionaires ignoring the basic curvature. Yeah.
Let's give you a little more Jerry Jones on sunlight.
Is this something that you think you have failed to capitalize on with a game plan? Do you need to game plan for this each and every week?
Well, we do. We basically do. We get a big time reports where that sun is going to be during the course of a game. Kellen Moore knew about it. I'm sure he spent a lot of time. Their coordinator, who used to be here, I'm sure he spent a lot of time planning and thinking about where the sun was going to be. You should.
Okay.
And I've seen balls caught with the receiver looking back into the sun out there. I've seen balls dropped. I saw Jason Witten drop a ball. But I've sure seen a lot of opposing teams drop some balls, too. And so it's a part of it. One of the things that I'm emphasizing here is that we know that whether it's snow, rain, sleet, mud, we know that elements play a part of football. You play the game in the elements as long as it's safe for everybody concerned. And so you play it in the element way of having elements.
The sun.
Now he's okay. So now he's making it sound like they planned it that way specifically.
He was saying Kellen Moore, who used to be their OC, who's now the OC for the Eagles, spent time game planning the sun.
All right. Well, see, I guess you and I differ. I find it feasible that the sun is very much a consideration. I do believe that. I just think that he's overstating the benefit of it, and also whether they've even, he can't even say for himself whether they've actually benefited from it or not.
Think he clearly said both teams get harmed. Like it's not a benefit. He's like, Jason Witten dropped some passes. I've seen opposing guys drop passes.
Yeah.
Well, then you and I are in agreement on like the fact that he's saying this is something that the Cowboys can game plan around. Like the sun is not going to move for you. Like this.
Right. No. By the end there, he had talked himself into that. He was innovative in this regard. That he created a natural barrier or an element. Is that if they couldn't use the heat to their advantage, they'll harness the power of the sun.
Okay. But I think where you and I differ is the part I think where, and confirm this for me. And you're and you've been in game planning meetings more than I have, obviously. I think it's ludicrous to think that Kellen Moore spent more than 5 minutes thinking about the sun at Jerry World this week when they're game planning for the Cowboys.
Well, you got to remember, it's Jerry's idea of what extensive time is.
Okay.
I don't know how much time Jerry puts into anything. So other than to basically say, hell yeah, and then he fires his 6 guns in the air.
Yeah. Hey, what he did do, clearly he had somebody go find how many games they've played in the window.
Yeah.
The time window, not the actual literal window. The time window where the sun would have been a factor. 52 games, and we've won a majority of those. Well, yeah, you won a majority of those because A, it's your home field, and B, you've been a good regular season team for most of that time.
Right.
I don't think it was the sun that won those games for you.
It does, but the other part too is it's only for a limited number of minutes during the game that it's actually shining in somebody's face.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, it's not there all 3 hours.
I think it's I'm guessing it comes into player discussion when the field is like that. Mm-hmm. The amount of time that people spend or have to spend trying to figure it out, I don't think it's probably all that great.
Yeah. Rex Ryan yesterday on, I think this is on First Take or Get Up, he had an interesting proposal. If Mike McCarthy, and we're going to see a lot of this if Colorado keeps winning, and if Shedeur Sanders, and if the Cowboys are in position to draft Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. But Rex Ryan had a proposal for the Cowboys yesterday.
In my opinion, how are you going to fix it? Well, I look at a couple of teams recently. All right, I look at the Lions. Who'd they hire? One of their former players,
Right.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the Houston Texans?
Former
right
player.
down the road. Former player, one of their former players.
DeMeco Ryans.
DeMeco Ryans. All right. I can see Aaron Glenn going to New Orleans next year. All right, or the Jets. You know, a former player. All right. Empty here.
Deion Sanders to the Cowboys. Seth, your thoughts?
I'm not going to count out Deion as a viable choice for any coaching position.
Doing a good job this year, man.
No, and honestly, with all the bluster and fanfare last year, obviously it was premature, but I think that with Deion, where people underestimate him, is his ability to kind of practice tough love as a coach. I think they look at his recruiting tactics and all of that, and you got to also recognize that with the same offensive line questions and everything that they had last year, he figures out a way to get the best out of guys.
I think if Deion hired two good coordinators, he could do a good job there. I think there could be the comp. I think is Dan Campbell, because I don't think Deion's going to get into he's not going to get down deep in the X's and O's on either side of the football. I don't think he's looking to call plays on defense or anything like that. I think it would be a Dan Campbell type thing where he's setting the culture, he's setting the vibe, he's establishing the energy. He's the one that's probably similar to DeMeco here and Dan Campbell there, that are kind of sniffing out getting the right kind of guys that they want.
Yeah.
I think that could work.
I'll tell you the other thing, too. You have this unique challenge in Dallas where you have an owner that brings and invites all the hoopla in. And Michael Irvin has pointed to that. I mean, he came right out and said it on Joe Buck's podcast, that it's so much extra pressure to maintain a certain level of professionalism because of all of that extra added nonsense. It's just really hard to operate. And I think Deion might be the guy who's most capable because he actually invites that atmosphere himself.
He does.
So,
yeah.
that might be that might be the perfect person. The antidote to Jerry Jones is just more Jerry Jones.
Yeah. I think it could work. I think it could work there.
I think, by the way, did you I don't know about drawing the New Orleans connection with Aaron Glenn as a former player. I felt like that was a little bit specious by Rex Ryan there. Aaron played four games the very last year of his career.
Oh, okay,
the Saints,
okay,
yeah.
gotcha. Yeah.
Well,
how long was Dan Campbell with Detroit?
I don't think long, was he?
Yeah.
I saw people up in arms about once the Sunday Night Football Twitter account did a side-by-side of DeMeco as a player in his Texans uniform, and then on the sideline as a coach. He looks healthier and fitter now.
Yeah.
He's like leaner. He looks exactly the same age, but leaner.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. The Lions fans were angry that they hadn't done it with Dan Campbell yet. They did. Like an hour later.
Yeah, don't worry. He's going to get his equal time. All right, headlines. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans, an update on Nico Collins as the Texans get ready for the Cowboys. How many people were watching on Sunday? Lots. We've got that for you, and we got some Astros updates for you as well. Some hardware for an Astro favorite. We've got that coming up in headlines next. Flight by Yingling. Our last Flight by Yingling college football watch party is coming up a week from Saturday, November the 20th.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
there. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Texans. And DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. The team is off today, and then they practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They'll travel to Arlington on Sunday, and then Monday Night Football. Should be a whole lot of fun against the Dallas Cowboys. Here was the update yesterday on wide receiver Nico Collins.
No setback with Nico. That was a game time impression. Anytime you get a starting receiver back, and Nico, a guy who's been, before he was out, he was the top receiver in the league. So I think anytime you get him back, he's going to help everybody.
Do you think, assuming no setbacks, do you think Nico Collins plays on Monday?
Yeah, I think this just follows too much the normal path that they do with a lot of guys coming off of IR or otherwise bigger injuries. They practice them on Friday as a way to get a football-type workout and then recover from it and then go on into the full week. So we'll see. Starting tomorrow, which they'll treat like a normal Wednesday practice. I would expect to see Nico out there.
Yeah.
I hadn't, and I'm guilty of this. I don't think I realized that there were people that with the report with Aaron Wilson, I had a report that Nico had actually been fully healthy, but they just want to be conservative with it. That there would be people that were upset that Nico didn't play on Sunday if he was feeling ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm so okay with being really conservative with hamstring injuries that I want guys to feel great for like 2 or 3 weeks before they attempt an in-season comeback from a hamstring.
Yeah. I think probably a function of a couple things there. One, you've had hamstring injuries as a professional football player before, so you probably understand the player side of it a little better. I think the other thing, too, is I think people were angry about the outcome of the game, feeling like Nico would have been the difference in that game.
Right. And why didn't you play him?
I guess,
with hamstrings especially. We've just seen it over and over again. Early, and they get injured again.
Sure.
So I'm all for and endorse always if they feel like nope, he needs to be healthy completely for one more week. Yep, it's frustrating. Probably could have won that game without him, but hopefully you have him for the rest of the season.
Yeah, weigh in on that. The 5 Hour Energy fan line, 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. I'm curious how our listeners feel about that, about Nico not playing in that game. I wonder if it were the Colts game instead of the Lions game on Sunday, if he would have played, just because empirically the importance of that game in the division versus, I think that I really don't think many coaches think that way, or at least they try hard not to. It's impossible for it not to creep into at least your subconscious a little, I think. But I think that when it comes to the injury side of things, it's not just propaganda or cliches they're spitting out when they say they want to keep the big picture in mind. It is that you know that you're tempted to want to play a guy for a more important game, so you got to guard against that because as a coach, your tendency is like, I know I want him out there right now, but I gotta wait. Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they try not to make decisions based on that type of stuff the way they would in like the NBA.
Yeah. Texans putting asses in seats, or at least in front of televisions, them and the Lions. Most watched Week 10 Sunday Night Football game in 5 years. So 16.3 million viewers on average for this Sunday Night Football game. There's a lot of star power in that game, man. A lot of star power.
There's a lot of star power, but also the two teams that had a lot of offseason hype.
Yeah.
You've got named quarterbacks, where I think I was debating whether or not, where do I put Jared Goff right now in the category of named quarterbacks? Because he's very much a name because he's been
into a Super Bowl
teams and everything.
Yeah.
But I don't think people put him up into that upper echelon of elite quarterbacks.
I don't think people go out of their way to
like
watch Jared Goff. As
okay.
solid as he's been, I don't think he's I don't know that they're tuning into the Lions like, I got to sit down and watch Jared Goff for 60 minutes here.
So as two hyped up teams playing each other, there were 7 interceptions in the game, and the weird thing about that is that it didn't feel like a sloppy football game to me.
No.
I didn't feel like, oh, boy, what a mess. What is this, Thursday Night Football? I just felt like it was a really competitive game, and there was a huge comeback in the second half. So a lot of people tuned in.
Dude, well, the interceptions were by and large kind of spectacular.
That's true.
You had
even on the poorly thrown balls, they were still impressive.
Like
interceptions.
Kamari Lassiter's catch on the one down on the 1 yard line was impressive. Like that was it. Like Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock's always impressive going up and getting a football. And the 2 Carlton Davis interceptions, super impressive. Like diving catches. So I think maybe that had something to do with it. Is it felt like those interceptions were earned? They weren't just thrown right on the guy's numbers.
Even the field goal. And as much about all this because it was very much benefiting the Lions, but the field goals were razor's edge field goals. They add that much extra juice to the game.
Yeah. So how about that? In 5 years, nobody. Week 10, the most watched Week 10 Sunday Night Football game in 5. Feels like a very specific stat. This is the most watched Week 10 Sunday Night Football game in 5 years.
In the last 5
we'll
years.
Seth will take it. There was a time where not that many people outside of Houston or even in Houston were watching the Texans not all that long ago, so we will take it. A little bit of Astros news. Congrats to Jose Altuve. He, for the 7th time in his career, has been recognized as the top hitter at his position. Silver Slugger Award for Jose Altuve. No Silver Slugger for Jordan, Yainer, or Alex Bregman. They were all finalists at their positions for the American League. But Jose Altuve, man, in his mid-30s, still cranking out Silver Slugger awards.
God, he's got so many options for home defense with all those silver bats laying around. It's one thing if you're a burglar and all of a sudden the homeowner is coming at you with an aluminum bat.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I can duck and dodge.
You think?
If Altuve's coming at me with a silver bat, it's I'm a goner.
It is a more prestigious alloy, silver.
Yeah.
And I believe the bat is like I think the trophy is like a little. I don't know if it's a perfectly like simulated bat. I think it might be a little wider. You know what I mean? So
really?
I think it might be. I gotta take a look at it. I'm not sure, but yeah, that would be awfully scary. Hey, we didn't touch on this. We're talking the Astros on what's kind of a light headline day. Reggie Jackson has left the organization. What was your gut reaction when you saw that Reggie Jackson was leaving the Astros? I think he's just leaving to move back to California and do what older people do, kind of chill and hang out and be an old person.
I don't know. I kind of let okay. I guess I was never 100% certain of just everything that Reggie Jackson did in the organization.
Right.
He was a big part of the voice, like he was weighing in on personnel decisions, and I felt like okay. I don't know. I didn't have an emotional response to it because I didn't want to hate on Reggie Jackson.
No.
That's what it was.
No.
I was pulled back, but I do think that Jim Creighton has been a little too swayed too much by people who are dead set against anything new in baseball.
I love Reggie Jackson. My mom went to high school with Reggie Jackson, so I mentioned that to Reggie when I saw him at an event, and he said, "Yes, I remember your mom, Judy." And I said, "Hey, whoa."
He said. Oh, yeah, I remember Judy. And then he looked off to the side.
And then I slapped him.
A little smile on his face. Yeah.
No, but seriously, he did go to high school with my mom. But I have no ill will towards Reggie Jackson. But I viewed it as positive, like that this is these multiple voices in the organization have not been a good thing. It led to the worst offseason the Astros have had in this window. Yeah. And we got news today that Jeff Bagwell was dialing back his duties with Jeff Bagwell. He was in the same conference as me in Connecticut. I got all these connections to these guys. But I would much rather this be an owner, GM, manager-driven organization again.
Let it be Dana Brown's team.
Yes, that's where I'm at. All right, those are your headlines and a little bit of my family history right there at 6:45. Okay. Signs that DeMeco Ryans is really having to kind of weather the storm right now. Boy, we could really use a win here on Monday against the Dallas Cowboys. The questions he's getting at press conferences, I think, is a big sign. And we'll have that for you coming up next. We'll let you listen to DeMeco coming up next. But first, Liqueur 43.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
7 o'clock we go. Before we play this audio from DeMeco Ryans, let me preface. I think DeMeco's done a really good job since he came here as a head coach. This rebuild's gotten done much quicker than most rebuilds get out of the gates. You know, making the playoffs, winning a playoff game. I think in some respects, you and I talked about this yesterday, Seth. In some respects, the angst that the fan base is feeling right now is probably a function of what they accomplished last year. If they'd gone 9-8 and not made the playoffs last year, I don't think people are nearly as anxious about them being 6-4 and having some offensive struggles right now. But expectations are what fuel a lot of this, and that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. But so when we're about to dig in on DeMeco here, this is not like DeMeco. This is not like in Chicago where they're getting ready to fire Matt Eberflus type stuff.
Well, and I think almost it's actually added on to that. It's not just that expectations were higher, it's that you had a quarterback who was the offensive rookie of the year.
Yes.
And he's entering sophomore Slumpville.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to live in Slumpville.
It's the worst town ever. Slumpville's horrible. Because the ways to get out of Slumpville are not fun. The Slump Buster. It's not. That's not.
Well, I mean, it's fun.
I mean,
it's
not what you would hope for. Let's just.
Right.
Yeah. Anyways, so now, and I'm glad you brought up the quarterback because that's where the questions are starting to get honed in on here. We're starting to get questions. I would not have foreseen getting questions about the operation at this point with DeMeco Ryans. You know,
now you're talking about the questions, not just about the play on the field itself, but the decisions are made, the way coaches are coached.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I am not talking about the on the field. I am talking about the things that lead to the on the field, the things that are done during the week, the things that are done in the locker room during games. This was DeMeco Ryans on game plan adjustments yesterday.
Any game plan, you can talk about adjustments. I think that's always a factor when you talk about scouting yourself, the self-scouts, and also scouting your opponents. So you're always looking at tendencies and things to change, things to add or do something a little different. But at the end of the day, you still have to execute whatever changes you make. But that's part of any game, is about adjusting.
And he's getting asked about that because his offense has not scored a touchdown in 4 weeks in the second half of football games.
Yeah, and
it's not just some silly ha-ha question to get an answer like, tell us about adjustments. You know?
Right, because even if, I've talked yesterday about, at the very least, they had an easy touchdown to Tank Dell if CJ had made the right throw. You could take all those what-ifs, the Green Bay game, there could have been a touchdown there, and it still doesn't add up to much scoring in the second half.
Right.
So, it's been a bit of an issue. And then Bobby Slowick's been a little bit dismissive about second half adjustments when asked about it, I don't think he's given answers that are wrong. It's whenever coaches are asked about adjustments, I think some of them will talk like, no, there's no adjustments, but they mean there's no huge cataclysmic we came up with the super secret play. It's dramatic as that. It's just little tweaks here and there.
Yeah, the most defensible for the second half adjustment thing, the narrative that's out there about that with the Texans, and obviously the results fuel the narrative big time right now. But the one thing I've heard coaches say throughout maybe it might have been Bobby or other coaches, as this has become such a thing for the Texans, is that the locker room at halftime is just one data point where we're making adjustments after the second series of the third quarter.
Right.
There's adjustments made all game long. Let's not get it twisted that a 12-minute halftime, which is really like a 7-minute halftime once you get everybody in the locker room and then gather everybody up and everybody takes a leak and everything else. It's not as big a thing as the adjustments that get made on the sideline during the game are just as big as the ones made in the locker room.
And there are exceptions too, where Robert Saleh tells a great story about they were having a hard time with the Rams, I think, option game at one point. So they changed their rules for how they were going to handle the option, either at halftime or on the sideline or wherever it was, and it ended up being huge for them. So adjustments are made within the game.
Sure.
It's not like those are the key every single halftime, I guess.
The answer you're about to hear, this question, I think it was Cody who asked this question, Cody Stutz. I'm pretty sure. If it's not, I apologize to whoever did. But was asked, this is where I'm watching this press conference yesterday, Seth, as I'm out in the nice sunshiny day, smoking a cigar, watching this on my computer. And this is the one that kind of got me in the gut a little bit because I didn't ask a question like this for DeMeco Ryans. And I'll explain why in a second. But DeMeco has asked who's involved in the play calling.
Yeah, when it comes to the game planning, all of our offensive coaches have input on plays, suggestions, all of those things. So every coach is suggesting whether it's run game. Everybody has different phases of the game, different situations, third down, 2 minute, whatever it may be. So all coaches have input on putting the game plan together, and they put it together, together. And I have some input as well on things I've seen, of things I may suggest to Bobby as well when it comes to the game planning mode.
This is why this is relatable for me. Nobody ever asked any questions last year about who's involved in the game. If it's working, nobody cares who's involved in the game planning, right? Like these are not questions that get asked of highly. I'm guessing Andy Reid never gets questions about who's involved in the game planning. Like it's to the tone that it is right now. Like the reasons why we know the reasons why DeMeco's being asked about this. The reason why this is relatable for me is like I think back to when before I got into radio and I was vice president of sales. So I was like the head coach of sales for my company, and I had all these 7 regions that reported to me that were like the equivalent of like coordinators or assistant coaches. And I was pretty good at my job. I wasn't DeMeco Ryans level good, but I was pretty good. But during my tenure, there were a couple regions that were failing, and that was my responsibility. And I remember like when you have shareholders that you're responsible for, and you have a CEO that you report to, and I guess in this case, the CEO for DeMeco is the media, or they sit you down and they start to ask, okay, tell me about John Camello and how he's doing here. What are we doing here to fix this? How involved they start asking, how involved are you in the sales process in that region? Do you go on sales call? How much time do you spend in that region? Like, what's the process? What's the process for prospecting? They start to dig into the process, and it's an uncomfortable stage if you're a leader. And that's where we're veering into with the offense right now if things don't get fixed. These are going to continue. We're watching other teams fire coordinators, and I'm not saying fire Bobby Slowick, but DeMeco was not getting these questions about, tell us about the adjustments. Tell us about who's involved in this and who's involved in that, because if it were working, we wouldn't care. And
I think with the game planning part of it, specifically, okay, how involved is DeMeco with the offensive side of the ball? Because that is the question and the discussions that are always going to come up when you have a defensive-minded head coach is, all right, what is he actually doing to hire the right coordinator, then oversee the coordinator, and how can he be like a Mike Tomlin or a Bill Belichick or various other defensive head coaches who have had good offensive coordinators? You've got to prove your worth there. Yeah. And that's where it's starting to come. That's where the questions will start to remain.
Spoiler alert, John Camello got fired.
Yeah.
Like that was just like a personal, that was relatable to me. I'm like, oh man, like they're starting to ask the questions about what's your process? Like how does this work? This thing work.
I didn't real quick. I couldn't remember John Camello's name from just 45 seconds earlier, so I thought you were talking about some offensive coordinator. I was like, who the hell's John Camello? What the hell's wrong with me?
No, he was my regional or area sales director.
That you had to answer questions for. How quick after you? How long did it take you to fire him after they gave you that hit?
It was a couple months after that. Yeah, we tried to fix some things, and there was and it just didn't get fixed. Well, I mean, eventually it got fixed, but. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Somebody look him up and tell us what he's doing right now. We gotta get John Camello on the air.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. Oh man, I don't want to relive that. So that was DeMeco yesterday. The other thing that's popping up now for DeMeco is on Reddit, Bill O'Brien stats. After the Texans blew a first-half lead in the Sunday game, it was pointed out on Reddit that DeMeco Ryans has now lost more games when leading at halftime than Bill O'Brien did his entire time with the Texans.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is not me saying that Bill O'Brien's a better coach than DeMeco Ryans. I'm saying this is the stage the fans are at right now.
Well, right, and I think the thing about that is it's not like DeMeco Ryans' stats are awful in that regard, especially in a relatively small
13 and
size.
5 when leading at halftime.
13 and 5, and I don't know what the normal average is or what have you, but I think it's more. It was a reflection of Bill O'Brien. That was one of those stats that you knew about him. You acknowledged how impressive it really was to be that good when leading at the half, and yet, it was. The thing that led to that was it never felt good, like the way they would play conservatively in the second half. In the moment, it never felt good. It never felt good to do the right thing. Yeah. And so, I think people just didn't latch onto that. And the other was that I just felt like it was, I don't know, just like kind of flukish, right? It wasn't, am I just being a jerk?
It was, I don't. I'll say this about Bill. Well, let me give the number first for those, because some people may be unfamiliar with what we're talking about.
Oh, I thought you had said it already.
I hadn't said his number. I just said that DeMeco had lost more. Bill O'Brien was 37-4 when leading at halftime as Texans head coach. It got a lot of attention when it got to 31-1. He was 31-1 at one point, and I don't remember what the one was at the time, but he was 31-1. He ended up 37-4 when leading at halftime. I don't recall if it was because O'Brien had any sort of secret sauce. I mean, he loved to run the football, and if you were running it successfully in a game, that was a good way to burn out the clock. Bill O'Brien was at his best, honestly, when he was handed janky-ass backup quarterbacks for a couple of years and was able to go win games. So that was
they've been doing it in creative ways.
Yes,
you brought when Case Keenum came in, they kind of just threw in some stuff on the fly that he was comfortable with. And,
Yep.
Credit to Bill O'Brien, but I don't think it's quite the. It was a very impressive run.
At the time was like,
okay, that was very impressive. But it's not like it's a weakness of DeMeco's.
No, and I think that's what you and I are pointing out. Like but the fans are restless right now.
Right, well, no, but it does. Okay, you look at. It's just ironic because I think. You see that stat and you want to say, be more aggressive in the second half, close these games out. And yet, the way Bill O'Brien got that record was by following more of DeMeco Ryans' methodology. Yeah. He just did a better job of executing where nobody wants to hear anymore.
Yeah. Speaking of firing coaches, Shane Waldron, fired by the Bears as their OC on yesterday. It came down during our show yesterday. Shane Waldron fired as the OC. So Caleb Williams will now be on his second offensive coordinator, 10 games into his NFL career. They played this audio on In the Loop yesterday. I had forgotten about this. But when Jackson Smith and Jigba, Shane Waldron, who had been with the Seahawks the last few seasons before going to the Bears, got fired by the Seahawks, goes to the Bears. And so Jackson Smith and Jigba was... I can't remember if this was at the Super Bowl or somewhere, but he was on. He was doing an interview with some Chicago guys. Jackson Smith and Jigba, wide receiver for the Seahawks, who spent a season with Shane Waldron. And they asked at that point, Waldron was hired by the Bears, so these hosts from Chicago were looking for a little intel on their new OC, and so they asked Jackson Smith and Jigba, like, "Hey, tell us about Shane Waldron."
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell him to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Yeah. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
Uh-oh.
He's got a great personality.
Whenever the great person comes first.
Makes good lasagna.
Yeah. Or with a coach. I think it was Emmanuel Acho I saw yesterday reading a text he'd gotten from somebody at Seattle who he said was a Pro Bowl player. That the text basically was like, "Oh no, that ain't it. That ain't gonna work." So, and Shane Waldron, when you look at his track record, you wonder. All right. Why is this guy? Why did he get another job as an offensive coordinator after what he did in Seattle? He must be really like hell on wheels on the whiteboard. You know, when he gets up and explains things and spouts off his football philosophy.
He's good in interviews, man. I might hire him as a salesperson. He sold himself multiple times to teams.
A lot better than Joe Camello.
That's John Camello.
I'll
get
his right name when he meets his quotas.
I'll get John Camello on the show if you get Richard Smith on the show. How's that?
Yeah.
How about there was a report that the players went to manage. That's how you know it's bad, man. Like the Bears players went to management basically and said, "Hey, this guy ain't it."
Yeah.
Some of them reportedly wanted Tyson to start over Caleb Williams.
That it's time to move on.
It's time to at least do say what Indianapolis did, which is, hey, let's let the young guy watch.
And you've pointed out that the track record of guys getting benched after already being the starter is it's really poor.
It's a death
when
blow.
You come back.
It's essentially a death blow. Yeah.
I think that with Caleb Williams, the one thing about him is yes, he's getting sacked a lot, but he's also holding onto the ball a long, long time. And his average time to throw is just way up there. And that was his scouting report coming out of college. So it's probably it might be the worst scenario. The fact that if you don't, because they just don't have good offensive linemen up there. But it's also you're adding into it a guy that's going to try to make something out of nothing way more than he probably should.
I'd totally forgotten about this until people started pointing this out yesterday about the Bears and about Jaden Daniels with the Commanders. That the Bears, Cliff Kingsbury was out there for the taking. Like he interviewed with the Raiders. I think he may have even interviewed with the Bears. And but at the very least, we know he was Caleb Williams. He was with Caleb Williams at USC. And if I'm a Bears fan, that's probably pretty infuriating right now to see, not only is Caleb Williams floundering right now, in part because of his own doing, but also in part because of poor decisions as to who to put with him, evidently, because they just fired the guy. But Jaden Daniels is flourishing right now with Caleb Williams.
This is going to get real interesting. This is where there's a lot of people watching Washington, not just for the obvious reasons, but this is around the point in the season when Cliff Kingsbury's offenses in Arizona fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Also at Texas Tech, the back third of the season, that was when he really would falter as a head coach. So and he's facing Vic Fangio this week. Very, very intelligent defensive coordinator. Is this when people start to catch up to him, or does Cliff Kingsbury push on through?
Here's their schedule. You ready? This is their schedule the rest of the way. They've got 7 games left. At Philadelphia, home for Dallas, home for Tennessee. Tennessee, not a bad defensive team.
Yeah, their defense has been good this last week, notwithstanding. Yeah.
Week 14 bye, then at New Orleans, home for Philly, home for Atlanta, at Dallas. What is their record right now? They're 7-3. Dude, Washington could win 12 games.
Yeah.
I mean, that is not you got the 2 Philly games that are going to be difficult. Atlanta just lost to New Orleans, and you got 2 Dallas games, a Tennessee game, a New Orleans game, and Atlanta. If Washington finishes anything below 11-6, something has gone. If Washington finishes below 11-6, what you're talking about with Kingsbury, the possibility that the league might have caught up with him, or that there's just this Kingsbury malaise in the second half of the season, then that had to have happened if they're less than 11-6 against that schedule with that quarterback.
Unless something else falls apart.
Right.
Too. That's another. Cliff Kingsbury has been impressive enough, and Jaden Daniels has been impressive enough that Dan Quinn isn't the favorite for Coach of the Year right now. It's Mike Tomlin is the favorite, where I feel like Dan Quinn is in an organization that everybody had basically looked at as just about dead, as close to being never insalvageable, and yet he's not even the favorite for Coach of the Year because he's got a quarterback and an offensive coordinator that are getting a lot of buzz.
Yep. So that's Eberflus. They've now had 8 assistants fired or resigned in the last 14 months under Matt Eberflus. Eventually, Matt Eberflus has to get fired, right?
He's got to know, right? No, he knows. He's just
Yeah.
it's going to be him and two quality control guys there by the end of the season.
Okay, so then is Ryan Poles out of people to point fingers at that point? You know our buddy Ryan Poles, the media whore.
Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, who just cannot get enough Ryan Poles. The fact that the offensive line are and I say are because I don't want to talk about just the starters or something. They are just such an incredibly slipshod cast of misfits. It's almost like something they're like the guys who are cast to play offensive linemen in Hollywood movies.
Right.
They're just like, oh, give me some fat guy out there, right? He can be an offensive lineman. They're awful, and that's who you put in front of your rookie quarterback.
Awful.
It's really bad.
Yeah. Poles
I know Texans fans are saying, like, what are you talking about? No. It's bad. It's really bad.
Do you interviews Ryan Poles lately? He's been awfully quiet about the Bears. He's
not granting access to writers from the Athletic.
The offseason, the guy doesn't shut the hell up.
Yeah,
he's about himself.
I'm PO'd about all of that because Jeff Luhnow never got the benefit of the doubt while they were being awful. The Astros were just lampooned relentlessly. And now when Ryan Poles was tanking, people were like, oh, boy, he just keeps making the right move after the right move. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, but they haven't. They're still awful.
And
what are you going to tell me that he's doing a great job? You haven't seen any of these players work out yet.
Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610. And football superfans, Sean, this is John Camello. I hope you start snoring again.
John Camello's life went to pot after you fired him.
I don't think it did. I think he did fine. I think he did okay.
Did you hire him or did you?
No. I did not.
Okay.
I did not hire. I didn't hire him. He was largely did a really good job. It's just he hit rough patches. It happens.
Yeah.
Azeez Al-Shire met with the media yesterday. That was kind of good. The Texans trotted a few players out in front of the media. They were good ones. We'll hear from Jalen Petrie here in a minute. I think this is a concern I think fans have sometimes. I do think a DeMeco Ryans team is going to be as immune to this as maybe any team, but the frustration, is there frustration building between the two sides of the football? Like, is there frustration on the defense since you guys did your job in that game against Detroit?
Have the points to end up winning the game. So it's tough because, can you look at the stat line and say we made a quarterback throw 5 interceptions? Like, no question. If you just read that stat line to me, for any team, it could be Little League for all I care. I'm be like, they won the game. And then when you see, like, what happened and what transpired throughout the game, I think it's just playing every single play. Like, we all had plays that we could have been better. Because if it was just about the 5 interceptions, then cool. But, we come out and we're up 23-7. I don't care if the offense don't score another point, because if their offense doesn't score another point, then we win the game and nobody's talking. Like, y'all can still probably talk about the offensive struggles and all that, but we still win the game, So I think, again, it's just a mentality that you got to have in the perspective, because if you feeling like, man, we did our part, man, we did good. It's like, I'm telling you, that's a setup for a bad outcome in the long run.
Yeah, I was trying to think about various situations that I was either in or in Houston history, and I think the most notable was back when Buddy Ryan is punching Kevin
Gilbride.
Gilbride, thank you. There's an intense and heated rivalry between the offense and defense. Most of that was driven by Buddy Ryan being a psychopath. So, like, that's not a healthy environment, That's how you end up having disappointing seasons in the early 90s when you got that kind of environment. I think that the situation with the Texans is it's not I would be really surprised if defensive players or anything like that, as long as C.J. Stroud is the quarterback. I think that there's a belief in C.J. Stroud, and it hasn't been as good as they've been. It hasn't been such a dominating defense that I think there haven't been a lot of moments where you're like, oh, wow, the offense really let the defense down. It's been second quarter collapses by both on both fronts at times. Mm-hmm. So I'm not worried about it. And like Azeez Al-Shire as a leader knows everything he just said. He always sums it up perfectly. You've got to actively fight against kind of having that mentality.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that becoming a thing with the Texans. I mean, it could, I suppose. I feel like just based on who they have as their coach, based on who they bring in as play, like I think a big part of the profile of the type of player, the type of person they look for is that type of person or player is not a finger pointer, you know?
Yeah. Right, yeah. And that is huge. I think about the first year of the franchise in 2002 when we had some really good veteran defensive players. We were a much better defense than the stats would show because the offense was so bad. So we were just out there forever. But I think like in that year, it was so obvious the reasons for the difference. You had a rookie quarterback playing behind, 3 or 4 starting rookie offensive linemen. It was a bad situation for the offense. Mm-hmm. And we kind of knew it, so that never became an issue. I never remember it just getting angry at the offense. Just it was what it was. And I think that with DeMeco, I don't think DeMeco's defensive players are ever – they're going to have it drilled in their head constantly. Like, hey, you just can't control what you can't control. You go out and take care of your business, you know?
Yep. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. Someone says, that's why Aziz should be a captain. Aziz is a captain. He's a captain already, so don't worry. He's got the C on his jersey. This next one.
I think that was just the listener was just trying to take a shot at Laramie Tunsil. Like, yeah, he should be a captain.
Okay.
As opposed to others.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how I would interpret that.
I can see that, yeah. This next one from Aziz, I think, is why Seth Payne would really like Aziz Al-Shai. I think Aziz answering why they had another, I don't know if you knew this, Seth, they had another players-only meeting after the game on Sunday.
They're addicted.
The Texans, they love these players-only meetings.
Yeah.
So they had another one after the game on Sunday, and Aziz Al-Shire was asked why, and I think Seth Payne is going to like this answer.
Just kind of check in. You don't check in with the guys. Just like you don't check in with your wife. You think everything's going good, and the whole time, hey, how you doing? And then she just spazzes. Like, whoa, I thought it was good. So I think it's always good. Like, it's never a bad thing to just check in and see how everything's going, especially for me. I mean, I've been hurt for the last 3 weeks, so I got a different perspective watching from afar. So I think it's just a good check-in for everybody.
He wants to check in on his relationship, man. A relationship analogy. That's a good Pope Zaza special.
That's a wise old man analogy right there. The guy that's worked on his marriage and understands that relationships take work.
That's it, man.
When things are put a little work, so you got to tend the garden. That's all Al-Shire's saying is you got to tend to the garden.
It is tough though. Like he's almost talking there, like because he was out for 3 weeks. I mean, he's around, but he's out for 3 weeks. He's like, hey man, I've been out of this leadership thing for a little bit. I want to dip my toe back in the leadership water.
I played a lot of video games while I was gone. That's all.
Got to get my leadership groove back. Yeah.
No, I think that. I know that people hear about players-only meetings, and yes, a lot of times they are a harbinger of doom, but it doesn't mean that they're not also positive. When you do them regularly, and that's just a standard way of operating, to try to get any kind of potential festering issues out in the open, it's a lot easier if you're meeting I don't want to say frequent because I hate everyday meetings for no reason, but you want to be sure guys are checking in with each other as a leadership group or whatever to nip those things in the bud and to get things out in the open. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you are bringing up issues, where you're not, it doesn't feel like, Parker, our boss, called me twice yesterday.
He did?
It's just, and I didn't know why.
Did you get nervous when you looked down at the phone and you saw it was Parker calling?
I did. I texted him and I was like, "Hey, he said, can we have a phone?" He said, can we talk on the phone today?"
Oh,
that's how he framed it. And I was like, "Oh boy," and I started thinking about "Oh boy, where was the camera hidden that I didn't know about?" People don't know what I do in the nooks and crannies of this office, but. So, but that ended up being no big deal. That was just talking about the logistics of the Monday night game. Next time, I got a call, and this was basically intellectual property violation. I did something on my social media that I wasn't supposed to do.
Oh, really?
And it ended up not being a big deal. But he was like, "Hey, just this one person, basically it was something they could have made a big deal out of because I used some video that I wasn't supposed to be using.
I got you.
And it gets dicey, but it's anyway. And but that ended up all right.
Yeah,
but I did actually do something wrong.
It was a coaching moment for you. That's all it was.
Yeah,
It wasn't a fireable offense or anything like that.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get fined by the FCC or something.
That would be worse because that would cost actual money. That would suck.
We do the trademark law and intellectual property laws flummoxes me sometimes.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. 5-Hour Energy fan line 713-572-4610. This many players-only meetings means there are serious internal problems. That's a text message. Does this mean there are serious internal problems? I suppose there could be a perception like, hey, if the players need to get together this much, why aren't the coaches solving some of these things?
I think I would say it's a problem in as much as what's the outcome. I feel like saying that. How did the texter phrase that?
I'll read it verbatim again.
Yeah.
This many players-only meetings means there are serious internal problems.
Yeah, I don't get. There's a lot more players meetings than ever get reported to the media.
That's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you.
When one does seep out for whatever reason afterwards, then it becomes a really big deal. So now people are asking after this game, did you guys have a players only meeting? It's not something that guys might have offered up, but because Jonathan Alexander really wrote a really good piece in the Chronicle about it, people are asking about it afterwards. So that's like saying don't get a prostate exam. What do you my uncle got a prostate exam. Found out he had cancer afterwards. It was no. Sometimes you gotta check it out, and sometimes there's problems, and sometimes there's not.
I'll make an actual football comparison. It's like when it was reported that Lovie Smith was going into ownership and management to lobby for his job towards the end of the season in 2022. And as it turns out, he had a standing meeting every week with them.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, this was something that had always been going on.
Yeah. So
to talk about his prostate. Doesn't the NFL have like a prostate exam week or something? Or like brown armbands, or what do they do?
I don't know.
Because they do cancer. They do the
breast cancer. They do the My Cause My Cleats, where everybody gets. I would imagine that with My Cause My Cleats, there's several prostate cleats running around on the field that weekend.
Needs to be. We could really lean into that.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. Here's Jalen Petrie talking about handling losing 3 out of the last 4.
Not at all.
Sorry about that, Ben.
I think the most important thing that is being relayed is coming to us that everybody from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right, we got to take ownership in what we're doing and make sure that, we have good energy. I think the energy is going to carry the momentum and is going to propel us to where we want to go.
I like Petrie, man. I'm glad he's playing better this year. I love that no one's coming to save us. That feels like something they were told after the trade deadline.
That's another one of those phrases, though, that feels way more dramatic. And when you first hear it, in my mind,
I like it.
It takes me to too many movies where things don't turn out well.
That's
or
okay.
At the very least, a bunch of people die and a few people are saved.
I think offensively in the second half of football games, I think that's the stage we're at right now. I think
nobody's coming to save us.
No one's coming to save us, man. You got to start scoring some freaking touchdowns, all right, on your own. No one's going to score them for you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'm a little bummed that we only do the Pettycast once a week. Maybe we should start to sprinkle it in a little bit more because sometimes we get gems on other days throughout the week.
Mm-hmm.
Could this be construed as petty? This was Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. They're playing the Ravens this week. And Deontay Johnson is a Raven. He was a Steeler the last few years. Kind of a problem child, which was why he became a Carolina Panther this offseason. Good player, not a great player, but a good player who was probably a little more trouble than he was worth for that Steelers locker room. He's a Raven now. He's played one game for the Ravens, kind of. He played just a few snaps, social media about, as a Raven. Mike Tomlin was asked about going up against Deontay Johnson this weekend in the Ravens.
To be honest with you, I hadn't thought a lot about it. He's not on a lot of their video, and so, at this stage of the week, I don't know that I've weighed, what he might mean to the matchup. They got more significant pieces with larger roles that are occupying my attention at this part of the week.
All true. All true.
It's all true.
But,
nothing he said was untrue.
Right.
I read it. I read the quote, and I'm like, okay, I could see everything he's saying is true. Yeah. I'm gonna have to hear the tone of voice, and I think in listening to it, I think it was just the length with which he went on about it.
He hit a couple extra punches.
Yeah. He could have said, like, hey, he just got there and we really haven't seen a lot of him. But he tripled and quadrupled down on how little he saw of Deontay Johnson.
Highlighted his insignificance to this team.
Yeah. It was the Don Draper gif of him saying, I don't think about you at all in the elevator.
That's
I don't think about you at all.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that was petty. Good job, Mike Tomlin. Good job.
That is good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. My wife wants a text. My wife wants to have a players-only meeting 3 times a week, and I'm probably in trouble. Yeah, how many times do you have to have the equivalent of a marriage?
You put a disco ball in your bedroom and say that this is a players only meeting, and to make it romantic. Yeah,
there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, let's circle over to Alex Bregman. The odds are out on his landing spots if he doesn't stay here. Still, a lot of experts think he's going to remain a Houston Astro, but if not, what would our emotions be if he landed at any of these 5 landing spots, the top 5 spots on the board for Alex Bregman? What would our gut reaction be to these if it happens in the coming weeks? That's next.
Hey, you probably already know that Zadok Jewelers is the authorized dealer for over 22 luxury watch brands. But did you know that they also carry an extensive
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game.
Then by West Point Lincoln at West Beltway, exit Kirkwood under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, things quiet so far on the baseball free agency front. No new news yet. A lot of speculation out there as to what could happen with Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman's one of the biggest free agents out there. He's the biggest free agent for the Astros. I'm seeing a lot more speculation than I thought I'd see from national people, Seth, that Bregman will be back here. A lot of it's centered around I just can't picture him anywhere else.
Yeah, that's where I'm wondering. I'm seeing a lot of I've seen at least two different national writers estimate the chances of Bregman being back as basically 50-50. And that to me I read that more as they don't have a clue, you know, which, but maybe the fact that they don't have a clue is actually a positive sign for Bregman's return, because usually most of the people would be saying, it's just not what the Astros do. They're going to let him walk.
Things are quiet right now. I think, to me, quiet is good. If you're an Astros fan hoping Bregman's coming back, quiet. No news is good news.
There's no heated fervor or competition necessarily that the Astros aren't going to be able to compete with, perhaps.
Yeah, we haven't heard of 6 meetings that Bregman's taking out in L.A. with his agent or something like that, or in Arizona. I know he's got a place there. The 5 top places for Bregman to land if he doesn't stay with the Astros. The favorite is a little surprised by this because they're just not a very good baseball team right now. The Washington Nationals are the favorite to land doesn't stay with the Astros, plus 450, which is 4.5 to 1. You risk $100, you win $450. What would the gut reaction be if we got a tweet from Ken Rosenthal saying Alex Bregman has signed a 6-year, $200 million deal with the Washington Nationals?
My gut reaction would be like, okay. I've got other than the World Series loss, it's not a interleague or intra-league rival or anything like that I don't have huge emotional feelings about. I'd say, good for them and him.
I don't even feel like it's a team we would run into if the Astros are a contender again. I don't even feel like that's a team they would run into in the World Series. You know what I mean? You're going to play them in the one obligatory series that you've got with them each year. So you'll see Bregman. I don't know if they play here or there this season, but I'm with you. I'm like, okay. I guess maybe winning immediately is not as important to him. I don't know.
I guess the immediate thing that I thought was kind of weird, I was trying to figure out was like, okay, what did Bregman's grandfather do? Oh yeah, he was with the Washington Senators and was part of moving them to Dallas. So so for whatever, like I don't know, the city of Washington will never accept that traitor. I don't know. He's the guy who took the Senators from us.
He was supposedly at the Commanders game this weekend. Alex Bregman.
Alex was?
Yeah,
okay.
so maybe that's fueling some of this. Who knows? All right, next one. Number 2 on the list. Detroit Tigers are 5-1 to land Alex Bregman if he chooses to leave Houston. Gut reaction if he goes to the team that A, J and B knock the Astros out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't I don't like the people from Detroit all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
It's been too much.
They've got our number
too much
right
drama.
now.
Yeah. Between the numerous Detroit Tigers fans who all but gave me death threats, Sean.
There was the one
on Twitter. Numerous, Sean.
Yeah, numerous.
One is a number.
That is.
Yeah, and then the rude and boorish behavior of Lions fans during our pregame show the other day. Just unacceptable. They can all go die. And no, Alex Bregman is not allowed to go to the Detroit Tigers.
I would be way more worked up about this now than I would have been like 2 months ago about him going to the I would have 2 months ago I'd have been like, okay, he's going to play with A.J. Hinch. It sucks that he's leaving. That part would hurt me more than where he's going or whatever. But, yeah, like now that Detroit is become a bit of a thorn in our side.
And it's I'm torn with that because I'm glad that A.J. Hinch, didn't just win a playoff series, but he did it with some really good managing and a good strategy and approach against the pitching. So that it would be nice, maybe as a redemption story a little bit that
he can have Verlander. How's that?
What's that?
He can have Verlander.
Okay.
A.J. Hinch.
Yeah.
You can have Verlander. You can't have
Verlander.
Bregman.
Doesn't need the redemption though, like Alex Bregman does.
No, I don't.
I mean, not that I don't think he personally feels he needs redemption. But it would be nice.
Yeah. Number 3 on the list. We've been down this road before. The Toronto Blue Jays are 3rd on the board to land Alex Bregman if he were to leave Houston at plus 550s. We've been down this road before with George Springer in Toronto.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah, I'm emotionally not involved in that one either, and I think Toronto just has been. They'll sign him, and Bregman's little nagging injuries will continue to happen, and it'll feel just like the George Springer signing for them.
Brandy was really, really upset when Springer went to Toronto. She's a big Springer fan, right?
Yeah.
Is she a huge Bregman fan too?
She, she is.
Okay,
she
so
loves,
is she going to handle it
she loves
poorly?
Him defensively, especially.
Yeah.
I think she's kind of the point where she's kind of got a calloused soul when it comes to understanding that Astros players are going to leave.
Okay.
And she just learns to love the new young guy. I actually was kind of grilling her on that the other day. And I was like, I don't know, Brandy, do you even really love any of these guys now that everybody's gone other than Altuve? And she got so offended.
She flipped out?
Oh, and then she started grilling off, like Framber and Jordan.
She
and all
listed
these
all the
young,
guys she loves. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She's basically all of them.
Yeah. She's a good fan. All right. These last 2 may get you worked up. If Toronto doesn't do it for you, how about if he went to Seattle? It's 6-1 here. If Alex Bregman went to the Seattle Mariners, that's got to make you feel a certain kind of way.
Yeah, I don't want to see him playing for the. I don't want to.
I don't like the Mariners at all.
No. I don't like the Mariners with or without Scott Service. They were a lot worse with Scott Service when he was there.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to like that, and I don't want to see them. I don't want to see Alex Bregman be a part of turning around a franchise.
And they've not to get too caught up in semantics. Like if he went to Washington and they became a contender, that's turning it around. Seattle has been on the fringe. I mean, they were playoffs. They played the Astros in the playoffs 2 years ago. This would be one where he could be the difference in putting them over the top. And you see him 13 times a year in the regular season,
Yeah, that bothers me.
And they're annoying.
And you're just saying it's within and obviously the Astros don't have any control over it. And I don't think that would factor into Bregman's decision making. I don't want to see the Astros that often.
Hey.
But as a fan, that would hurt me.
Astros have control in it. They can give him 8 years. They can give him however much money he wants. They do have that level of control. They may just choose not to exercise it. Last one. New York Yankees, 6.5-1. How are we feeling if Alex Bregman is in the Yankee pinstripes next year?
I don't.
Is this the worst one? What would you hate more?
Yes, you know why?
Yeah.
This is why. Because the Yankees who just absolutely poop their pants whenever they face good pitching, or just Aaron Judge. I mean, Aaron Judge, first and foremost, he's just been an abomination in the playoffs. The comparison between his playoff performance versus regular season, unacceptable. I feel like Bregman might be the guy that could help him with all of that. And through the course of his influence, no, he can't go to the Yankees.
No,
can't do it.
For the obvious reasons, and then for that reason you just said. You're right. I could see him. I could see Bregman being like finding one little thing about Aaron Judge's swing, and this is what you're doing differently here. Why are you doing this?
The amount for the psychological health of Astros fans, the hypocrisy of Yankees fans who would still be bashing the Astros for the being better than everybody else scandal while actively embracing Alex Bregman, it would make somebody's head literally explode.
They would still
booing
Altuve.
It would. There's some poor Astros fan would have a stroke because of just not being able to handle that hypocrisy.
The hypocrisy of embracing Bregman and still booing Altuve at every Yankee game. Yes. This is Mark Feinsand, who's an MLB reporter, was on Reddit, and there were people asking kind of like Q&A stuff, and one of the Reddit users asked about Bregman and Verlander, and he said this. He said I'd say it's 50-50 Bregman remains with the Astros, who have another big free agent decision next year with Kyle Tucker. It's difficult for me to see Houston signing both Bregman and Tucker to long-term deals. So if the Astros bring back Bregman, it could be a sign they don't think they'll be able to do the same with Tucker. Verlander, this is interesting. Verlander could also come back, though I wouldn't be shocked if A.J. Hinch tries to bring him to Detroit. Hinch was Verlander's manager in Houston. Verlander started his career with the Tigers, so going back to Detroit would be a nice full-circle way for the Hall of Famer to finish his career. I could see Verlander, because Hinch was here for this, I could see Verlander being a pitcher version of what they were doing with Josh Reddick and Carlos Beltran and Brian McCann that year.
Yeah.
Where you're bringing in a vet because they're a vet. And Verlander got a lot of young pitchers.
A lot of the pitchers that credit Verlander with teaching them how to really take it to the next level in terms of your strategy and your approach, and both from an energy standpoint and which batters, like all of that stuff. He was a really good resource for all those guys.
They might even overpay for that because they're not paying anybody right now.
Well, and I'd actually feel good about that. I don't want to see Bregman go to Detroit, but for Verlander, that just makes too much sense. You like seeing a guy go back to where he spent the vast bulk of his career.
Yeah, no, I don't think the Astros need Verlander at this point. It's for what he is. Like I don't.
No, and especially in the Astros, you can't be soaking up money with players who are probably going to get injured at some point.
Yep.
Verlander's he's old and he's been injured a lot. He's probably going to get injured at some point.
Yep. Deion Sanders to Dallas. It's amazing how this is picking up steam. What a few wins on the college football front can do to a guy's profile. One prominent former coach proposes this and makes the case for why Deion in Dallas. We'll talk a little bit about the Texans' upcoming opponent next. But first, did you get on Prize Picks last night? Got basketball you can get in on. Football's
Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel Flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel Flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel Flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. So the Texans play the Cowboys on Monday night. They are catching a Cowboys team that is in turmoil. If you were looking at the schedule at the beginning of the season, I think this is one of the games. I think it's why it's on Monday Night Football. This is a game that I think a lot of folks thought would be a battle between two teams leading their division. The Texans are holding up their end of the bargain from that standpoint. They're 6-4. They lead the AFC South game, so hopefully this turns out better than the previous two. The Cowboys are just a hot mess, and they're a hot injured mess too. Like, it's not even like they're 3-6, they're dysfunctional, but hey, we get to watch Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Like, it's no, you're getting Cooper Rush maybe for the whole game. They got to Trey Lance eventually on Sunday against the Eagles.
Yeah. So it's just an absolute disaster right now,
Which is cool for me.
And obviously there's a lot of scrutiny about Mike McCarthy and what his job is. Is Jerry Jones going to pull the trigger and fire him? And if so, who's the next coach?
Yeah. I wonder what it would take. Like, how bad would it have to get on Monday night for Jerry to just finally say, nope, it's time to move on? Like, or is Jerry? Do you think Jerry just?
Oh, that's true. I wonder. There is a part of him that I do. He's
like, if they just quit. If they just quit.
Yeah, and it's versus Houston.
Yes.
Like, and not just the Texans, but versus Houston.
Right.
That I think there is a natural rivalry there that he looks at in terms of just, hey, I'm the alpha here. All right, let's not forget it.
In this state, yeah.
It's not like he's overly concerned about it or anything. This isn't like, Houston guy trying to act like, but I think there is that. And, I know when they lost, he's talked about how devastating it was to him to lose when they lost in the first game ever, the expansion game.
Yeah.
That might really twist the knife in his ribs.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Let's do it, Houston.
Come on.
Let's inject some turmoil into
Dallas. Texans, let's go kick these guys' ass. Here's Rex Ryan yesterday on ESPN. Talking about a potential head coaching solution if the Cowboys do move on from Mike McCarthy.
In my opinion, how are you going to fix it? Well, I look at a couple of teams recently. All right, I look at the Lions, who they hire. One of their former players,
Right.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the Houston Texans?
Former
right
player.
down the road. Former player, one of their former players.
DeMeco Ryans.
DeMeco Ryans. All right. I can see Aaron Glenn going to New Orleans next year. All right. Or the Jets, a former player, all right? Deion Sanders may be in play here.
Okay, so that's Dan. We'll get to the case for Deion in a second. The reason I'm laughing, Seth, the TV right here in studio, as he's listing all these names and the success and the suggesting guys, Jeff Saturday is on the screen in here. I'm like, ooh. The Colts hired a former player last year. His name was Jeff Saturday. That did not work out very well.
Well, but that was just on the fly, and he hadn't gotten that valuable head coaching experience that he now has.
No guarantee. If you're going to stick up for Jeff Saturday, then we're just going to end the show right here.
That'll be his big resume item. Like, hey, I have been a head coach before. Let me tell you the story.
You're taking up for Jeff Saturday. So what do you think of the comps there? We'll get to the case for Deion in a second, but Aaron Glenn, I think Aaron Glenn to either of those teams sounds interesting. But what do you make of the whole former player thing that Rex is talking about?
I think that it definitely, I would lean into it hard if that's where I really wanted to be. And with DeMeco, it was just such a natural fit. Dan Campbell played for 3 years, his last 3 years of his career with Detroit. And he didn't play that much in his last couple years, but he was in the organization.
He was in the building,
for a while, so they had a familiarity with him. I think that part of it too. I think the owners, like a guy like Aaron Glenn, for instance, if the Texans had wanted to interview Aaron Glenn, they know who he is as a person.
Mm-hmm.
He was the consummate professional and good leader and all of that. So the McNair family knows him a little bit. So I think likewise, Detroit with Dan Campbell, there's a certain degree of familiarity there. With Aaron, with the Jets especially, that's where he spent the most time. And I could see that.
Yeah, and Deion, I think Deion played for a handful of teams. He's clearly, to me, most associated with being a Dallas Cowboy.
The only thing about Aaron to the Jets would be that, because he only spent one season his last year of his career with New Orleans. The only thing with the Jets is that they're coming off of a defensive-minded head coach that couldn't fix or wasn't allowed to choose his quarterback, whatever it might have been. So they might shy away from, especially like Robert Saleh is not a former player, but you wouldn't guess it from his enthusiasm. He coaches the same way DeMeco does and everything.
Well, the first thing I'd ask if I'm Aaron Glenn is Aaron Rodgers back next year? And I don't know what the right answer would be for me if I were Aaron Glenn, yes or no. I think that job is more enticing with no Aaron Rodgers than with Aaron Rodgers.
I was listening to Jake Assman's podcast yesterday, or he was live streaming on Twitter, and it's a Jets live stream. So he had a guy who's like a film watching guru on with him, and it was interesting because, and he was also a Jets fan, and he's saying, well, you can talk all you want about what they could do to fix the offense or improve the offense and help Aaron out. This is the offense that Aaron wants.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they didn't have an adequate offensive coordinator there because that was the offensive coordinator that Aaron wanted. So a lot of the complaints about how the offense they're running up there is just kind of an old school West Coast offense without a lot of pre-snap motion, and there's the communication between all this stuff that people are pointing to as the problem with the Jets offense. That's of Aaron Rodgers' own doing. So yeah, if I'm Aaron Glenn, no, there's only room enough for 2 Aarons on this team. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Here's Rex Ryan making the case for Deion Sanders to Dallas.
They need to have somebody that has the pride in that damn organization. Being a Dallas Cowboy, the pride you take in it. And by the way, Deion, everywhere he's been, has been kicking you-know-what. All right, Jackson State, they were unbelievable when he was there. He takes Colorado. Right now, they're 7-2. Nobody saw that coming. They're playing in the big, whatever, the damn
Big 12,
now.
yeah.
Big 12. Like, I'm just saying, that because I already know Mike McCarthy's a good football coach, and he's going to be out the door. There's no doubt about it. The whole thing's going to be blown up. How are you going to get this kid back on board? He's going to have to damn respect that guy that comes in that building. You're not going to respect Deion Sanders? He's twice the player you are. All right? And you know what? I coached Deion Sanders. Great teammate.
All right, so the Rex, I think he's talking about in Baltimore. Rex was on the defensive staff there towards the end of Deion's career. Deion was a Raven. The kid he's referring to there is Micah Parsons, because Micah Parsons has been a big character in this Mike McCarthy drama that's been going on right now. Yeah,
well, and I think this is the question. I personally think that Deion Sanders might be the guy who's best suited. It's aside from, without all the discussion about actual coaching stuff, he might be the guy who's best suited to work in that environment where the owner himself is bringing so much extra attention and controversy and everything all the time that various former players and coaches will talk about. Michael Irvin has never shied away from saying this. It's hard to coach and instill a certain culture when you're in that environment. But I think Deion is a guy who's suited to, I think, he's shown that he's got a capacity for all the drama and everything. And I think even when he's, going off in press conferences, it's not like he knows what he's doing, when he does all that, while still coaching good football. And yet, because of all of that, I think that Jerry Jones would be too afraid of him. He doesn't want anybody that's going to shine as bright as he does. And he doesn't want, it's okay from the play, Jimmy Johnson, being the genius, you just couldn't handle it. So I don't know. I don't know if Jerry Jones has the gonads to hire Deion.
To hire Deion, I think that's fair. Jerry has historically hired coaches that just kind of sit. They're background personalities. They're not alpha personalities. I think Rex Ryan had a lot of smart things to say right there. I think the Cowboys are downtrodden right now, and finding a coach who is invested. I think Deion sees himself as a Cowboy more than anything else. And that's what it took here. I don't know what Dan Campbell, I don't know how personal Dan Campbell felt about Detroit, about that job. I just don't know. I'm not questioning it. I literally don't know. I know Dan Campbell's an intense human being who is he's a maniac. DeMeco Ryans felt and feels very personal about this job. Very he wanted this job. He talked about it with Tony Dungy in that sit-down that he did with him on Sunday. It's he didn't like seeing the things that were being said about the organization as he was watching from afar. He didn't like seeing the organization being ridiculed and seeing the organization fail. And this was the team he was drafted to. This is a city that he's tied to, that he loves. And I think Deion, if I had to guess, feels very similarly about Dallas and the Dallas Cowboys.
And I haven't checked the text line, but I'm guessing at least 19 people have said, hey, Deion said he never wanted to coach in the NFL. Like, yeah, he's a very good negotiator. I get it. I don't excited that, he didn't want guys that weren't as motivated or what have you. I don't believe that for a heartbeat. I think Deion might have felt it at the moment, but I think in the right scenario, he would very much consider, like most coaches would, especially if there's tens of millions of dollars.
$15 million involved? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the reality of Deion's situation right now, and this is probably a lot of what's fueling this talk, if he were, what he finished 4-8 last year at Colorado. They're 7-2 now. Like let's say he was 3-6 instead of 7-2. I don't think they'd be talking about it because it's there's no proof that he's an actual good coach beyond Jackson State.
Right.
But the fact that he's got Colorado turned around, I think in fairly impressive fashion too. Like that's a good football team, and I've been as skeptical about Deion as anybody. And I watch all their games because they're always on TV. They play Utah this weekend. I'll watch that one again. They're a very good football team. They're a team that controls their own destiny for the college football playoff right now. If they win out, they'll be one of the top 4 seeds in the college football playoff.
No, and I think too that kind of goes in line with as rapidly as everything is shifting in college football. Deion, I think established that, look, part of it at Jackson State was he had an incredible pull as a recruiter. They had guys that had no business going to Jackson State.
Travis Hunter was one of them. He went there and went with him to Colorado. Yeah.
And then but you lose some of that advantage, obviously, when you get to Colorado, and they had all kinds of shuffling in the it looked like the transfer portal for year 2. He has navigated all that brilliantly.
Yep.
And also coaches his guys up. And I think he's hired good assistant coaches as well. I think a lot of the challenges of coaching in Dallas that are unique to Dallas, I think Deion's adaptability and his kind of ability to harness the fervor sometimes instead of letting it be a distraction would make him a good fit.
Yeah, when we were talking about this earlier in the show, this Deion to Dallas potential, We got a couple texts from people. 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. We got a few texts to the 5-Hour Energy fan line, Seth, of, hey, this is him motivating college kids. His shtick is not going to work with adults in the NFL.
Well, no, that's fair. Very, very fair. I think for one, look, there is the transfer portal now too. It's not like it used to be in college coaching where, if guys get offended or don't like it, they can up and RUNNOFT. So he's dealt with that dynamic a little bit, but I think also he's been an NFL player. He's been a college player. He's been a college coach. He understands that the tone's probably going to change a little bit. And that's part of the challenge is, you got to talk to – that's one thing that Nick Saban didn't understand by reports from guys that played for him in Miami.
Right.
It was like, what the hell's up with this guy?
Yep.
And I think Deion's more of a – he's more of a people person. Than
Hall of Fame player too. I think there's that. He was a good player, so I think there's going to be a respect level with guys. He's going to infuse energy if he were, if they were to hire him. I'm with you. I don't think it happens. I think it'd be fun as hell if it did happen.
I think that one thing that DeMeco has talked about, and I've heard a lot of good coaches talk about, is just the importance of just being honest with players, and I think with DeMeco or anybody else, a lot of that comes with just being really honest with what your criticisms of the player are. There are a lot of coaches that just flat out, for whatever reason, and I don't know, it's because they don't want to get in on the business side, it's hard to actually get an accurate, hey, give me a list of my strengths and weaknesses. And I've had, for whatever reason in the NFL, it was almost sometimes you couldn't get that from coaches. Where I think with Deion, he's not going to beat around the bush with either his criticisms or his coaching or just recommendations or anything. But I know, I think he's a way more I think his interpersonal skills are just way better than I think people want to give him credit for.
Yeah.
Because there's the public personality, Deion, and there's press conference, Deion, and everything, versus I think he's got a way with people, and I think he can make that change.
Yeah.
Now, we've turned this into me stumping for Deion.
No. He's doing a great job this year. Like he will probably, if he keeps this up, he will be a finalist here in Houston for the Bear Bryant Award in January. He's doing that good a job. And I think the only turnoff with Deion, and I guess the only question I would have is, does he expect the Dallas media and really the national media, because it's the Cowboys, to try to kowtow to him the same way he expected and expects the Denver media to?
I don't think he will, but he'll still. I don't think he expects to get. I don't think he expects to be treated the way he claims that. I think he knows what he's doing in his press conferences. No. I think that he'll have contentious press conferences, which would be fun. I think he'll bristle at some of the tougher questions, but fair questions, and that'd make it a lot of fun.
But he's literally cut guys off in Denver. Like, you can't ask questions anymore.
Right.
And he has the SID enforcing these rules.
Yeah. And in the NFL, it's different. You can't. They've got the media reps and everything. There's a certain the NFL coaches can't. NFL coaches can't treat the local media pool the same way college coaches do.
Yeah.
So it would be dramatic and interesting. But I don't think it's like a deal breaker for Deion.
No. I'm just curious how that's the only, to me, that's the, again, someone who's been super critical of Deion. At this point, my only critique is that he's tried to control the media in Denver.
Well, I know, and I guess my question to that is, it's annoying and it's funny, or it's fun to laugh at sometimes, but does it harm him as a coach? I don't know. I don't think I don't see where that necessarily does harm to his team or does harm with his relationship with the alumni. I think it does. I think in college especially, it's great for creating an us versus them kind of mentality.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Clint Stoerner. I was listening to The Drive yesterday as I was driving around, and I thought Clint Stoerner nailed the most confounding thing about the Texans, knowing that DeMeco Ryans is the head coach of this team. We'll let you hear what Clint had to say about the most confounding thing about this football team for me, and we'll do that coming up next.
Sometimes the most confounding thing about being the victim of an accident that you didn't cause is that, boy, you just
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
By West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Several people pointing out on the 5-Hour Energy fan line as their gas, Sports Radio 610, that the last thing Jerry's doing, Jerry Jones, is banning a media outlet from Jerry World.
Oh, yeah, there's no way. Right,
yeah.
right.
Hey,
yeah.
we're talking about, for those who missed it, we're talking about Deion Sanders and the possibility of him becoming the next head coach of the Cowboys. It's not a rumor or anything like that. It's just, just a fun hypothetical. But I had said that, to me, the only real flaw with Deion so far in Colorado is how he was handling the media during the downtimes, during the bad times for him.
Yeah.
I thought it was unprofessional. And how would it be if he's failing as the Cowboys coach, that sort of thing? But good point. Like Jerry, the last thing Jerry's going to turn the Cowboys into is an unfriendly media outlet.
Right. No, and Deion will still have like blow-ups in the media and everything, but it'll be entertaining as it always has been. But also, again, I think you need a head coach if you're actually going to thrive in that environment. No coach is going to come in and quell the hoopla because the owner is directing all that hoopla, all those things that create so many distractions. So the only thing you can do is bring in somebody who can thrive in that environment, You've just got to, who's your best hope at thriving in that environment where, maybe there are a lot of distractions? Deion, because Deion doesn't shy away from it either. He's created many of his own, he's good at creating hoopla.
He is very good at that, no question. So I'm listening to The Drive yesterday, and I know on Tuesdays, Clint's had a chance to, so he went back and watched it. He was actually very almost complimentary of Bobby Slowick. Like he was very clear. Like this was not for everybody wanted to take Bobby Slowick out to the woodshed here. Like Bobby Slowick in Clint's view did not have a bad game on Sunday. There's things he could have done better, but this is not a blame Bobby Slowick thing. The thing that Clint was talking about though that jumped out to me was something that you and I were talking about. We've talked about certainly this week, which is how confounding it is that DeMeco Ryans, whose defense epitomizes everything he was as a player, is as a coach, and the swarm mentality is is the head coach of a football team whose offense really doesn't capture any of that ethos right now, particularly the guys who are supposed to in the trenches right there.
Right. Yeah, the offensive line especially. It does not feel swarm-like.
Right.
It's the least swarm position group.
Quarterback swarms, the wide receivers swarm,
Mm-hmm.
the running backs, they swarm. Joe Mixon especially, very swarmy.
The tight ends swarm. They just don't swarm with precision. They're kind of like a haphazard, like just the bees that don't make it to the proper destination.
Tight ends are about to catch some of Clint's hands with the offensive line here in this clip we're about to play. But I stayed in my car for this to listen to this because I thought Clint was going in perfectly on just what is dragging this team down offensively right now.
Like the level of softness. It's just all the time. It is all the time. The level of quit. It's just the level of quit, man. If it's not just a perfect scenario, it's just I'm gonna pat you on the back as I go by because I know I can't block you from the side. Titus Howard, this is 2 weeks in a row, man. He ought to be embarrassed. Andre Ware talked about the quitting stuff, and that's true on that play where he tried to strip the ball from CJ. But the level of softness, I mean, he's blocking, like runs away from him. He's blocking guys, and there is so little strain, like his back is arched. Like he's just riding along. He's just along for the ride. And this guy's going wherever he wants to, and he's just along for the ride. And it's snap after snap. The level of softness that is involved with Titus Howard is unbelievable. And it's blatant. It's not like he knows what he's doing. It's not. I don't want to be physical. He is allowed to do that, and it is absolutely awful. Juice Scruggs and Laramie Tunsil, they got a double team. Backer is outside Laramie Tunsil, so they're doubling a D tackle up to the backer that's outside Laramie Tunsil. And they stand up, and Laramie's got the D tackle, and so Juice is going to the second level. And instead of you either go to the second level right now because you know that Laramie's got him, or you let that sonbuck know that you're there and you give him a good push and help Laramie Tunsil get control of him and push him even wider so that the run can hit behind you. He literally rests his hands on his left hand on old boy's shoulder and pauses and then doesn't get to the linebacker at the next level. The level of just being willing to allow defenders to down is unbeliable.
Yeah. That's good, Clint. That's good. That's good.
I stayed in my truck for that.
It is no, and like we said yesterday, it looked like when it came to the Texans' offensive line versus the Lions' defensive line, it looked like the Lions were professional football players and the Texans were college kids.
Yeah.
And okay, those college kids playing tackle are pretty good compared to the other guys, but when it came to the physical side of the game, it just they just were overwhelmed. They just can't do it. And some of the success of the run game, somebody yesterday was saying, Seth, the run game was fine until last week. Joe Mixon was getting 100+ yards, and they had improved in the run game, but we still didn't feel like they were capable of really running when they had to run the ball. When you're in the red zone or when you got to have it to close out a game, it hasn't felt that way. And I think that matchup between the Texans' offensive line and the Lions' defensive line, just the way it's constructed, the Lions have a lot of their defensive ends look like defensive tackles. They just physically whooped the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah, they did. As long as we're talking about Titus, that was good stuff too, Clint, if you're listening, by the way. Really good stuff. You can hear Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley at 2 o'clock today on this station. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. DeMeco Ryans was asked about the Titus Howard play that Clint was referring to. Everybody's seen it by now, where Titus kind of gives up on his block on a third down. Well, in the process of getting sacked, Titus looks like he tries to take the ball out of CJ's hands to go make a play, I suppose.
Yeah,
right.
It looked like he was pulling at it, and the ball popped out. He jumped on it and heroically recovered the fumble.
Yeah, if you have Titus in your fantasy league and you get points for fumble recoveries of fumbles that you've caused, you scored on that play. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday. What happened on that play, Coach?
With that play, it was to start the play, we had an issue with the cadence. We all weren't on the same page with the cadence. Guy got off the ball quick. We were late off the ball, and they were able to get the sack on CJ. And I'm not sure what happened. From my perspective, it looked like Titus was just trying to make sure he held CJ, and it's just something that he wasn't trying to take the ball. I would say if he was speculating there, he wasn't trying to take the football. He's just trying to protect CJ.
He definitely was trying to take the ball.
So the way Aaron Wilson reported it he cited a source from Channel 2. Aaron Wilson had said, I can't find the article, but that basically that Titus was trying to hold CJ up, and in the confusion, the story was that's where the ball popped out. Yeah. So that Titus was actually just trying to hold him up, keep him from going to the ground too hard. Right. And then, but instead,
cool story,
unfortunately.
Bro. Who was the source? Titus? Yeah, cool story. He was definitely trying to take the ball out of CJ's hands. What are we talking about? He's reaching in. He's reaching in to get the ball.
I couldn't process it, and it seemed like. The more I watched it, the more I couldn't help but come to the conclusion that it looked like he was trying to take that football. And then you include CJ afterwards walking over. It seemed by his body language, it was kind of like what the hell just happened?
Why are you stripping the ball from me? And here's the thing. And some of you may be saying, I don't see any of you saying this on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, but in your cars, listening on the Odyssey app, some of you may be saying, y'all are making a big deal out of this one play. Well, the reason we've replayed it so much is because Andre Ware's reaction on the play-by-play was hysterical. Yeah. Ben, do we have the play-by-play? Can we play that one? It's an iconic call by Andre at the end of this thing.
Stroud gets the snap. CJ with pressure. CJ scrambling out to the left, now back to the right, runs into Titus Howard. Ball comes out. Somebody's got to fall on it. Texans have it inside their 35-yard line. A disaster on third down.
Titus has got to stop watching and quitting on plays, watching the action when he gets himself beaten. That's what happens when you just stop and start watching and somebody's still playing. You're trying to get out of the way. You run right back into him.
It looked like Titus almost pulled the ball out trying to pull CJ
happens,
with
Mark,
him.
It happens way too much.
Okay, we've been focused. I got to process here because this play is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and it's 3 days now. But I think the reason why we're focused in on, one, that call was great, but two, the silliness of Titus trying to do something with the ball. If he hadn't fallen on the ball, it would have been a complete risk because it's third down.
Yeah.
If he hadn't fallen on that ball, Titus Howard, if a Lion had fallen on that ball, I mean, this is like butt fumble, Dan Orlovsky walking out the back of the end zone, all-time gaff. Like it's
happened on Monday Night Football too.
It's that bad. Like if it were an actual turnover, this is a catastrophe, and we're really getting upset about being gaslit over Titus not trying to get the ball out of there. Like, this is just silliness about this whole thing. So if you're thinking of making a big deal out of one play, I'm looking at it like, man, if Titus didn't fall on his own fumble that he caused, this is a real disaster, and it's so indicative of this offensive line at late, too. Like, this is not some outlier play where you have this road grader of a 5-man offensive line that's been carving out running lanes and protecting C.J. Stroud. The line stinks. And it's stuff like this. It's dumb stuff like this.
Yeah, just because they got away with it and got lucky, the fumble. It was like if the Menendez brothers had missed. It's still a sign of a problem.
It's an issue.
These kids need some therapy or something.
I love that the Menendez brothers are back in our lives.
Well, of course, they don't dispute that they shot and killed their parents.
They don't.
It's more complicated than that.
Right. But the Texans...
It's just like with the offensive line. It's always more complicated. Like, okay, every day I come in, I'm like, well... Is the offensive line, in fact, as bad as the Menendez brothers? And I'm usually like, well, okay, I can make I don't know the whole story about why it's like this. It might be assistant coach hasn't given them the upbringing that they need. So, you can't blame them for being murderous psychopaths. But I wish they were the Menendez brothers. Those guys enjoyed violence and were good at it. This is offensive line is the least Menendez brothers offensive line I've ever seen, and I'm done with
a good description, Seth. They're the least Menendez brothers offensive line.
Why can't you be more Dahmer-like?
Oh my!
Come on, be a Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy. You go full Ted Bundy on him. Yes. Why? Why are you guys so damn soft and non-Menendez brothers like?
The other thing I was going to point out about that Titus play that gets lost in the shuffle is it's not Titus stopping and just stopping blocking. Andre pointed that out very well. It's not the strip sack. Vandy pointed that out, and we've seen that. It's the part of the play where Titus gives up and is just standing there, and CJ turns around trying to make a play and runs smack into Titus. Titus is standing there like a door that's dead bolted shut.
Well, there was that play down in one of the games earlier in the season where the Texans were down on the goal line, and Laramie's guy left to the picture, so he was left without anybody to block. So he just stood, just completely erect in posture.
Yes.
At the 1 yard line, and then he looked to his left and he said, "Hey, that's CJ getting tackled. I'm gonna jump in on that action now."
Some hot action.
I'm just standing here erect. Look at that pile over there. Off I go.
Jump in on some of that hot CJ getting piled on action over there. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some potentially good stuff here with the Texans. We got a Nico Collins update. We'll get to that, and we'll hear from Jalen Petrie as well. He met with the media yesterday. Any frustration right now on the defense doing its job? Jalen Petrie. We'll hear from him on that. That's coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos, the owner, Ryan O'Kane, the GM. They take great care of their customers over.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We hear from Jerry Jones at the top of the hour. He weighed in on the Micah Parsons, Mike McCarthy, whatever we're calling it. I don't know. I don't even know if it's a kerfuffle, but it's some drama going on up in Dallas. And are the Texans lucky this game's being played at night up in Dallas? We'll kind of let Jerry Jones weigh in on that, too. That'll be at the top of the hour. Nico Collins. Is he coming back this week? We don't know yet, but the update yesterday from DeMeco Ryans, I would call this.
No setback with Nico. That was just a game-time decision. Yeah, I anticipate him practicing. Anytime you get a starting receiver back, and Nico, a guy who's been, before he was out, he was the top receiver in the league. So I think anytime you get him back is going to help everybody.
So, the second part, I have no disagreement with them over that. Yeah.
How good Nico is?
That's good football 101 right there.
Yes, he's good.
Good players help
he's
football
good at
teams
football.
to be better football teams.
Yep.
As far as no setback, I think that whether it was a genuine game time decision or not, it just feels like the thing that makes the most sense is that because it's a hamstring, because they were being very conservative and careful with it, that they wanted to get him out there and do kind of a slow-paced football practice on a Friday, and that they have with a lot of other players in the past. Then the next week they do the full week of practice and feel good going into the game. I think I take that at face value. When he says game time decision, it makes it seem like, oh wow, they were really considered playing him. Why didn't they? I don't know. I think he was using game time decision kind of casually.
Yeah, I do too. I think he was using it as sort of a football label. It was. I don't think they were sitting there 10 minutes before the inactives were coming out and stretching his leg out and going, nope, not today, Nico.
If it was the playoffs, then I think that this is the classic scenario where if it was at the end of the season in a crucial game, if it was the playoffs, we're still at the point in the season where I think most coaches are consciously trying to avoid being too clever with the scheduling and all that stuff.
Yeah. That said, I think the most encouraging part of that cut right there, Seth, is he will practice this week.
Yeah.
He'll have a full week of practice. And all indications are the reports. I know Aaron Wilson's reported a few times on this. We've seen other reports. Is that he's been moving around really well for a while now. Like, this wasn't something where, he finally felt good Friday of last week.
Right.
He's the workouts have reportedly been encouraging for a little while now.
And he was going, last week during the week of practice that he'd been running full speed and all the GPS numbers looked good and all of that. So I think there's no part of me that thinks, oh man, I can't believe DeMeco didn't play Nico against the Lions and look at how close they were. Then you're naturally thinking, okay, with Nico, yes, I don't think it's a stretch or you're just being, the very, very good chance they win that football game. It's a hamstring. It's a hamstring. We've seen it too many times. I don't want a chronic hamstring issue, and I don't want to see what we saw from Mike Evans on Monday Night Football a couple weeks ago.
You know,
he was trying to play his way through a hamstring issue.
Yeah, that's right. And now he's out.
Yeah.
And it looked bad with Mike Evans. Nico's hamstring injury, you didn't even notice he really had one until they told you something happened with his hamstring. Like, we didn't notice in the stadium, like he's
right.
Yeah, it was on a touchdown,
Yeah, even just last week I was going back and looking at that game, and I wanted to watch that play again, and I kind of had to remind myself that wait a second, this is when he got injured, and I had to rewind it a couple times and watch him jogging and pin out that he was definitely hurt.
And even then, like, you're watching it, like the people who are like, well, you can see right there. I'm like, can you? I'm like, he's still moving okay at the end there.
Yeah,
Like, I can't. I mean, I guess you can see there's a change in his gait at the end there, but man, like, it was. So the last time we've seen Nico Collins was a 67-yard touchdown catch against Buffalo.
Well, and that's the thing. You got to remember that this is the timeline of it. This year was a hamstring issue had popped up with him on Friday the week before that game, before the Bills game, and he played through it. And then the next week he ends up injuring it more severely. And so you're already in that pattern a little bit already, so you got to nip it in the bud and be as conservative as possible so he can finish out the season.
Yep, for sure. It'll be nice having Nico back. I'm assuming he's going to be back for the game this week. Of course, I assumed he was going to be back when he practiced on Friday last week. So we'll see. Jalen Petrie met with the media yesterday. This was an ongoing question from the media to Texans defenders yesterday. We heard Azeez Al-Shaair talk about this a little bit earlier. Here's Jalen Petrie. Any frustration for the defense right now in that you guys are doing your job and did your job against the Lions, and then the offense is having its struggles?
Not at all. It's the greatest, this is the greatest team sport in the world that's ever been created. And, that's why it is a team sport, because sometimes one side has to do more, one side has to, it depends on what's going on in the game. And I think that if you look at the tape, there's a lot of things that the defense, a lot of play can't pinpoint and put all the blame on, the offense. I think that's the easiest route that we can take, but there's definitely a lot of plays that Jalen Petrie should have made and the defense should have made going back and looking at the tape on Sunday.
Yeah, Sean, I was thinking about this because when we talked about it first, I was trying to put my finger on why this just doesn't feel to me like a team in which the defense would start resenting the offense or calling them out.
Yep.
And part of it is just because of when you hear Azeez Al-Shaair talk, he knows all of the right philosophies, the importance of not pointing fingers, all that stuff. They've got a lot of leaders like that that are kind of wired that way. But then also, to actually justify having feelings like, all right, come on, what the hell are we doing? I think in the NFL, you've got to be a defense that's routinely, you're losing games 13-10. You're losing games 14-7 regularly because the offense is just doing nothing at all, and you are completely shutting teams out.
Yeah.
Where the fact of the matter is that this defense has been really good, but it has also faltered in the red zone a lot. They've let up some huge chunk plays earlier in the season that were a huge issue. So there haven't been a bunch of games where you feel like, oh, well, what am I going to, after the Minnesota game, am I going to say, oh, well, I can't believe they let the defense down that way.
Yeah. Yeah, you lose 34-7. I will say this. I'm looking at the schedule, and I do think that especially if you look at the wins, that the defense been more impactful than the offense in the wins. Like the Indianapolis game, I'll give the offense that win. They took it to the Colts with the run game, with the pass game. Defense didn't need to come back on the field at the end of the game because the Texans closed it out. And so the Colts... But, the Bears game, that was a defensive game. They sacked Caleb Williams 7 times. The Texans didn't score in the second half of there. They scored a field goal in the second half of that game on offense. The Jacksonville game, it was the offense that put that drive together at the end of the game. But the defense had to get the ball back for them. They had to have Jacksonville go 3 and out and punt 4 or 5 times in a row. They kept giving the ball back to the offense, and the offense finally put a drive together. And then the Buffalo game, again, other than the Kaimi Fairbairn field goal, virtually no points in the second. I think they scored 2 field goals in the second half of that game.
Yeah, and it was in there. They won 23-20.
23-20. Yeah. Yep. The Patriots game, I have no problem with any side of the ball in that one. That was a blowout. And then the Colts game, I think, was very similar to that Buffalo, same exact score of the Buffalo game, where the Texans just didn't do anything in the second half of that game, but the defense did its job. So you're right. This isn't an extreme version of a situation where the defense could have, despised the offense. This isn't a team this isn't like the 2015 Texans where you're shuffling Ryan Mallett and Brian Hoyer back there. And you're going 9-7 because the defense, and then the defense is really, really good that year. JJ's Defensive Player of the Year. I think the defense knows, one, this offense is accountable, especially at the top with CJ. I think there's still a feeling. I think there's a feeling with the fans that are still texting in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line that there's faith that they can get this thing turned around to some degree offensively. Yeah,
I think then that starts with CJ. I don't think there's anybody that's doubting CJ right now.
Yeah.
And I think that almost to start pointing fingers at the offense, aside from it being the wrong thing to do, it almost feels like you're making it harder, or you're pointing the finger directly at C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the way any one of those guys feels, and certainly wouldn't want to make it look that way.
That's right. Jerry Jones commenting, he's kind of putting his flag in the ground on what Micah Parsons said involving Mike McCarthy. We'll hear from Jerry Jones. And are the Texans very, very lucky that this game is being played at night with no sun outside? Jerry Jones weighs in. That is next.
You should be very, very happy. You should weigh this in to your decision to go get a Tahoe. You can go get a brand new Tahoe, which maybe you haven't checked out the prices lately because inflation was so rough for so long.
With every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Here is what Micah Parsons had to say about, about Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach. He was asked after the game on Sunday, this is the Texans' upcoming opponent, the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons, their best defensive player, was asked about the future of Mike McCarthy after their 34-6 loss to the Eagles at home. And here's what Micah Parsons had to say.
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
It gets dumber every time.
That's just that last part. If he had just stopped talking, it was the part where he said they put in more time than Mike McCarthy, time and work than Mike McCarthy.
Why did you have to compare them to Mike McCarthy?
Yeah, and the way you phrase it, when somebody does something better than this guy ever did. Yeah, it's like, and Micah, in the comments I've heard, did not address that part of it. He tried to say that he was being taken out of context and everything. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, no.
Which doesn't affect us, other than that, man. It is a festering boil of a situation up there in Dallas, and this is the team that the Texans face. And you hope to just try to pour on and be more of a headache and an issue.
Well, I'll say this, and we'll hear from Jerry Jones in just a second, but if, it's easy to localize anything Cowboys this week because the Texans play them on Monday. But if I want to, independent of the two teams playing each other, if I want to take a Texans view of what Micah just said and all the dumb stuff that Micah says, I'm very thankful that he's like the young face of their franchise, right? It's him and CeeDee Lamb. Like, those are their two. Dak's an older guy. Those are the two, younger, but Micah especially. Micah's not even on a second contract yet. Like, he's their Will Anderson on defense. He's their franchise cornerstone guy on that side of the ball. I'm thankful that our cornerstone guys don't say dumb things like this, and yet are still really, really engaging and good doing media.
Right. Well, no, and that's, I think with Micah, that's the whole mystery around him, is that for all of the hoopla about, God, I've used that word 3 times this show, for all of the hand-wringing over, whether Dak Prescott or CeeDee Lamb would get extended, nobody in Dallas seems all that eager to re-sign or extend Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons doesn't seem to be that much of a story. So, yeah, when you look at, okay, what kind of a guy is this guy, and do we need him to be the cornerstone? I feel like it just seems like he's worn out his welcome with at least a portion of the organization and the fan base.
Would you want Micah Parsons on your team at market edge rusher prices?
Oh, it's so hard because it's really, really hard because, look, edge rushers are a notoriously eccentric bunch. You know, and not all of them, but a lot of them. A lot of the best pass rushers are kind of kooky in the head, and I think it's a matter of having the right culture. And I think for Micah, he feels harmless. He's just so goofy, and I just wonder sometimes, guys, like he's just kind of a space cadet. If he's in an environment like he is in Dallas, then maybe that's not right. And but like if he were to go to a different environment where there's more of a culture and there's less cameras trained on you all the time. Yes, long answer short, I would take him in a heartbeat. He can rush the passer like a bandit.
No, he can't. I would under one condition. Podcast over. You're not doing your podcast anymore. Not during the season. Not during the season, and not talking about Micah has horrible takes. And one day, one of these takes are going to be the difference between winning and losing a game. You're going to say the wrong thing about the wrong guy, and it's going to get used as fuel that gets you the 2 or 3 wrong plays to lose a football game.
But there's also a chance that I can't wait for when he decides that he needs to expand his horizons a little bit, conspiracy theories and whatnot. Okay. I really want to see that, Micah Parsons.
You can keep your podcast, but no football talk.
And it's going to be a lot of this is the stuff they don't teach you in high school.
Right.
And it's totally something they taught you in high school. It just, hey, did you know that Columbus wasn't the first person to? There were already people here. They don't teach you that in school. No, they totally do, man. They totally do. Yeah,
that's funny. Yeah. Micah is he's a handful, man. Jerry Jones. More Jerry Jones. Well, let's hear from Jerry. We haven't heard from Jerry on Micah yet. Yeah, Jerry on Micah. Jerry taking up for Micah Parsons.
I know that his deference, and I'm serious about this is a fact. It was not meant, no matter how it sounded, it was not meant as a critique of the coaches or the coach. It was meant as a concern for the veteran players, such as Zach Martin, that might not have that much more in their career left. And he meant as a concern to them because they don't have the length of time to right the ship as much as a player like Micah or the younger players. That's how it was meant. There's no doubt in my mind it was meant that way. There's no game. Mike does not feel, and Micah does not feel a lack of appreciation for, of all people, our head coach, Mike. Was messed up, but that's just not the case. I can tell you for a fact that is not the case. And I visited extensively with everybody involved here. That is not the case. It was an expression of being more concerned about a teammate.
That's one of those things we'll never get to see, but I wish we could. I wish there was a video short that popped up of Jerry talking to all the parties involved about this whole thing. I talked to everybody involved, and I assure you there's nothing to see here with Mike.
Now, Mike, how many hours do you work, Nessa? Could you do we need to do a time clock situation here?
That's what's funny about this stuff is that of all the coaches to maybe inadvertently point to the because I don't think Micah was throwing shade at Mike McCarthy. I think he just misspoke.
He's phrased it really poorly.
Yeah. But of all the coaches to call into question, the one who had a long-form article written about him, about how he likes to leave in the middle of the day to go get massages.
Yeah, well, because of a medical condition.
Yeah, that's exactly how everybody consumed that.
Yeah, that he and Aaron Rodgers were basically barely even on the same page when it came to what offense was being run.
It's
and
just
everything.
funny. Yeah, it's ironic is all. It's ironic.
Unless, at which point, maybe Micah Parsons is sneaky, sly like a fox, just slipping that little.
Yeah.
No.
Spoiler alert: he's not sly like a fox.
I do believe that Micah Parsons wasn't trying to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus, but I feel like he kept talking too long, and the truth came out at the end. That was he was old, and then boom, there at the end he did.
Here's Jerry Jones. A big topic with the Cowboys in their game against the Eagles this past week was the sunlight coming in through the windows of Jerry World and blinding, at one point, CeeDee Lamb out of a touchdown in a 34-6 loss. I don't know why. Like, this stadium's been around forever, and this is the first I'm hearing about sunlight issues with it. But here was Jerry Jones on the sunlight shining into Jerry World.
Every venue has certain things that at certain ways and times in the contest can create an advantage. That really goes on the category of home field advantage. And so usually, and that's the case with us, that if there's a field, or in the case it's your home field, which it is of the Dallas Cowboys, it should be an advantage to the home team. So I don't want to adjust it for one reason, is because it is an advantage to us. Over the years, we've played 52 games that have anything to do with the time of year when that sun could be there, obviously eliminating night games and games where the sun is not, wouldn't be involved. But we've had 52 games. We've won the majority of it. But more important than anything, we know where, in basketball, we know where the dead spots are on the floor. That's our advantage. That should be our advantage. We get to play there more, and we get to have it as advantage. It has for us to where the sun is. I don't want to change that.
My head hurts. My head hurts. My dead spots on a basketball floor are something that they're not out, like they're sort of secretive. You know what I mean? And I don't even know that.
There's a lot of familiarity and a lot of reps with it, where you're on there all the time. You're just more comfortable with that.
You can't see it. If there is such a thing anymore with dead spots on a basketball floor. Home field advantage. You know, Jerry talks about home field advantage. Home field advantage are things that you get that the other team doesn't get. Like the crowd should be a home field advantage where you are. Like they're cheering for you, they're not cheering for the opposition. That is something that the opposition, in theory, does not have. The sun is a fixed thing that is in the sky for both teams while you're playing. Like there is no advantage that the Cowboys get from the sun and its positioning that the other team doesn't get.
Well, but his point, though, was that because they play it and they deal with that challenge more frequently, which is that they've got an advantage. Kind of like if you play in the Northeast and you play in cold, nasty weather a lot, you theoretically have an advantage in those circumstances. And Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, who spent a lot of time in Dallas, said that it did affect his play calling, and there was an awareness of where the sun was. I don't think it's something that's so impossible to deal with that you need time. Like, oh yeah, because our quarterbacks have been through this already.
No, that's
I don't think it's as big a deal as Jerry wants to point it out.
But the Cowboys similarly have to deal with it when, like, the Cowboys go up for the Eagles. Like that's what's silly to me.
Well, okay, but likewise with bad weather in New England.
Right.
So the teams that, if a dome team goes to play in bad weather, it's the same elements for everybody, except the New England team just has more experience dealing with it.
So the retinas on the Cowboys looking into the sun are impervious to the sun, whereas the Eagles
trained themselves for it.
They spend a segment of practice staring into the sun.
That's what they do. They spend 5 minutes a day.
That you are taking up for this tripe right now is bothering me.
I'm saying that there's some validity to what he's saying.
No, there's
not. It's not. I don't think it's as much as he's blowing it up to be. He went from saying like it's no big deal to by the end of it, and actually, by next week it'll be that they specifically wrote it into the designs because they wanted it that way.
I need people to weigh in. Am I being unreasonable saying that Jerry is out of his rocker? He's out of his tree saying that this is a home field advantage for the Cowboys. Text him, 5-Hour Energy fan line. You're getting me as heated as my son got me yesterday, man, when he forgot.
I think it could in theory be a home field advantage, but on the scale of 1 to 10, I would put it in there with like maybe when you paint the opponent's locker room pink to try to subdue them. You know,
fair enough.
Right there, I'll put it at a 1.
I'll put my weapons down. That's good. Dude, my son hit the hat trick on his visit this week. My son James was visiting this week.
3 different women?
3? No, not that I know of. Not that I know. I wasn't around him the whole time. No, he pissed me off 3 times. My son James comes in, and he's my older son. He's 26, so he came in part business, part to see the Texans and the Lions play, and he went to a couple Rocket games too. He had a good trip.
Yeah.
But
it was a mullet of a trip.
It was a mullet.
It was business in the front, party in the rear.
Hell yeah. So Sunday he goes to the game, and he and my son sit in the Odyssey suite, and they go home afterwards. Amy's already home. They get home at like 10:30. I'm at the stadium doing the postgame till 1:30 in the morning. James is staying with us. He got home after Amy. So I get home at 1:30. I go to unlock the door, wave my key fob in front. Go to open the door, doesn't open. James deadbolted the door shut.
Sean, that neighborhood you live in, there's upper curvy streets up there. You never know.
You can leave my doors unlocked for 2 weeks. It wouldn't matter. He deadbolts the door. So I think he obviously just wasn't thinking, or he was trying to explain, like, well, I thought that you could still open a deadbolt. I'm like, then what? From the outside, no, that's what the deadbolt is there for. So that was number one. Number two, Monday, I get home, and I had 2 bagels left, a plain bagel and a cinnamon raisin bagel, and I had been saving that plain bagel to make a chicken salad sandwich. It was sitting there. I left it there specific to make a sandwich for lunch. I get home at about 8:30 because you and I get done early on Mondays. Mm-hmm. James is at the counter working at his day job there. He's doing his thing. He and I talk for a little bit, and then I say, I'm going to go take a quick nap. I only got 3 hours of sleep last night. I go take a quick nap. I come back out, I was gone. He ate the last plain bagel. Yeah. So I was dreaming about that.
He probably thought he was doing you a solid by taking the plain bagel.
Dude.
He was like, well, I won't take the delectable one. But not knowing, like, nobody wants a chicken salad raisin bagel
He
sandwich.
suggested that, the little jerk. He's like, well, you can just put it on the cinnamon raisin bagel. Cinnamon raisin bagel with chicken salad? James, no, that ain't happening. He's just looking at me with that smirk on his face as I know that bagel is navigating his lower intestine. He's like, sorry, Pops, you didn't tell me. It was that scene from The Sopranos where Tony walks into the Bada Bing and he opens the fridge and his food is gone. He's like, I was dreaming of that GD lo mein the whole way over here. Who keeps eating my bleep? That's what that was.
This is always a mob boss. You got to know to put your name on it.
You do. You do. Yeah, don't
Tony,
eat that.
With a little smiley face in the O or something.
A little happy face. James faux pas number 3 yesterday. Taking him to the airport. Got a 3:50 flight, so I'm going to take him kind of super early just to beat the traffic. I don't want to get into that late afternoon traffic. So about 1 o'clock, we head out to Hobby. We get to the airport and pull into the drop-off for Southwest, to open the door, pulling out his bags, getting ready to give him a big hug. Because even despite these foibles that I'm talking about, I still love the kid. He's a great kid. Despite him eating my bagel and locking me out of my apartment.
Right, despite these many injuries you've suffered. Yes.
Right, I still lean in to give him a hug. He's like, oh, crap, Pops. My ID is at the concierge desk at your building. His driver's license. Yeah, because he needed it to get a key to my apartment.
Yeah.
They give him a key, but you have to give him your license.
Definitely, I thought you meant like his ID, like his employee ID or something. Like the ID he needs to get on his airplane.
To get on a plane, and I'm like,
oh.
We drive all the way back.
Oh.
And then he took an Uber to the airport.
Oh, that's good at least.
He volunteered. I said, no, man, I'll bring you back. He's like, no, you got stuff to do. And then he looked it up, and he's like, it was like $25. And he's like, oh, no, I'll take. So, but it was, other than that, it was a great weekend. I had a great time. But, boy, he had a rough 36 hours there.
Is he your spaciest child?
When
it comes to stuff like that?
He's the one probably most likely to do stuff like this. It's very strange because I think I've said this before. I think he's the most intelligent of the three. Like book smart, like very analytical, super good with numbers. That's why he does the job that he does. But yeah, like he's the one. He is the Murphy's Law of the three, probably.
Right. Yeah.
I
feel like he and I. Yeah, we'd be. Probably a bad news together.
You'd be dynamite together.
I've showed up at the airport on the wrong day before. Like I've actually just tried to scan my boarding pass. I go, ma'am, can you help me? She's like, I don't know if I can help you. You need. Are you working with an occupational therapist?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah.
A buddy comedy with you and James.
Just walking around screwing stuff up through the nuclear power plant.
That was crazy, man. That was crazy. All right, people weighing in if I'm being a little overly little people weighing in on my Jerry Jones. The dismissal of Jerry Jones? I'll read some of these texts in a little bit. People weighing in on that. All right, up next, the O-line shuffle. Did it work? Will it work better this week? DeMeco Ryans talked about the pass blocking yesterday. We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
What about shuffling your retirement assets around?
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I will say just one thing real quick, Seth, as I outlined all the 3 ways in which my older son James disappointed me when he visited this week. I will say one thing. We had two things. We had a great visit. It was great to see him. He's awesome. But also, it was really cool for me. Like he's got a really good job with a big liquor distributor. And it was cool to watch him work. Like he's at the counter in our kitchen, and he's got a couple laptops out, and he's on all these Zoom calls with these big account teams.
Oh yeah.
And there's all these people. I kind of peer over and look at the Zoom calls, holding court with people that are my age. You know,
it's cool to see him doing all this adult stuff.
Yeah. Because all my kids are still. You're probably the same way. My kids are still all 10 years old to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you realize, oh wow, they're really competent, more competent than me in many ways.
No, that's what I just said to Lopez and Reggie. Yeah. I'm watching all 3 of my kids do their jobs out in the real world. I'm like, I'm not equipped for that anymore. I'm here to make. Cool. I'm here to crack jokes with Seth every day, and that's it. That's all I'm equipped.
It's a lot better than the opposite, where if you're just sitting around and be like, "Oh, look at it. He's like, I'm the one that knows what's going on. I'm the talented one here. These jackasses, none of them deserve write them out of my inheritance."
That's right. In which they'd be disappointed in anyways. Yes.
I do not make that threat much at all anymore after the Menendez brothers binge that I've been on. No,
that'll set you straight for sure.
I'm threatening an inheritance like a mofo. Been doing that. Start them young.
I still haven't watched the one with the actors yet. I watched the doc recently.
You didn't watch the miniseries on Netflix?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Every time you watch a different. I've watched some of the Menendez brothers stuff, and by the end of it, been like, I can't believe that the DA acted that way. The Menendez brothers were in the right, and then I've watched other ones where I'm it all depends on what the documentarian is.
It's tricky. So here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday. DeMeco Ryans asked by the media about pass blocking, how the pass blocking do. against the
with the change on our offensive line, when it came to the protection, I thought the guys did a better job of protecting this past week. And with the run blocking, it was too many negative plays for us, where we have to definitely attack the line of scrimmage more, be more aggressive running off the football.
Text message, I think, kind of captures questions people have about this type of stuff, Seth, from 8041 on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Feel like the O-line took a step with Patterson at center. Do you think they can be even better this coming week?
I think they could be. Well, I think that there's some potential improvements in pass protection there. I think the run blocking taking such a step back, I don't look at it as big a step back, I guess, just because I've felt that they've improved in the run game, but that I've been saying the entire time, but I don't know if it can handle adversity or if they can run when they absolutely need to run the ball. And it's not like the improved run blocking has been that, oh, wow, they're really rooting guys out on double teams and imposing their will. So they just got physically handled. They just got physically beat up in the run game. And I think that's going to be a problem with versus good defenses. It's going to be a problem, in the playoffs, all of that, if they can't figure out a way. And I don't think that that's something you can fix in the middle of the season. Yeah, they can improve on the pass protection, but they're not physically tough enough to really run the ball against good teams. I don't know that's something that you got to fix when somebody's 13 years old.
Cowboys suck against the run.
Their inheritance threatened when they were young. That's why none of these kids had their parents threaten their inheritance if they don't play harder.
Yeah, parents out there, you want to set your kids straight today, threaten the inheritance. Do it.
Yeah. You got a young offensive lineman, you don't think he's playing with tenacity, threaten his inheritance.
Yeah. Sure, Laramie's going to be really, really concerned about his inheritance getting threatened. $25 million a year contract. The Bears released Nate Davis moments ago. You just told me that during the break. And for those of you saying, who? Fair. He's a guard that played for the Bears. He's a veteran guard that had been playing for the Bears this season. If you don't recall, we'll refresh your memory. There was a rumors column, I think, on ESPN a few weeks ago about a possible Kenyon Green for Nate Davis straight-up trade out. I think Jeremy Fowler might have had that for ESPN, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that the whole thing with Nate Davis is, the Bears were trying to trade him for a reason, just like the Texans were trying to trade Kenyon Green for a reason. And then in both players' cases, there were reasons that teams didn't want to sign him. Yeah. Nate Davis hasn't been good the last couple years. It's interesting, though, because I thought he played for Tennessee for 3 or 4 seasons, and I thought he was a passable NFL player. It wasn't a strength. I didn't think of it as a glaring weakness that I can remember. But he went to Chicago, and he's just not been the same player at all. So I could totally see him being a get him in the building guy. And just, all right, let's see, maybe it's a system, maybe he's a better fit than what we have right now.
I'd be a little surprised if the Texans didn't put a claim in on him, just because Nick Caserio was one waiver-claiming mofo last year at this time of year. I mean, he was picking up Derek Barnett, and he was picking up Tier Tart. He was picking up Adrian Amos. He picking up Kareem Jackson he picked up.
Right. Well, and Derek Barnett could be a guy that's a good example, because Derek Barnett hadn't been the same guy with the Eagles that he had been earlier. He got a change of scenery, and it was like he was reborn, And so you just get him in the building and see what he can do.
He did. I feel better. It's kind of like with the Astros, where you trade for a pitcher who's not been good, and you're like, but they're coming here. And if they come here, you're going to get the best version. I do feel like with defensive linemen, the Texans could be that because of DeMeco being the defensive coach that he is. I don't feel similarly about offensive linemen necessarily that come in here and could be. I'm not saying you could be. You may be right. Change of scenery might be good for the guy. You never know.
Yeah, you're right though.
It's just not. That's not the position.
Like sending your son to a whorehouse hoping he becomes a priest. It's not like it's. You gotta try to put people in the right environment.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. We should point out that Nate Davis, if he were a veteran getting released in training camp, he'd be a free agent. Once the trade deadline comes and goes, every player who gets cut by a team has to go through waivers. So the Texans, wherever they're sitting in the waiver order right now, probably somewhere around 20th, 6-4 on the
higher
season.
Than they used to be. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this isn't like the Culley and Lovey years where they get first pick of everybody. Happens with that. People weighing in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Jerry Jones tried to convince everybody that the sunlight shining through the windows at Jerry World was a home field advantage for the Cowboys.
Yeah. And I stood up for him.
You stood up.
I'm the one man that was brave enough to stand up and speak.
It's not just that you stood up for him, it's that you sounded so proud just now to stand up for him. People were weighing in. Seth's off his rocker on this one, LOL. Jerry is full of it. Jerry is bat bleep crazy, but this isn't why.
This sounds like I'm bat bleep crazy now.
Someone said just rotate the stadium 90 degrees, problem solved.
Yeah, like it's not difficult engineering. I figured that out.
Oh, my God.
Well, that texter and I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, the easiest explanation is just to have some curtains for when it's an issue.
Which they do for concerts and things. For other events, they have curtains. That's what we had a texter.
So the curtains are there already? We just choose not to use them?
We'll ask Reggie about this during the toss because Reggie came in. Reggie poked his head in during the break. Yeah. And just said, Jerry's just talking to be talking kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we've had people text in. And I saw this yesterday, too, when this story was getting covered about the sun at Jerry World, which is they have curtains that they use for other events there to block the sun.
I thought they were just encouraging him to install curtains. I didn't know that he had the curtains already.
There's apparently curtains that have been used before in that stadium, and that has been a topic up in Dallas. It's now a national topic because it cost them a touchdown in a game. This has been a thing for a while now with Jerry. So he's been... now, someone is on team Payne and Jones to some degree here.
Yeah.
If you had the approximate time that the sun was going to be shining and you chose on the coin toss which direction the opposing team would be facing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I assumed. I assumed that you would be thinking of all of those and take it for granted that that's what they're talking about, or just exactly like where the angle is going to be given that time of year. You've got to get Sean. You've got to get top astronomers working on this case weeks in advance. Top astronomers. And to figure out exactly when and where the sun will be. Nobody knows except the top astronomers in any newspaper. And
the Farmer's Almanac.
Yeah, so this is devastating time and expenditures on the opposing team. They have to get ready to try to figure out where the sun gods are going to put that thing.
No, that's good. It's a better argument.
These teams don't even own sundials. They got to go out and invest in them.
It's a better discussion if there are good reasons for it, and I'm open to it.
Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, says it factors into the play calling.
Cinco texts in. I agree with Seth. Texting in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. I agree with Seth. If you deal with something more than someone else, your team, you team ways around it. Okay, I don't know what that means. I think it's a mistype.
Scheme, probably.
Scheme ways around it, maybe, that other teams can be trapped by. It's a small advantage, but it's an advantage in my opinion.
And my contention was not that I wasn't completely backing up Jerry. Jerry, the way he was describing, say it started off as it's not that big a deal, and by the end of it, it turned into, basically, we planned for this and designed it this way.
God.
I just he's trying way too hard to act like it wasn't a mistake to position the field where they did.
Have you been to that stadium before?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not.
I've only been there. I've been there for the Big 12 championship 13 years ago, and I went to a WrestleMania there. I've not been there to experience this, and we took a tour of it several years ago when Amy and I took the kids up to Dallas. We took a tour of it, but other than that, Jerry talks about we want it to feel like it's an outside stadium. No, dude, it doesn't feel like an outside stadium.
Do you know what though, Sean? I will say maybe one of the reasons I'm a little bit more open to this was the old RCA Dome in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
there was a window around the top, the whatever the ground level one was. There was one time in a game we were standing during a TV timeout or something, and all of a sudden the sun moved into that window, and it was blinding for a minute.
Really?
And I did think at first, I was I thought man, if I were trying to cover, if I were a defensive back trying to cover right now, and that's in my line of sight.
Yeah.
So that's when Jerry Jones and I first started collaborating on ways to scheme this into a competitive advantage.
And then you got my son James.
I sent him a dossier of facts and findings on the matter.
There you go.
And I got him in touch with top astronomers.
Jess to Jerry, he would hire an astronomer, I think. Well, that's not a bad idea. Yeah.
He's definitely got an astrologer. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Big difference,
I feel like the
kids.
astrologer would be lobbying against the astronomer.
Big difference, kids, yeah. All right, the Texans are big box office. We've got the numbers to prove it. We will have that for you, and we will talk to the guys on In the Loop. We'll get Reggie's take on curtains at Jerry World. We'll get all that heading towards the top of the hour. That's coming up next. But first, I want to tell you guys if you got sleep issues, and like this was me back in, 2016, 2017. Some terrible year of sleep that I had. You need to see Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions to fix all of your sleep issues, sinus issues as well. He fixed my wife's sinus issues with a simple procedure on Amy's sinuses. She's breathing a whole lot better. I had a deviated septum my whole adult life that I didn't even know about until he took a look at it on an MRI with me, and he's like, yeah, we can fix that too, and he did. And now I'm breathing through both nostrils. I know that doesn't sound like a huge accomplishment, but I had not been doing that my whole adult life. These are all the things that Dr. Ben Salento can do for you. If you're having bad sleep, you got a bad quality of life going, man, and you need to see Dr. Ben Salento. Make the appointment today. You'll be glad that you did. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313.
With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents.
So the Texans are putting asses in seats, man. At least on couches in front of televisions on Sunday nights in Week 10. Yeah. 19.3 million viewers on average for the Texans' 26-23 loss to the Lions. Well, Seth, it's funny you ask. If you want some contextualization for that, it is the most watched Week 10 Sunday Night Football game since 2019. So it's the most watched. I'll even make it sound spicier, or put a little more confectionery sugar on it. It's the most watched Week 10 Sunday Night Football game of the 2020s. How about that?
Oh, yeah, that sounds even better.
Yeah, of this decade.
Yeah.
Of this decade.
Yeah, of this entire decade.
Of this decade so far, yeah. Do you want to hear what the other matchups were and see if...
Yeah, let me see who these, what mighty Titans they took down.
These are the games that the Texans and the Lions were sexier than on Sunday. Last season, it was a Week 10 battle between the Las Vegas Raiders and their interim head coach, Antonio Pierce, versus the Zach Wilson quarterbacked New York Jets.
Ooh, yeah, that's right. We beat some name-brand quarterbacks there, Sean.
I think this might have been right after they fired Josh McDaniels in Vegas that game. I think it might have been the next week. So the sexier than that game, I would say. 2022, you had the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh.
With defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
At the Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah.
Not the Rams.
Rams would have been a big deal.
Yeah.
Chargers, not so much.
Not so much. 2021, Kansas City Chiefs.
Ooh.
Now, this is the Chiefs when they were still just a single-time Super Bowl winner in 2021. Yeah, a scrub franchise. They were at the Raiders that year. That was a Derek Carr joint.
I'm surprised that's still always a natural. I
am too.
Huge fan base with the Raiders also. Yeah,
and
I'm surprised
I am too. This one on paper sounds like one where you're like, wow, they beat this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2020. New England at Baltimore. You go, wow, okay, New England at Baltimore. But 2020, COVID year, that was the Cam Newton Patriots.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, which almost doesn't even register in my brain as it ever happening. Yeah. I always, in my mind, it's like Cam played 2 or 3 games for the Patriots. I guess, and it's because of that, how weird everything about that COVID year was.
Yeah.
I still, every now and then, I'll see a highlight from that year, and you catch a glimpse of where the stands are empty. And it's kind of jarring, and it was just so surreal.
Yeah, you and I don't think we ever did a home game. We did one home game.
It was the Minnesota one, right?
Was it the Minnesota one or the Baltimore one? It was one of the O'Brien games. It might have been the Minnesota one. It might have been the Minnesota one. But we did one, maybe 2. But I think just one game from the stadium, and so we did studio pregame and postgame all year that year. They wouldn't let us. I have a big problem with.
No, but it was always just it was empty. And,
it was weird. It was
but for a few people, and but anyway, that's
so those are the sexy games the Texans beat, but like a drum with 19.3 million viewers. This little stretch of primetime games, the Texans have kind of. I really would like them obviously to win one of these games, and they're primed to win one here. The Cowboys are a mess right now. But it really is like they've almost been like a Forrest Gump team in this whole thing. Like they have found themselves in the middle of big storylines with these games. You know, like with the Jets, you know, the Jets were in the middle of, you know, not in the middle of, but they were just post-firing their coach and Devontae Adams, and their season's teetering on the brink at 2-6. Like a lot of soap opera. The Lions game, I think they caught the Lions on the week where everybody was starting to get all in on this being the best team in all of football. Like the Lions, they're the hottest team, you know? Yeah, and it was, those ratings are driven much more by the Lions side of it and the intrigue over them as a team, and that it was they had to come back. So, you've got the most buzzworthy team in the NFL right now, and they made a huge comeback. And they made buzz. Yes. That part of it, it was just a really good game. And the way they calculate these, it's like average viewer. So the amount of time people watch matters. There were a lot of reasons to stay watching in that game. There sure were. And now you got this Cowboys game coming up, and I can't look at the TV in our studio for more than 5 minutes. There's a lot of drama going on with the Cowboys right now, as there will be for the rest of the season. So it's kind of strange. It hasn't just been 3 straight primetime games. It's been 3 straight primetime games that all have been like right at the nexus of the NFL news cycle. The other thing, when it comes to the broadcasting stuff and everything, which I don't know. This was more interesting to me than I thought it would be. Netflix announced that they have sold all the advertising for the 2 games that they're going to be broadcasting on Christmas Day. Yeah? One of which is the Houston Texans. And it was one of those headlines where I was like, oh, I basically got the introduction, the plot, and the conclusion all at once there. I didn't know that was a thing, but I'm happy that it happened. Apparently, I don't know, people had questions about, hey, Netflix doesn't sell advertising for their stuff. Yeah. So, that's a big part of it. Is there going to be enough demand for it and what have you? And apparently there was. Does it say, are you looking at an article for this or just I was earlier today. Yeah. Did you happen to see what they're charging? Like what type of prices by any chance? No, I didn't. Yeah. I'm curious about that. If they're giving big discounts or something? Well, or I'm just curious what the demand is, like what the advertiser expectation. I have no idea what to expect from these Netflix broadcasts on Christmas. They're outsourcing everything. They're the announce teams and the production of it. It's all. Yeah. So I expect it to be good, or else they wouldn't be hiring these outlets to be doing it. I'm just and we won't really get to consume the broadcast part of it until afterwards. You and I watching. So Netflix is leaning into the live sports broadcasting. Yeah. They're doing the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson Saturday, fight. Baby. Yeah. That's right. I'm ashamed of myself for you gonna watch? Get excited about that. I think, yeah. Why? What's that? Why are you embarrassed about getting excited about it? Because it's just I don't think it's going to be a good fight. I think it's going to be Mike Tyson trying to remember not to he really doesn't want to injure anybody for however many rounds they're going, and he's going to toy with them, and it's going to be a little. It's going to be a spectacle. Who cares if it's not the gold medal Olympic boxing match? Yeah, is it going to be that much of a spectacle? I feel like Tyson had actual hate in his heart for Jake Paul and wanted to prove something. Then it would be a spectacle. I'm talking about the whole thing. Not just the fight. The whole thing is going to be a spectacle. The introductions, the marches down to the ring, the interviews. This is the WWE in me. You know what I mean? This is more like Jake Paul's brother, Logan Paul, is a WWE performer. This is the world they live in. I just said, well, you know what they're not doing a good job of, Sean? They're not doing a good job of selling it, because the pro wrestlers don't give a little, we're just playing smirk at the end of everything. No. I'll see these things that are clear. Yeah. They're clearly trying to make it look like Jake Paul and Mike Tyson hate each other. And then you watch them at the end of the video, they're both kind of that was funny. Guys, cut the video a little earlier so I can try to act like they genuinely hate each other. We are getting paid. We are getting paid. That's the smirk. And you're
I
right.
hate you so much, Jake, because I have to.
Yeah.
Until I thank you so much. I love you.
This is. I mean, it's going to be a real match. I'm assuming the results aren't fixed. They're really going to.
No. They're definitely gonna fight.
Yeah.
It's just
But wrestlers wouldn't, at the end of like cutting a promo on each other, turn to the camera and smirk about it's all scripted. You know.
Right. Yeah. They sell the. If you're trying to promote this fight and sell it, sell it.
Sell the anger, man. People love conflict. They love conflict. So you are going to watch it, or you aren't going to watch it?
No, I probably will. Yeah.
I'm definitely.
I don't want to buy it though. So where do I go?
Well, I don't think you have to. If you have Netflix, I think you.
Oh, it's on Netflix. I just watch it on Netflix.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah, it's on Netflix.
Well, hell yeah, I'm watching it.
You're already paying for it, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna eat that donut? Yeah. Well, it's in the box that you already bought. Buy it. Eat it. It's there. Are you gonna watch it?
Explaining to me how Netflix
I am so
works.
going to watch it.
Yeah.
I am so going to watch. And actually, listening to you to Seth, it reminded me of a Richard Pryor bit.
Okay.
So back in the day, some people may not even remember Richard Pryor at this point, but I think most do.
One funny SOB, man.
Yeah. Back in the day, he said that he did a exhibition match with Muhammad Ali, and it was all for fun, and raising money. And he says when the bell rang, he thought, this SOB is going to have a flashback and I'm dead.
Yeah.
Like he's going to once the bell rings and Mike Tyson hears it.
Oh man.
And he's in this mood and he's been training. I'm watching it for the flashback. I'm watching it for the flashback.
Old Tyson shows up because he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I feel like it's like with Mayweather versus McGregor. It's not. It's now Tyson was a different type of fighter than Mayweather, but I'm going to be really surprised. I don't know if this turns into a genuine brawl.
Who do you expect to win?
Oh, Tyson.
You do? Okay, because Paul's the favorite right now.
Yeah, great. What are actual boxing people saying?
I don't know. That'll be the project for today. I'm going to go.
Well, the whole Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather, the odds were not nearly what they should have been, and that's where the sharps really took it. The sharps went in on Mayweather because all these people, because Conor McGregor is so good at selling a fight and hyping himself up and everything, people thought that it was going to be more of a contest than it actually was.
Yeah. You watching it, Reggie?
Yeah, man, I will fall a victim to the spectacle, even though, as I cry against spectacle in boxing, right? The true sport is dying because of this spectacle. Sign me up for 2 tickets. Yeah, I'm that guy. No, but I'm taking Tyson in this one. Jake Paul lost to Tommy Fury. Tyson Fury's less good little brother. But, Jake Paul has the things to be a good boxer, but it feels like he has not gone through the normal route. Like he hasn't gone through the the ladder that you typically, the Mike Tyson's punch out ladder where you find yourself getting better over the course of it.
He hasn't fought Bald Bull yet.
Exactly, right? Yeah. And you got to do that in order to get your way up there.
Yeah.
But
Glass Joe.
He keeps booking. He was booking a lot of tomato cans, and then he's booking spectacle.
About Glass Joe.
Tyson can box, man.
He can.
The sharps are actually the ones that favor Paul on this one.
Okay.
There's a lot of jamokes like me, according to the boxing analysts that I've read in the last 3 minutes. It's just jamokes on the street like me that don't realize, hey, Tyson is 60. He's 60. If there's any kind of endurance factor in this,
Seth,
I am.
Seth
I'm a
in
sucker.
a square. He's a square.
Old Iron Mike. His nickname's Iron Mike. Don't you know what that means? Hey, you can't batter iron. Nothing beats iron.
I was ringside for Spinks and Tyson, too, I tells you, Mackie, and I saw a fighter out there that was a bulldog. Plus 172, you can get Tyson right now if you want. Paul is minus 210. Those are
Tyson.
the odds. All right, so Reggie Atatula, who spent many years up in Dallas, and I feel like this is a great Reggie week because we got the Cowboys coming up. Got intimate knowledge of that team and all the drama going on right now with Jerry Jones and everything else.
Yep.
So the curtains in Dallas.
Yeah.
Help us out here. They have curtains for that sunlight.
Always have, right? Obviously, if you have things happening during the daytime or whatever, and you need to black that out, they have that available because those end zone windows, real big, and obviously it lets a lot of light.
Do they hang like shades in my apartment where I can just start pulling on a thing and they come down? Or
I believe so. I mean, I would imagine so that they'd have to be installed in that way. But this is pure petulance by Jerry Jones. Like they're there. And that you can pull them down or up apply to. They do, and this has been a conversation year after year after year when the Cowboys, who, again, always on that Fox NFL America's Game of the Week in that late afternoon slate, when that sun can peer in. And yet still, every year, you'll have an instance where Jerry Jones is asked about the damn curtains, and he'll say this, well, we play the – they have to deal with the sun just like we do. But we know where it is.
Here's where I kind of side more with Seth on this. Yeah. I got your point. Like, the sun is the sun. I mean, it's there all the time.
Right.
But we live in a world – the Cowboys live in a world in which coaches and general managers and people like Jerry Jones, they practice and plan for the most minute – little edge that they could possibly have.
Yeah, they shine spotlights in the receiver's eyes.
No. What I'm saying though is planning for it in terms of
it's going to be
coin toss, side of the field, when you're going to have the ball,
even to the extent maybe with the sun. And I can listen to this with the sun, where they know from 4:13 to 4:26 is the time where it's.
You're not wrong about the sun is always there, and neither is Reggie. But in a world where the planning is so detailed. I mean, hell, Bill Belichick was talking about the wind. We all saw that video. Oh, and then when the wind goes this way, it's you can undercut the ball and get in. I'm not saying he's Bill Belichick, but I'm saying they plan and plan and plan.
And I mean, the Cowboys' opponent in that game, the offensive coordinator there, Kellen Moore, was previously, he played on the Cowboys team. He was a coordinator there. They have counted for it. Yeah. The problem is you can only do so much accounting for the sun is in your eyes, right? Like you can't acclimate for that, though.
Well, no, and let's remember, Jerry is talking about what an advantage it is while responding to a question about his own player blaming it for being an issue. You're saying we've got this great advantage. It's like you handed a box of hand grenades to a bunch of guys with no arms.
The only
they can't. There's okay, great. You gave the Cowboys this big advantage. They don't know how to use it, you clown.
The only way it's an advantage is if the other teams don't plan for it, too, because they don't think about it.
Yeah, but you're there every week.
No, I get it, but like the Eagles could have just as easily planned for the same window of time. They were, like Kellen Moore, as we just explained. Like that's where I'm getting uptight about it. Is it's not a home field advantage. It's something both teams can plan for. Like a home field advantage is you've got 100,000 people screaming that aren't screaming for the opponent. You know what I mean? So I get it. Unless it's a nuance to the stadium, but it's not a home. Like it's the Green Monster's not an advantage for the Red Sox. You know what I mean? Like it's just it's a.
But they build their team around it.
So the Cowboys going out and getting guys with bionic eyes.
No, I'm saying everything is planned for.
Yeah. But both teams can plan for it. Is sort of my point.
I think it's an extra wrinkle that the opposing teams have to think about a little bit harder, but it's not nearly to the degree of like what Jerry Jones is trying to paint it out. Like they're Jerry's trying to paint himself out like some genius for basically making a mistake.
He's galaxy brained.
The way they angled the stadium.
Yep. All right. Now I'm hot leaving the studio, man.
Don't be. Jerry be talking, bro. Like that's he gets the people going. That's what he does.
I'll see you tomorrow. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh yeah, antibodies. Yeah.
Thank you.
And maybe a Nate Davis. Whatever.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Waiver wire action. Some hot waiver wire action. We'll see. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Wednesday to you. You are in the loop with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. I think less hot because I'm not allowing Jerry Jones to do that to us. He's done this to me way too often, and so I refuse. I say, to let that happen. We will get hot for other reasons. Texans reasons, maybe Astros reasons, Rockets reasons, but not Cowboys reasons. Get involved with the program and get hot with us. YouTube and Twitch, both available to you. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. We love seeing y'all interact with us there. But then also, shout out to 5 Hour Energy, who is the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans for the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. That is also the place where you can get involved. And Lopez, first and foremost, how are you doing on Wednesday?
I am fantastic. Much better now. Whew. Boy, am I better now. You should have seen me about a half hour ago. I got up to the studio, and being, Mike Tyson-ish age, I saw that the bathroom was under construction. And I went, well, there goes today's show. I'm going to miss at least 2 segments today, maybe 4, maybe 5, because I do tend to go to the bathroom. But you know what? Bathroom has been fixed. I'm in a good
Where's this building?
Oh, it's a secret.
It's a secret because you wouldn't like the answer, I'm guessing. He's like,
No.
there's other indoor plumbing, right? Sinks and things of that nature.
You want the bathroom hack?
Oh no.
Cleanest bathroom on the building. Use this little fob that you have to get into the building, and you can get into the workout room. They clean it 3-4 times a day. It's beautiful. Have lotions. They have all kinds of stuff.
Lotions. He's like, there's a selection of lotions.
There's lotions.
There's a bathroom attendant.
Do they have a little man there to hand you a paper towel?
should.
Give you a spray.
Get you some mints and gum and cologne.
Get a little cologne.
Tip him a buck.
Some gum.
Yeah. The Snickers mini.
Yeah. I just told the entire building, God dog it, why did I do that? Why did I do that?
That
Sean?
was insight for all of like 10 people.
No, I'm gonna have to. There's gonna be a line.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's gonna suck for the people.
I'll hold it.
Hey, it's gonna suck for the people who working out in that gym.
That's right.
They got to go to the bathroom.
That's right. So much better to answer your question.
Thank you. It was supposed to be like one of those pleasant,
real quick. I'm fine. How about you?
That closed bathroom's gonna take Lopez out, man.
Yeah, if you didn't
every
know,
time.
The Lopez small bladder apparently made its or would have made its appearance today.
Yeah.
We're good though.
Have to wear a diaper.
We're all good.
It does indeed depend. All right, DeMeco Ryans spoke yesterday as we're dealing with like the shifted week with a Monday night football game upcoming for the Dallas against the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington. And so today is kind of a Tuesday.
Today's the off day, yeah.
To the Wednesday that it actually
Tuesday.
Yeah, today is
in
football.
Don't
Tuesday.
do that.
In football terms.
Yeah. So there's, it's a day off. I don't know that they're actually doing kind of the charitable kind of thing that typically happens on Tuesdays.
I don't know.
I think yesterday you actually did CJ Stroud's Foundation for 25 families, some Thanksgiving things. So that was really nice. So they did still have some charity stuff on a Tuesday. Today's the day off. But yesterday, DeMeco Ryans spoke, and there was quite a few things in here. And I kind of want to get to some of them. But it feels like we might be getting DeMeco Ryans giving us insight into where maybe the place is that this team officially, or that he views this team needs to get better.
I mentioned to you before the show, this was really enlightening from DeMeco Ryans. And that's not something you usually say about a press conference. Boy, that was enlightening. That was introspective, and there were some hints there. But it really was, because DeMeco was asked every which way, and shout out to the assembled media for doing this, to try and explain the struggles offensively, right? And in every one, he kept saying the same word, and that word was execute. We have to execute. It's about executing. We have to execute better. We can do this and that, but it comes down to execution in every one of them. And I'm listening to this, and I'm going through all of it, and I'm like, he's telling us flat out, without saying the words, it's not the coaching, guys. It's not the coaching.
And it's not a departure necessarily from, the rhetoric that he's. Let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tape, and let's see if everybody else listening has the same assessment as you, Lopez. So we go to cut one here. DeMeco Ryans talking about adjustments with the game plan moving forward.
Any game plan, you can talk about adjustments. I think that's always a factor when you talk about scouting yourself, the self-scouts, and also scouting your opponents. So you're always looking at tendencies and things to change, things to add or do something a little different. But at the end of the day, you still have to execute whatever changes you make. But that's part of any game. It's about adjusting.
Okay. Adjusting. He didn't necessarily lean heavily into the execution there, but
he said. I mean,
he said it.
It is a part, right? Like it is a part of this is making adjustments just generally. That is the normal flow of coaching a football season. But you need to execute.
But then they're coming from another flank, and then another flank. Let's listen to the next one, and that's about what goes into the evaluation of the offense.
Yeah, when it comes to our calls and all those things, it's just at the end of the day, myself, Bobby, Frank, we call the games, and as we call the games, we are coaching our players to execute what we call the right way. So it's not only just the play call, but it's also how we executing the calls in the right manner.
Man, that's about as direct as you can get. Even though he's not saying it, he's saying it. It's not the coaching. It's me. It's Bobby. It's Frank Ross. We're telling them what to do. It's about executing. That's To me, that really was. It's the players, is what he's saying.
Yeah, and I don't know how you fix that at this point, right? Like, we are, again, I do the thing where I point to the calendar and see how far we are in, and in this instance, this is headed into week 11 of NFL football, where you've had training camp. I mean, you've had off-season stuff, right? Mini camps, all those types of things, training camp. You've had 10 weeks of football played, and you're still in a place where it feels like execution is a watchword. Execution, and it feels like execution to the point of like feeling like you're not nailing down what you're supposed to be doing is a consideration constantly. That's a deeply frustrating feeling, to feel like that is something that's there. And I think the thing for me is that DeMeco Ryans typically uses he still tries to find and thread the needle between the guy. These guys can do it, and they're capable of doing it, and a lot of times they do get it done, but they need to do it consistently. And it feels like there's just always, particularly situationally, a moment where it doesn't get done, and that feels like that is the distinction between being a team that really hits the high notes and a team that just kind of does what they've done, 6-4, which is solid but not incredible for the expectations.
Well, you talk about threading the needle, and that's exactly what it is, because DeMeco Ryans is wired as a former player, and just the way he is as a person, he's wired to not throw players under the bus. That's something that he just won't do. But he also knows what these coaches are doing, and clearly believes that what they are teaching, what they are coaching, what they are game planning is right in his view, would work in his view. So, threading the needle. I don't want to throw these players under the bus, but damn it, it's not the coaching, And so he's right there trying to figure it out. And by the way, this also fits in with things that we've heard and things that we've postulated ourselves in terms of they've been told, they've worked on it. We've heard press conferences for weeks on end now of Bobby Slowik and others saying, we coach them, we hammer it into their heads, we try to focus on this or that, and it's just not getting done. Well, that's the players.
Yeah.
That's the players.
And here's the tough thing, right? Like, and I know that there's been a lot of conversation about Bobby Slowik within the course of this, and we'll have even more of it because you will find a way to score in the second half, and then we'll be able to feel a lot more comfortable not having these conversations about what Bobby Slowik is doing, right? But in seeing people break down and going back and looking at all 22 video and things of that nature, you can see issues with what's happening there. But then one of the things that I continue to ask myself is, how much error is a reasonable amount of error, or just feeling like, okay, that's not the best way to go about this, because it's not. I don't think you're going to have a perfect play caller. I don't think you're going to have a perfect coaching and game plan, right? How much is fair for Bobby Slowik, and then how much is supposed to be gotten over by the players that you have on the field? Like, how much, use Bobby Slowik's terminology here, how much expectation are you supposed to have on players to make things right within this? Because it feels like, at least offensively, your players aren't in a place, outside of C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, and that really feels like it. I don't know that you have players that are then, with their individual play, going to make some things right if they are not absolutely drawn up in such a way.
Yeah, and I want to make very clear, I personally still feel that Bobby Slowik is frustrating to watch sometimes. I feel like Bobby Slowik, particularly in second halves, has not given his team the best play call in most, and I shouldn't say most, but in a lot of situations. All I'm saying is what I'm hearing from DeMeco.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. I'm interpreting, and I think a lot of people can hear it as we listen to these things. Trust me, Bobby Slowik has been very frustrating for me to watch. But the head coach is saying it ain't the coaching. We're hammering it into their heads. We believe it. We're all involved in the game plan. It's not just Bobby Slowik. It's the players. They have to execute. How many different ways has he said it?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot of ways. But I like that question, and I kind of want to turn it in this way. How many ways has he said it to us publicly? He said it a lot. I'm interested in how he says that to the players and how that is handled. Because I know that he's talked a lot about DeMeco Ryans, that is. has talked a lot of using positivity, being encouraging, those types of things. And I know that a lot of us, especially folks that, are used to football as it was once coached and played, are, go to, you need fire and brimstone to get this done. And it does not feel like that's how DeMeco Ryans does, but we've had enough kind of conversations with folks who have told us and who have given us some indication that DeMeco Ryans ain't out there like letting dudes live in the locker room or on the practice field. And so I do wonder, like, what has been done to try and translate that message to the players in actuality? Because I know that he's not doing, I at least I would strongly believe that he's not doing this and just saying, well, you guys just got to execute. Like, I don't think it's that simple. But I would love to know what the measures that have been, right? Like, how has the film sessions been, right? Like, in detailing what has not been done, not being executed by these players. Like, what are the other motivational techniques that are being done? Because it'd be real disheartening to know that every measure has been taken to try and get it through to the players that, hey, you got to execute, and they're still not doing it at the fullest of their possibilities.
Well, keep this in mind. DeMeco Ryans grew up, so to speak, in the NFL under Gary Kubiak. He played for Gary Kubiak. And Kubiak is famously a guy that did this exact same thing publicly. Never, ever really threw his players under the bus, etc. But there are legendary stories of Gary Kubiak where he just went off on players behind the scenes. And so I am DeMeco does the same thing. Like, I think he is a different dude when the doors are closed and the mics are off with these players. At least I hope so. And all indications are Kubiak was he's known as one of the nicest people in football history. But behind closed doors, there are some famous stories of him just going off and not being that same guy. So I'm thinking that that's what DeMeco Ryans is too.
I mean, you got to hope that. Like, and this is the tough thing, is like, where is the hope outside of just like he's letting them know, right, in actually getting the execution done? Because I do wonder how much hope you have in Bobby Slowick, and I mean, again, I'm focusing on the offense. It feels like the defense has been able to do a lot of carrying here.
Sure. No, he's talking about the offense.
Even just looking at this past game, you get 5 turnovers, one of those at the very end of a half that I've
kind of a gimme.
Gimme feels like the wrong word to use there, but one of those ones.
It was a Hail Mary.
I don't know how effectual it ends up actually being, if for lack of a better term, not to take it away from the defense, but I think you know what I'm pointing to. But like, I mean, 4 turnovers in the run of like actual play that then lead to offensive possessions as well. And it feels like the defense did a lot, right? And then they did slack off at the end of the game, right, where you end up seeing, the run consistently happening for the Lions. But it feels like this is an offensive critique for the most part in doing that. I feel like with Bobby does have some things in which, like, I think what you're asking some of your players to execute is beyond their means. Like, I know that Sarge recently, this morning, put up a video.
Beyond their means and beyond their makeup, maybe.
Right. But he put up a video of Metchie in a condensed formation having to come in and crack, for lack of a better, quote unquote, a defensive end from a very short period distance. That's not something that Metchie's going to be able to do, right? Like, that's something that's unreasonable to ask of him. So asking that execution is tough. So I also probably need to go through and like look at how much of the execution that's being asked is reasonable expectations of these players and how much of this is unreasonable. Because if your answer is just going to be we have to execute, I think there's at some point we have to look at what are you asking them to execute, and is that reasonable?
Well, that points to an entirely different topic. That's personnel. That's obviously maybe Nico Collins helps that because he's a better blocker and he's a bigger dude, and everybody, it kind of trickles down from there in terms.
But Nico Collins can't do all of them.
No,
right?
he can't do all
the
them.
Things.
He can't
do
all of them.
Collins play on the line as well?
No, maybe. But no, I think that speaks to an entirely different thing. The makeup of the team. You got Tank Dell, small guy. Can you ask him to block? John Metchie, smaller guy. Can you ask him to block? You just talked about it. Xavier Hutchinson, how much is he going to be on the field now? With Nico Collins back. So it does speak to kind of an entirely different thing.
There's so many things to ask within the course of this, but DeMeco Ryans makes it abundantly clear in many of his press conferences, and again yesterday, that he's looking to the players to step up and get it right and execute in order for this team to find some level of advancement in this. Now, one of the things that's nice is you look at the schedule, and you have games that are absolutely winnable, even with the level of play that you've put on wax of late. Feels like we're always having a conversation of what happens once you win the division and once the calendar turns around or turns over to playoff time. And that feels like what we're talking about when we're talking about execution.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We got Adam Spillane joining us at 10:40, so we move our question of the day up. Inspired by a Chris Webber type moment that happened in the NBA, what is your worst oh no kind of moment? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Our guy Clint's Texans expectations have changed.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, in the loop. Sports Radio 610 on a Wednesday. Wonderful Wednesday here in H-Town. Thank you for hanging out with us on Sports Radio 610. In fact, your hanging out will be rewarded in the 12 o'clock hour today, as it's one of those days where we give away a $50 gift card to Texstar Grill Shop.
We sure will. And we're going to be out there next Tuesday.
We will be out there next Tuesday breaking down this Monday Night Football game that's coming up in, where was it, Woodland?
In the Uber eating something.
Yeah.
I'm at the studio again.
Yeah, see, that one, I'm not even going to promise to bring you nothing on that.
Come on, man. Bring me some wings back, man.
Man,
it's a long drive,
Those
man.
wings
They'll
not
be
making
cold.
it, brother.
They'll be
Those wings
cold.
are not making it back into the Upper Kirby Greenway area. But let's get into our question of the day as we're gearing up to have Adam Spillane talk a little bit about the Rockets and Astros at 10:40. What was your worst oh no moment? Let us know. 713-572-4610, because Eric Spoelstra had one of those last night. His Miami Heat lose on account of his oh no moment, as late in the game he tries to call a timeout, a la Chris Webber in their NBA Cup game last night.
Oh no, they're not going to win the NBA Cup now?
I mean, they might. It's still group play. I know that you don't. I know that you're not saying this genuinely, but I'm going to talk about it in a genuine manner. But yeah, they were playing.
He choked.
They're playing in Detroit.
It is like Chris Webber.
Well, but they're playing in Detroit. They're playing in Detroit.
They are playing
in Michigan, where it's he gets burned by ATO, and then he calls a timeout.
Jalen Rose was starred, man.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no. Jalen Rose was at this game.
He was there.
His jaw literally dropped.
This is what it sounds like when Eric Spoelstra has a oh no moment.
Cunningham, nobody's guarding him. And it comes through and dunks it. Oh my! Unbelievable! In 0.7 of a second, they tie the game at 121. The Pistons are walking off the court. Oh no! Referee is saying that Coach Spo has called a timeout, and that's a technical foul.
That's correct.
The Heat are out of timeouts.
Why am I laughing? I guess it is funny.
I think the funny part for me was like I know it was kind of like a Chris Webber thing, but he called a timeout because he was so damn pissed.
He was so mad.
He was so mad. It wasn't like he was just so mad, just like time the F out. He walked on the court like he usually do.
You don't got one, Coach.
And then about 4 paces in, he went, "Oh no!"
He tried to jump back on the sideline like I ain't called nothing.
That's right.
Yeah, too late, man. We already acknowledged.
We got you, buddy.
And so, like, first of all, your team was not. You didn't get your team prepared to handle an after timeout play against the Detroit Pistons.
An alley-oop off the sideline.
Right. That one, you get embarrassed. You get so frustrated. You call a timeout that you don't have, so you get a technical. And then he tried to sub in Kevin Love for a full court heave, but it's Detroit basketball. Like there's a lot of things that a typically really good basketball coach in Eric Spoelstra, usually good at the details, got wrong in that moment. And it was a real oh no moment. And so that brought us to the question: what are your oh no moments?
Oh, I've had more than my share, but the one that immediately popped into mind was most recently. It's probably about 2 months ago. So when you're fishing, some of you and our listeners may not know this. There are plugs in the back of a boat, so you can rinse it off after you get it out of the water.
And then just let the water out.
Water out and all that. So I forgot plugs in my boat when I went fishing. So in other words,
you was going down?
No. Well, once you start running, the water is running out of the boat anyway.
Oh, okay.
So I had run about a good 15, 20 minutes to the spot I was going to fish, and I stopped and grabbed my rod, start casting, and all of a sudden, like, there's a lot of water in the back of the boat, and I went, oh no, I forgot to put I was taking on water on my boat.
So were you like a cartoon just shoveling water?
Well,
out
worse
the boat
than
the
that.
Whole time?
Worse than that. Fortunately, it was not cold water, so I just took off my shoes, took off my shirt, jumped in the water. I knew where the plugs were. They were right there where I keep them on the console the whole time.
Oh, so you plugged them back in?
Jumped into. Well, here's where it gets dicey. There's 2 plugs. I put one in, and then I ran the boat again to get some of the water out. Because if you put both plugs in, the water stays in the boat.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I put one in, ran the boat for about 5 minutes to get all the water out, and then immediately hopped in and put the other one in so I could. I was taking on water. I was like, oh, no.
So you had to get into the water
to
get the water out the boat.
All the way.
So you just defeated the purpose of the boat in that moment?
I sure did.
Very good. Yeah, that's not how you do fishing.
That's not how you do fishing.
I'm not a fisherman myself, but that is not how you do fishing. Coming in from on the 5-Hour Energy fan line from the 979, working the board in a chemical plant, was asked to shut down one pump, singular pump. Push the wrong button, shut the entire plant down.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it.
Hey, come in the office with me. I got to talk to you.
We got to talk about something.
Yeah.
Hey, close the door.
Oh, no.
It's none worse than somebody close the. Hey, get the door.
Can you grab the door?
Yeah, I'm like, oh man.
I don't want to grab the door.
Parker do it often. Where I be like, oh man,
yeah,
that's
man.
it.
It's like, what? No, what you can't. What
you like? Hey, I just want to say
say
congratulations to you, man. You did a good job. I was like, oh, okay.
Like I feel like I only want to hear things that you can say in front of everybody else.
Yeah, I watch too much Goodfellas, man.
Yeah.
For me, I think there's 2 of them that came to mind. One of them had to do with real soon after college. I had lived with some roommates in an apartment. And I was the dude who was responsible for paying stuff. And so one day I was just sitting on the couch, and you know how you just get that feeling of, everything shuts down, that happened in the apartment. I was like, oh no, did I not pay the electricity bill? And I didn't. Hadn't paid the electricity bill, and things had shut down. I was like, okay, so we gotta go handle that. Yeah, there's an extra fee. There's an extra fee to get all that back up. So that was a very unfortunate oh no moment. But that also reminded me when I was a producer, like you, Fig. One of the tough things about it is, you get somebody on the phone and they can say anything, right?
Yep.
And so the show was talking to Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
And it's like, oh, man, a good get. And I just was not paying the amount of attention that I should have been paying. And all of a sudden, everybody on the show was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I'm like, what happened? What happened? And it took me too long to realize that Oscar De La Hoya had dropped an F-bomb.
Oh, wow. So it aired.
It aired.
Yeah.
And I definitely got one of those, hey, come to my office. We don't have to talk about this. I need you to sign.
You know that one word You aired it.
Yeah.
oh no.
Fig, did you have an oh no moment?
Yeah, I had a couple of them, and they have to do with me working at the station, not as a producer, but on the street team.
Mm-hmm.
So this one was when I first moved to Houston, and I was on the street team. This was probably like my second event, and it was around training camp, man. So I got a chance to get here early to bring the broadcast equipment, and they told me, so on the sheet, this how, I mean, none of the people work here now, so I could kind of be a little free with how I put this, but they had it so unorganized. On the sheet, it said, get the Sports Radio 610 van and the broadcast equipment.
Okay.
I'm like, all right. So I get here 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Oof.
I got the Sports Radio 610 van, and it was no broadcast equipment in there. So I'm just like, all right. So I'm like, maybe it's there. Like, I'm new.
Yeah.
Like, I had no idea how this works.
Somebody else must have taken it.
Yeah. So I drive to NRG. I drive to the practice field, and they looked in the van like, where's the broadcast equipment? I'm like, I don't know. I just got the van. I wasn't sure. It's in, and they were like, it's in the bull van.
Well,
I'm like, it didn't say it on the sheet. They're like, go back to the station, get the bull van now.
Yeah.
So I had to rush back to the station to get the bull van, which I'm like, why y'all got that in the bull van?
Yeah.
If anything, y'all should have told me. So I had to rush back. That was my oh no moment. And then another one dealing with in Cleveland this time. So our garage door that we parked the vans in wasn't closing for some reason.
No.
So in the little garage, we got a whole bunch of different, gear and stuff in there.
Yeah.
And this is downtown, so there's a lot of homeless people walking around, some no good people walking around. So my dumb ass decides to, because we had the generator, and instead of just putting it in the van and locking the doors and stuff.
Oh, no.
I took it out the van and tried to hide it in the garage somewhere.
You gave it an effort.
And somebody found it.
Yeah.
So somebody took that $300, $400 generator.
At least.
I was just like, man, I'm like, why didn't I just keep it in the van?
Yeah.
I could have just locked it. I mean,
lock the doors,
Yeah.
Somebody had a next power outage. Somebody was nice and warm.
Nah, somebody sold that bad boy.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Got to come up.
They probably got it for about $40, man.
After all that. At the pawn shop. From the 806, when you forget it's your day to pick up the kid from school. See, that might be the winner, because like it is that instant moment of realization, and that one's tough. That one is a good one, or just like you realize, oh, I was supposed to be somewhere. I definitely just reading.
Where was I supposed to be? I can't remember.
I had a moment like that recently when we first got the house, and I forgot I was supposed to meet the builder there, and so I had a little extra time after the show. I'm like, man, let me go get some seafood.
Oh no,
just eat by myself.
We're saying oh no a lot.
I'm sitting here eating my seafood. My wife called, "Where are you?" The builder is to get in. I'm like, I'm like 8 minutes away. I
right
was
around
like
the corner.
18 minutes away. 18, 20.
100% the lie that you need to tell in that moment.
Right after that, I'm like, check. I'm like, here, keep the change.
Let's go.
Yeah.
From the 281, after halftime Monday, they placed a 500 live bet on the Texans to win.
Well, that's oh no.
As soon as CJ threw an immediate interception, the start of the third quarter.
Is oh no.
Oh no, yeah. And I feel like that interception wasn't the oh no moment. Obviously, he got, kind of got fooled by the cover two, the zone that he thought it seemed like was man. The real oh no moment was when he threw that interception that Carlton Davis is haul-assing across the field to get. And it's like, you have Tank Dell wide open and CJ doesn't get there. That felt like the real. I was like, oh, no, we are in trouble. We are in trouble here. The second interception?
Yeah.
Oof. And Mark Medina on the YouTube said, when you're in the military, you forget where your rifle is. Oh yeah. See, I'm not even anywhere near the military.
I would never forget where my rifle is. I would never, of all the things I have, oh no moment, that would not be one of them.
Yeah, that sounds like a real problem to be in. All right. No oh no moments here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. It's coming up next. We definitely got for you our Astros and Rockets insider, Adam Spillane. We'll talk to him next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. Just remember to
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
Yeah. Astros and Rockets insider Adam Spillane joins us in the loop as he always does on a Wednesday around this time. Spo, what's happening, my man?
It's another day.
Oh, okay. He's going to slow play this. He knows where we're going to get to eventually in this interview, so I guess he's saving his energy for that particular spot.
Joke.
Well, let's start with it.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can up the energy with there.
Let's get
10 win, baby.
This committee is such a joke. It's so I just don't understand how undefeated Indiana is behind one-loss Texas. And listen, you can give me Texas. Okay, they beat Michigan. Great. They beat Vandy. Fantastic. Great. Vandy's great job.
I believe him. I believe him when he says great job.
How is Penn State?
Yeah, I don't know.
One loss, Penn State, same conference. Their one loss is a home game. They have no good wins. What is West Virginia on the road a good win in August? Like, no, it's not. So how is Penn State ranked ahead of Indiana? And I say this just because Indiana's going to play Ohio State next week.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana, I believe, will open as a 9.5-point underdog at Ohio State, depending on what happens with Ohio State this week against Northwestern.
Yeah.
So in all likelihood, Indiana's going to lose that game. We're going to lose to Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
One loss Indiana versus one loss Penn State. One loss Penn State is going to win that battle and probably knock us out of the whole bracket. And I just need to understand, what has Penn State done this season to be ranked ahead of Indiana? Even now, when you consider that one team is undefeated, the other team has a loss, is it just because it's Penn State? Like, if that's the case, then that's fine. But that's a joke.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's all it is.
That to me is a joke, because the idea that Indiana is going to go to Ohio State and win next week is probably unlikely, seeing as how they haven't beaten Ohio State since the 80s. Ronald Reagan was president the last time Indiana beat Ohio State. They're going to be, like I said, a 9-point underdog. Like for your season to come down to that seems a little unfair, especially when Penn State has already got a loss. And
it's a lot unfair, but don't sell your Hoosiers. Our Hoosiers, we've adopted them.
I just watched the second half.
Short.
The second half against Michigan was not pretty offensive.
They haven't won 10 games in 136 years.
No, I will say,
much less the 80s.
The defense impressed me against Michigan. Just holding up physically the way that they did, that makes me think they can hold up physically against Ohio State. The offense, though, was a little scary.
Yeah.
The fact that they could not move the ball at all in the second half against those guys. And the one receiver, Surratt, just kept dropping catchable ball after catchable ball after catchable ball.
We're going to catch him next week, baby.
He better. He better.
Ohio State fans, and by Ohio State fans, my entire sample size is Figgy, are nervous. They're nervous.
Be.
I mean, well, the Indiana that you've seen on the field outside of this past game against to be considered and concerned about because of the way that they can throw the ball and get the ball get points on the scoreboard.
Got to do a better job protecting the quarterback.
Got to do that. All right, so let's get into some various Houston-centric stuff. One of those that I wanted to talk to you about, just wanted to throw this up there, is I know Milwaukee supposedly is not interested in trading Giannis or Dame, but trade buzz continues to grow anyways, amongst other kind of general managers saying that maybe that they're calling around and looking for trades, although not for Giannis and Dame. Bill Simmons. There we go. I almost said Barnwell. That's not the right one. Bill Simmons, on his podcast, posited the idea of the Rockets possibly being one of those teams that could be interested in Giannis should he move. And this team has kind of the makings of a team that is ready to consolidate, take a lot of young talent, use that to get yourself a star. And Tillman Fertitta has been kind of star-oriented in some ways. Does this feel like the right star to go for?
For me, no. And he's actually younger than I thought. He's not 30 yet. I thought for sure that Giannis was 30. It just feels like he's been around for such a long time.
I think he turns 30 this year.
He turns 30 he turns 30 next month. It's a lot of tread on the tires, a lot of injury stuff, and then I just don't know how he fits. Like, if you want Şengün to be on the team here in the future, I don't know how those two necessarily fit. But one of the things that makes a deal hard for them this year is that you can't trade Şengün and Jalen Green anyways this season. So that's why I think it's unlikely. I also don't think – I think they want to see how this team season. Yeah. I think they want to get as much information about the guys that they have before they do some sort of a big consolidation trade. And to me, I think the guy that they would really want is Devin Booker. But that's not happening right now because Phoenix has been terrific to start the season. And that's why I think that's a big reason why they went and got all those picks from Phoenix, from Brooklyn in that trade that they made before the draft, was so that they could be in position to pounce if Phoenix were to maybe take a few steps backwards the way they did last year.
That's kind of where I am. You just touched on it a little bit. I obviously, you make a trade to get your team better. Cool. I don't understand why there seems to be so much buzz and something of an urgency to make a deal right now.
I don't think there is from a front office
outside in. There is.
Yeah. I think that the goal for them, the goal on the floor this season is to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And then I think the goal for the front office is to figure out how the pieces fit moving forward.
And down the line.
Yes. And so that's what I think they really want to use this season for, is to see, okay, Jalen Green, a second year with Ime Udoka, year 4 in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Does he continue to get better? How does Tari Easton look now healthy? How does Jabari Smith now look in year 3? How does Şengün look? I think they want to see how the pieces fit together at this point. And to see them, you might see, they might be so good here in March and April. These guys might take so many steps where you don't need to make a trade.
Right.
So I think their preference would be to just hope that the guys that they have are good enough. Now, do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. But you might as well get as much information on them as you can. So that's why I think that they're going to be patient. If they were to trade one guy at some point, it wouldn't shock me. I do think that they probably have one too many guys at this point, and they could maybe trade somebody to get back a pick or maybe 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see them doing anything big right now.
Good, because I was a little confused. All this buzz, I'm like,
well, it's the NBA.
Yeah,
the NBA. Everybody, it's the next trade. That's what the NBA has become. What's the next big trade? Whereas I think that some teams still want to go out and develop and see what they've got just on their rosters, and they're not going to be quite as impatient as maybe some people online want them to be.
Yeah, and the league has been really geared towards stars over the last half decade to a decade, and it feels like the new CBA might kind of take that emphasis away from hey, star chasing back towards team building. And towards that end of team building, you're trying to find out about some players, and it feels like there's been a lot of arrows pointing up for some of these Rockets. One of the guys that I'm not certain about, Jabari Smith Jr. What has been your read through this very early, 11 games of the season for the Rockets with Jabari?
He's shooting the ball terribly. And that is kind of the one thing that people are going to look at with him, because that was his MO coming out of college, was that, hey, this guy is supposed to be a high-end shooter for his size, and he's shooting 25% from 3 and 30-something% from the field. That's not good enough. I don't think, last year he was 36% from 3 and 45%, I want to say, from the field. If you can get him back to that, then hey, that's something that you can build with. But what they have gotten from him offensively this season hasn't been good enough. They like him in that starting unit, though, just because that group has been together. That starting lineup has been good. Yesterday were 11 lineups that have played 100 minutes or more this season. The Rockets starting lineup has been the second best out of those 11. He impacts the offensive glass. He's been a good rebounder for them. His offensive rebounding has gotten better, and defensively he's got some versatility to him.
So no Tari Eason?
I don't think so. I think that they like bringing Eason and Thompson off the bench together just because they can wreak some havoc. And although, Thompson is going to be the first guy. If they were to make a move with their starting lineup, it would be for Thompson.
Okay.
And Udoka even said before the game Monday, because Van Vliet didn't play, that Thompson is essentially the 6th starter, unless there's a special circumstance. They want, whether it's Şengün gets hurt or Van Vliet gets hurt, the last 2 years, it has been Thompson that has taken that spot in the starting lineup.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but it seems like Alex Bregman is big free agent in the course of this. We've seen some kind of rumors pop up in all sorts of different places, or maybe not rumors, but kind of hypothesations. The idea of maybe Alex Bregman being got by the Phillies, who have a third baseman, Alec Bohm, but maybe that precipitates a move that ultimately creates space. Where are you now as we continue through this space of waiting to see what happens on a confidence level that Alex Bregman does return to the Astros? And if he doesn't, how does the Phillies kind of look as a possible landing spot for him?
Well, the fact that they haven't leaked an offer to a reporter in this town, like they did Correa. Remember, Correa in 21, after they went to the World Series, the Astros leaked a 5-year, $160 million offer that they had made to Correa that they knew he wasn't going to take because Correa wanted the years. He didn't care about the AAV. He wanted the years. And not only did they leak that offer to multiple reporters in this town, Jim Crane, the owner of the most secretive organization on the planet, confirmed the offer. And listen, I don't know a whole lot about business, but I'm guessing Jim Crane hasn't confirmed offers to media people in the past.
Hasn't confirmed anything.
This sort of stuff. So that right there told you that they weren't serious about wanting to bring out Carlos Correa back.
Yeah.
The fact that they have not done that with Bregman at this point, and listen, their season's been over for a month and a half.
Yeah.
The fact that they have not done that with Bregman, at least right now, makes it seem like they're actually serious about wanting to bring him back. And obviously the fact that there is nobody out there for them to really go get if Bregman were to leave. I know you just mentioned Alec Bohm, but listen, it took 3 of their prospects to get a rental starting pitcher who had been struggling for 2 months at the deadline. The idea that they are going to have the prospect capital to go get an all-star third baseman seems a little unlikely. So that's why the best thing they can do is just go spend the money and bring back Alex Bregman and then figure things out from there. But the fact that no offer has been leaked or anything like that makes it seem like that they are serious about wanting to bring him back.
So since we have adopted the Indiana Hoosiers, I'm sitting here thinking, you get hook 'em horns, kind of the thing that people say at Texas, gig 'em Aggies, et cetera. What's the Indiana? We got to get.
Isn't one? I guess there's the who. But that's
I like
really
that.
it.
I know. I'm sorry, I can't.
No. Say it with authority.
You're not going to get him.
Say it like you're in the stand.
You're not getting that at 11 o'clock.
Hoosiers.
Yeah, there you go.
Say it.
No. If they beat Ohio State, if they can beat Ohio State, we'll see.
Are you going to do it?
One.
If they beat Ohio State, you're going to come in with authority.
No.
We'll see.
No, come on.
We'll see.
You got to get out of your comfort zone sometime.
I can't put the heart before the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
So we got to get.
But
ready
you can
for
say that if they beat Ohio State.
I mean, there was this one thing.
Say it with your chest.
When I think I was a junior, they took out some of the student seating for basketball. We had both sections behind the basket. After my sophomore year, they made the one of the basket seating alumni seats. The alumni would just sit down the entire game, and during free throws, the students would start yelling, "Stand up, old people." And that made the alumni very, very angry that we would do this. So "Stand up, old people" was a big chant when I was in school.
See, now that's something I can get behind.
You can get behind that.
Our guy, Adam Spillane, Astros, Rockets
you gotta confirm
insider.
And they beat Ohio State. You're going to come in with authority. So
if we beat Ohio State, we're going to win a championship.
Our resident Hoosiers. Hoosiers indeed.
Oregon will just be a preseason game.
All right, he's going wild. We got to let him go after that. Spo, we appreciate you, my man.
See y'all later.
There you go. That's Adam Spillane. We get him every Wednesday at 11 or 10:40 rather, right here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including who the Titans and a player that was released that the Texans might need to go after. We'll talk about that and more next.
Is there any extra pressure on the Texans heading into Monday night's matchup in Dallas? Not according to Jalen Petrie.
It's another.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy.
To Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. You're in the loop. Let's do a little around the NFL in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And rather, Around the NFL is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from the App Store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That's Quick Assist, QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. I guess this is a smaller note, but I found it interesting. I know that I heard on The Drive with Clint and Ron. Ron made this point that with the Texans making some moves on the practice squad yesterday, D'Angelo Ross and Cam Irvin were signed to the practice squad. They both make their returns. Desmond King and Sharp, whatever, man. I say that with as much respect as I can muster because it doesn't matter for our purposes here. But Desmond King is an interesting one. He's somebody that I kind of had forgotten was on the practice squad because he was not elevated or anything once he was signed there. And you had some moments where you had some questions about cornerback depth, particularly in that slot, and he's done that.
He's a slot guy
for this team.
That's where he's best
in the past. And so it's kind of interesting that he didn't get any run, not even like any run, but he was not even activated at any point, elevated from the practice squad to the active roster at any point. Even to provide depth at a position that it's clear that this team needs a little depth at.
He's one of those guys that you look at his production. And that he's helped this team. I'm not going to say he was a star, but I mean he's helped this team. He's played. He's started. That you look at him and you're like, what is it? What is it holding him back? What is it keeping him from finding a role on a team, as you said, that kind of needed someone in that role? As far back as training camp this year, he was out there, helping Jalen Petrie, away from the drills even, sort of. Being a guy that looked like a player that could play and participate and help, never got on the field.
Yeah.
What is it?
I couldn't tell you, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like an oddity that You have a guy there that has played the position, particularly in this system, that it feels like you might need just, hey, have an added guy that can do a little coverage. And that tool was not utilized to the point where they even released him. So D'Angelo Ross makes his return. Cam Ervin listed as a guard. I know that he's previously in the past been listed as a tackle. That's an interesting thing to me as well, but, whatever in that regard, I guess. Speaking of guards, though, you remember at the trade deadline when there was a lot of clamoring for the Texans to make a move for a guard?
Yeah, here.
On the show. Yes, very much on this program. We were asking for the possibility of maybe making a move for a guard. No move was made. And to, the front office, in their defense, there were no moves for guards at the deadline across the league that you could say, well, maybe you could have gotten that guy. Yeah. But when it comes to kind of reports and rumor mills, one of the names that came up that honestly was posited as a possible trade directly for the Texans was a guard for the Chicago Bears, Nate Davis. We talked about this a little bit. A veteran guy who's played in this league. Well, today he was waived by the Bears. And that feels like an instance where everybody's ears perked up, as that was a name that was already associated with the Texans. I don't know to what level of credibility. Like, I don't know if that's, hey, the Texans had interest, or like it would have any level of, attachment to him or feel for him. But that's somebody that, somebody looked at and goes, that could help there. And now he's available, right?
Yeah.
Does that interest you in any way, shape, or form?
It does, but I think there's a counterpoint, and I think you opened my eyes to the counterpoint.
You're welcome.
But
notable eye opener.
But it was nothing really. But either way, so there's a backstory here that's very interesting to me.
Literal backstory.
There apparently one of the Bears beat writers, and I don't have his name in front of me. I apologize.
Boo.
Reported.
Look at the newspaper man not attributing.
That's on me.
That's crazy.
That's on me, guys. That's on me. That apparently the Bears, the final straw, get this, Figgy, Nate Davis called in Sunday morning with a surprise back injury. Oh, my back hurts. I'm not going to be able to play today. That to me sounds like a guy that
Sunday morning
called in with a surprise back injury.
He said, my neck, my back, my neck, and my back.
And now he's cut on Wednesday. And to me, my first thought was, well, that's just a guy that wanted out, that saw the writing on the wall, that wasn't a fit, that wasn't, necessarily, happy there. I just want out, came up with this presumably bogus back injury. Maybe he did slip and fall, but presumably bogus back injury, and said, I'm out, make sure it happens. And to me, I'm like, okay, well, maybe he's still pretty good, just not a good fit.
To be fair,
but you brought up the counterpoint, and I think it's fair.
Right. Is he a quitter? Right. I'm not often prone to using those terms, those absolute terms, in those ways. But is he a quitter?
Yeah.
It's a question that has to be asked, because one could easily look at that circumstance that you just described and say, "That man quit."
Yeah.
It's like, "Hey man, I don't want to be here no more. I want to quit." And you drop him into this offensive line room,
See,
right?
That's the thing.
With the things that are thought, at least on the outside of this building, about that offensive line room.
See, if this offensive line was so elite and the team was rolling, then they could bring on anybody. You got to get into a great situation.
Yeah.
But if this situation ain't the best, then it might be worse. That type of stuff will cost people jobs.
Yeah, when Reggie said that, I went, yeah, that's a good point. Because do you want Nate Davis, who literally, well, I shouldn't say it, presumably faked an injury to get out?
There you go.
Do you want
Avoid the lawyers.
Yeah. Do you want him in the same room as Laramie Tunsil? No. If that's the case, no.
However, if I was going to make a counterpoint to my counterpoint that I made prior, would you want to go to work with the Chicago Bears right now?
That's what I'm saying. That was my first thought.
That's the other thing, too.
Yeah, my first thought was, okay, he just wanted out, and I get it. Bring him here. But then you said that and got in my head a little bit.
See, if this offensive line was like great outside of the left guard and everything, if you just
and veterans, and tough dudes,
everybody was good, but it was just a bad left guard. King Green wasn't it?
Yeah,
and you could just plug somebody in right there, and the Texans were
a veteran, mind you.
Yeah, and the Texans were, let's say they only lost 1 game or 2 games.
Yeah,
then I'd be like, yeah, let's bring them in, bring them into that coach.
They'll make it work.
Yeah, no, they'll make it work. But with this situation now, I wouldn't mess with that.
Some other things around the NFL. We mentioned Dak Prescott going on the IR. Well, that's going to be an end-of-the-season type thing. Jerry Jones, in addition to talking about curtains and sun and stuff, he also let it be known on our sister station up there in Dallas that it's to have season-ending surgery to repair a partial avulsion of the hamstring tendon. Basically, the hamstring tendon came off the bone.
Yeah.
And so he's officially season-ending. Now we already knew that he was not going to face this team, this Texans team, as they go up to Arlington on Monday to face off against them. I do wonder if that changes the outlook of the team and they smarten up and actually play Trey Lance.
Maybe, but they already are going the other direction. By the way, how is Christian Harris?
I have no idea. Let's go to the Figgy News Desk.
Yeah.
Fig, what is the Christian Harris update?
I'll let you know when I get the update.
Thank you very much for that update.
So when a player has hamstring surgery, you can mention it, is what I'm saying.
Oh, well, but Christian Harris is dealing with a calf. That's completely different. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I will say,
how is he?
Again to Figgy. Figgy?
Is he? How is he?
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. But yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, it would be nice to just be like, yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
If a surgery was needed or is needed or what have you, it would be nice to know. But at this point, we just have to assume he's not playing this year, right?
We have to.
Now, of course, remember, to be fair, I should bring back up, Jonathan Alexander had kind of the idea of after the bye week.
15.
Week 15, maybe seeing that come back. But I think, is it fair to just protect our hearts and go, don't expect him back?
Yeah, do it for ourselves.
Yeah.
Don't build up hopes.
Even if he returns.
Yeah, at this point, just keep him out, man.
Yeah. But you can't say it, right? You can say it out loud like Jerry Jones did?
Well, I don't know. See, yes, but then when you say like Jerry,
you lose credibility.
Right, as soon as you go, you can do what Jerry Jones did. That's the type of thing that makes you stop and think,
well, maybe not.
Like, is this something I want to do? Like, there's certain people in life that when you're like, yeah, why don't you do what that
Jerry
person
Jones
did?
did it.
Or like,
hell, I don't want to do it.
It's like when you get a cosign from that one person, they're like, yeah, I agree, and you're like, wait, hold on, did I say something?
Yeah, that's the same thing O.J. Simpson did.
Hold
a minute, hold on,
wait a minute,
hold on, man.
Dark place.
Wait,
just like O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Some other things around the NFL. The Colts seem to have realized the error of their ways. Adam Schefter not too long ago tweeted out that the Colts have gone back to Anthony Richardson as starting quarterback for that team. So that was a mistake to
well, yeah, it was a mistake. It's also potentially like, I think this is kind of Anthony Richardson's last hurrah, because I don't anticipate them going back to Joe Flacco at any point, because if he's good, then they'll kind of be in the hunt, so to speak, air quotes, the whole time. If he's really bad, you just ride it out and find out more on him.
You let him get football plays underneath his belt. And then also, the appeal of Joe Flacco is that he comes in and he basically
gives you a shot.
That has been kind of dispelled in this season for Joe Flacco. So going back to him, I don't know what the appeal would be after that point. Besides, like, we just need to let Joe Flacco play football, which I don't see why you would necessarily need that per se.
Yeah.
Maybe Joe Flacco wants to do that.
I think this is Anthony Richardson. You do it, or that's it.
Speaking of being the first dude to have come out entirely negatively, like with no positive aspects from one of these, in-season, out-of-season documentary things the NFL will do, in this instance, Hard Knocks, he was talking about their quarterback decision with Daniel Jones, because they're just in a place where Daniel Jones on the field looks very untenable, but he also makes $40 million a year, and he has a $23 million in injury guarantees for next season as well. He said Brian Dable rather said on Sunday that the team will be evaluating their options for quarterback during the bye week that they're on this week to determine obviously who plays going forward. Joe Shane, the GM, made it clear that Daniel Jones' contract will not factor into any choice and that the decisions will be made by football decisions. I know that we typically do the buy or sell on Thursday, but do you buy this? Joe Shane?
Heck no. Absolutely not. That what was it? 140?
Oh no, it's 4 for 160. It was 40 a year.
160.
Yeah, that was the deal.
Tell me that's not going to factor in.
I mean, I can lie to you and say it's not going to factor in.
It's not.
I think really the big thing is the injury guarantees, right? Like if that dude gets injured playing football, you are on the hook for more of this money.
Yeah.
And I think that he is telling the truth in one of these. Not that it will only be made on football decisions, but you can make this off of football decisions because he's looked bad there too, right? It's not even just look, he's making some of these passes. Maybe that'll project for flat out bad.
Yeah.
Like there's a lack of confidence. What was it, a few weeks ago where they lose the game and he's on the sideline bawling because of the acknowledgement and the understanding that he's not playing a good level of football. Like, this feels like this is done and dusted when it comes to his tenure as quarterback in all reality. I think it's just like, what does the exit ramp look like for the New York Giants at this point? That's what it feels like more than anything.
But the contract definitely, I mean, who would it not factor in on? It absolutely does.
There you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, brought to you by Quick Assist. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Wednesday in H-Town. In the next hour, we will be giving away a $50 gift card to the Texas Star Grill Shop, so make sure you hang out with us. But also, we come to this place once again. Is Chris Sims right in his assessment? This time about Bobby Slowick. We'll talk about that next.
Yep, let's talk about lowtcenter.com right now and getting you guys.
This is the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Video stream, a new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reggie Atatula hanging out with you on Wednesday. And we return to this question that we've asked before, but in a different capacity. Is Chris Sims right? And you know what? Like, I don't love having to do this consistently. I don't know if you, like me, have just kind of like a running kind of list of analysts of people that you're like, man, I love this analyst. Don't really like that analyst. I think Chris Sims for me has existed in kind of that and category most of the time.
He's an up and down, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes he says something and you go, well, that guy's on it. And then sometimes like, come on. Which I guess means he's doing his job great.
Fair enough.
But
I'm sure there's plenty of people listening that are like, oh, you're in the ant category right now, dog.
Oh,
and
no, we're good, man. We're
Touché.
good. They love us.
Who is they?
I don't know.
Okay.
We know you're just saying that because you're on the radio.
That's right.
No, you got a job to do.
Yeah.
Well, the man with the job to do in this instance, Chris Sims, NBC Sports. And this was him talking with, I believe it was it Kevin O'Connor? I think, or I can't recall who he was talking with, but he alludes to things that he has been talking about on his personal podcast. But this time his assessment is about Texans play caller Bobby Slowick, who everybody's been talking about. Is Chris Sims right about this?
It's a bigger problem than C.J. Stroud. It's right. Yeah. I mean, he's not perfect, but C.J. Stroud is still really damn good. And when you see stat lines, again, like we saw 2 weeks ago when they played the Jets on Thursday night, 10 of 30, with arguably the most accurate quarterback in football. I would say C.J. Stroud or Joe Burrow can probably dot the I as good as anybody in the game when it comes to accuracy. That's not C.J. Stroud. This is not like we're talking about Anthony Richardson where he misses the broadside of the barn every now and then. So there's context in that numbers to go, there's institutional problems. You mentioned it. The injuries at receiver are an issue. It's second year of Bobby Slowick's scheme. And I do think people have caught on to that. I've said a little bit on my podcast and Chris Sims Unbuttoned that, yeah, it's the Shanahan scheme, but it's like the early entry level of the Shanahan scheme. And now there needs to be more to it and a next level and a next group of plays and things they do, and we've yet to see that.
Ouch. Entry-level Shanahan scheme?
Yeah, the way that he said it didn't make it sound like he was like working in the mailroom or something.
Yeah.
But like the basic tenets of the Shanahan scheme and understanding that the Shanahan scheme has, tentacles all over the league at this point, but teams make them their own. Do you agree with Chris Sims that what we were seeing is maybe just like a basic level of the Shanahan scheme?
But here's where it gets interesting. We were assuming that there was going to be a next level after last season.
Correct.
Right? Because second year C.J. Stroud, second year Bobby Slowick, new toys, with Stephon and Joe Mixon, and second year, Tank Dell. And I'm not so sure we were wrong on that. I think that was the plan. What I think is happening here, the whole entry-level Shanahan scheme, which really stands out when you listen to Chris Sims, is the entry-level part is a reaction to how the line has been playing, how this offense has been operating. Because we talked about it at 10 o'clock. They're kind of sort of maybe putting it all on the players, with their comments. And so now maybe they realized they can't do this. We're hammering it into their heads that they have to do this, and this. They're not doing it. Let's scale it back. Let's scale it back. And that's not really encouraging, man.
No, I mean, but that's going to be a necessity in some ways, right? The idea of you tailor what you're doing to your players. But I think that's where you can maybe look at this in another way for Bobby Slowick, right? And we talked about this a little bit, was it earlier this week? The idea of they've still done a lot of kind of fullback necessitated things without having the fullback profile player.
Correct.
They've still kind of put a lot of these wide receivers and tight ends and opportunities to block and condense formations without having the results of those guys holding up on their blocks and creating good or not consistently.
But that ties in directly to what he said.
And I think that's absolutely the thing. Like one of the things that I thought about when you were mentioning the fullback thing, Troy Hairston is on this team. And he has not been utilized in those fullback situations. Now he's on the practice squad. Maybe they're waiting for, they're utilizing elevations in certain instances. But that is something that if you are so committed to using these fullback type things that you do have a fullback that you brought back to have that. It just feels like, yeah, man, this is a basic level of tenets, and I think that's why you have instances where Zadarius Smith on the sideline can say, yeah, man, we hear their play calls and we can go get them, right? And it looks kind of predictable. Why it feels like we can predict. I think that there is we are in that basic place. And I think some of that is also indicative of Bobby Slowick being early in his play calling tenure, right? Like there hasn't been as much time to develop and add more thought processes to what it is that the scheme and the system calls for.
Yeah, and there's also kind of a good news, bad news thing with this. The bad news is that when you scale it back and you do these types of things and it's entry level stuff, the defenses have a better advantage. That's the bad news. They know what's coming. They see what you're doing. They know the problems with your offense. There is good news because he's talking about how they're sliding, protections and blocking schemes and all this other stuff. Well, the good news is the reason they were doing that is no longer here. The reason they were doing that was Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
They were sliding and helping and all this other stuff because they were trying to help Kenyon Green. So maybe you can sort of baby step your way into, if you get more confidence, with Juice Scruggs at left guard and what Jarrett Patterson is doing at center, that maybe you can start adding some levels if you get more confidence with that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I've been waiting to see. I mean, we've all been waiting to see. I don't want to make myself special in any way in this regard.
We're all special.
Okay. Thank you for pointing out the fact that we're all special snowflakes. Thank you, sir. And from 713, I don't remember his British Brooks on IR all year. I believe so. But when it comes down to it, yeah, man, we've been waiting for, as you mentioned, that next level, that evolution of Bobby Slowick. And it feels like just shift in general, like over the course of the season. I've been waiting and hoping to see that, right? We talked about quick passing game, but also Sam Warren of the Chronicle does really good work breaking down some of these things. And today he put out like a article, and I believe a long form thread on Twitter is where I saw it, but I believe an article as well talking about why Joe Mixon had no explosives. And surprise, some of the things that he comes down to is these condensed formations where this team has not been effective blocking, and it's been the players, right? It's been players missing assignments in certain instances, these tight ends, wide receivers in some of those instances. But when this team goes to kind of normal splits as opposed to condensed splits, 29th in EPA on those runs. Normal splits, they're leading the league in EPA. Okay. And it feels like those kind of adjustments are the things that are necessary, as opposed to just like taking this to a new level, quote unquote, is better fitting the system to what this team does, as opposed to kind of what we would think of, or what I would think of as like a starter packet. Here is the basics of the the basics of the Shanahan system. Run this, as opposed to, hey, take this and then fit it to what you have and what you're doing, and then go forward and flourish. And that's what I'm hoping for with Bobby Slowick, is that you take what the basics of this system is, and you better fit it to even the successes that you've seen, and do more of those things.
Well, yes, and as I said, there is encouraging part here. But then, you start thinking about this past game and the total inability to run, albeit against a really good Lions. The template is there with how they're blocking it. I think it just comes back. Why is it that everything comes back to this offensive line?
Well, because the game in its success is about blocking and tackling. If you can't block, you can't get a lot of things done. And this is where I will say I give Bobby Slowick a modicum of grace on that. Is just, it is really tough to figure things out when your offensive line is not playing at a high level. Yeah. But with that being the case, you do want to see some iterations work through, some different things tried.
Well, Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson.
And that looks like that was helpful, but it was I was a little discouraged.
Helpful with an asterisk.
Yeah, seeing them not being able to run, and understanding also that the Detroit Lions made it their game plan to stop Joe Mixon.
Sure.
I think that'll be really interesting to see against a Dallas Cowboys team that is not particularly good at stopping the run. What you're capable of doing there, and also if we continue to see these condensed formations.
They're bad against the run. This is going to be a great test for just the amount of confidence that the Texans have in this new line, just the amount of confidence they have in maybe adding some things rather than taking away from some things in the game plan and in the play calling. No, this is going to be a great test, because if the Texans struggle to run the ball against the Dallas Cowboys and continue to have the second half scoring issues, boy.
Well,
even with a win, boy.
When you say struggle to run the football, what do you mean? Because I think when it comes to this running the football, it feels like explosives is the name of the game. Joe Mixon gets out there and he finds his opportunity to pop one. I feel like Detroit being on their job and make it so that explosives didn't happen. I feel like the Cowboys are going to give you a few opportunities to get explosives. But if a lot of the runs look similar, but you still have the explosives, is that how you feel?
And you've heard me say this before. It always kind of irritates me. Well, if it wasn't for the 54-yard run, well, no, he had a 54-yard run.
Okay,
it counts.
That's my bad. I should know my personnel. I know what you.
It counts.
I know what you're feeling on that. And from the text line, it feels like a lot of people feel like Chris Sims on his assessment of Bobby Slowick.
We like him today?
That is the general consensus. 832 does ask, how can you give Slowick grace when he consistently calls run plays on second and losing third and long? That is fair. Like he does call a lot of run plays in traditional pass circumstances, and that ends up being deeply frustrating. So I guess that is a fair question to levy back at 832. I appreciate that. But then also something that made me laugh during the course of this from the 619. They said they smoked weed with Chris Sims at a party in Austin while he was the QB at Texas. Why are you snitching?
I'm sure that checks out. I'm sure that checks out.
Why are you snitching? But also, was he fun?
Did he laugh?
Well, I mean, I would hope so. If you getting high at a party and you not having some fun with it, I would have real concerns. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including what might be an ISO moment. Apparently, there's a new plan for the Astrodome.
Might be an ISO moment.
Okay, so yeah, he's about to be a radio terrorist. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
TheMen'sClinic.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' in the Loop on this Wednesday on Sports Radio 610. And there is local news about the Astrodome, and so brace yourself. That's where we go.
Let's see this.
I do love how strong Lopez's brand is, because I before I even had a chance to really look at the story and read it, there was multiple texts on a text line. Hey, Lopez.
Yeah.
You see the Astrodome?
Hey, Lopez, they're tweaking me.
And the Astrodome thing that I am talking about is that there are renderings of the Astrodome Conservancy's $1 billion plan to save the landmark stadium.
Nice. Oh, cool. Yay.
So the number that we're talking about is $1 billion. Now, in reading through the story, the idea being that the Astrodome, or like the Astrodome Conservancy, take $1 billion to basically divide the interior of the structure into 4 buildings, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, they will add 1,500 additional parking spots. Where? I don't know, right? But supposedly it's 45,000 square feet of new revenue-generating space, quote. Like, I don't know what that actually means.
Oh, new revenue generating. Oh, wow.
I don't know
adding a layer.
What does the space do to generate revenue? I'm not certain.
Yeah.
But supposedly there's that 1,500 additional parking spots. How they get there?
What a plan.
Animal handling facilities could be located under a new ground floor, they say.
Wow.
Which I guess would be to try and appeal to the rodeo. And I don't know. I don't know how much more setup I need to do here, but I will just go ahead and throw this up. And supposedly around the perimeter, Vision Astrodome has conceptualized a retail village.
Oh, cool.
Year-round restaurants, hospitality, business.
All right.
So they aim to address the needs of Harris County, which owns the park.
They're thinking about us.
The rodeo is not actually dealt with, the Astrodome Conservancy. With that being the case, Lopez? ISO!
All right, here we go. Let me set this straight. I know Astrodome history. I would guess, as humbly as possible, about as well or better than most people. Okay, I know what this Houston Astrodome Conservancy is. I can tell you that the people on this conservancy have next level junk drawers, because they have next level junk drawers. They're hoarders. They could be on the TV show hoarding.
Oh, okay.
They're people that are just hell bent on saving the Astrodome, with no regard for who's going to pay for this. $1 billion is what they're saying.
But revenue generating space, though.
Cool story. Let me go back to some of the things that this conservancy has done. Okay. In 2015, remember when they went to Germany, Figgy? They went to Germany and tried to build this tropical island indoor park. They were doing research on it to make the Astrodome that, all right? 2018, there was a plan that they were floating to the Harris County commissioners, which at least, and I'll get to this, they spoke with the Harris County commissioners.
Oh, that's good.
I'll get back to that.
Okay.
2021, they launched this giant campaign to see what people would really want with the Astrodome, including an event space that they did and all this other stuff. Same people, the Houston Conservancy. Oh, we got an idea. We got another idea. Forget the one from 8 years ago and 6 years ago and 2 years ago. We got another one. This one is an entertainment village with a brewery. Hey, that's kind of cool sounding, isn't it?
People do like their IPAs.
Yeah, people get behind that. And now they're talking about this garbage. And I say garbage because this is the most important thing that people need to know. The Houston Conservancy and what they are doing is total, unmitigated, complete BS.
Okay.
All right? It's complete BS. Now, let me illustrate it a little bit. This conservancy, these people with giant drunk drawers that are hoarding, mattresses from 1998, have no representation from the county, no representation from the Texans, no representation from the rodeo, no representation from the city.
So any of the decision makers, any of the
nobody
in this, yeah.
The people on this board are, to their credit, I'm not saying I'm totally against this.
I don't know. It sounds like
but I'm totally against this. There are people that are just clutching their pearls and clutching memories of the Astrodome. Not a single one of them has any stroke to actually raise the money. I mean, maybe they've been raised money in the past, but I'm saying that no connections to the people that want something entirely different from the Astrodome. Zero. It's total BS. This is just, and in another year or two, they're going to come up with something else. They don't
keep trying, young man. Keep trying.
They have people on. I went through their board, like what their bios say. Well, one of them is like the vintage Contessa. One of them is a historic renovation expert. Cool.
Yeah, renovation.
One of them calls himself a historian.
Okay.
Another one, the chairman, which I guess it's easy to say. I mean, I'm not saying their names, but the chairman is Phoebe Tudor. Has historic preservation as her background.
Okay. Sound like a good board.
Historical commission. No, it does not. No, it does not.
Man, dream team right there.
Historical commission has raised money for Centennial Garden. Serves on boards for the Houston Ballet and Herman Park and the National Trust for Historic.
The point being that they got
getting this squat.
Done. All right, very good.
They got squat.
Very good.
This is just a group. This is a waste of money. But it's their money, so whatever, and maybe they raise
the group itself.
Yeah,
I thought you meant the actual plan.
No, the Conservancy is a total waste of money.
Thank you.
What they are is an organized, multifaceted, multi-person texter. They're basically a group of texters that say, hey, maybe we should do this with the Astrodome. Hey, we should save the Astrodome. Hey, by the way, one other point. While I'm on this ISO, I have another point.
We done ran a few possessions.
Hey, we really cleared out.
By the way,
there's two people on the court.
I have another point here. The Houston County right now is several million dollars on the Astrodome. You can look it up. There's several. Some people say tens of millions, but
I don't know. We need the ether beats.
I don't know the exact. I don't know the exact number. But okay, so the county is several million behind. These people are glorified texters. They're hoarders. They have no support from the county, the Texans, the rodeo, or the city. This is total BS.
So you're saying it's a monorail. I got it. For the low price of $1 billion.
Yeah.
You can have $450,000.
And that felt good to get off my chest.
I bet it did.
They drive me nuts.
It sounds like it. I just still think, what is 450,000 square feet of revenue generating space? Is that just like office space in the year of our Lord 2024? As if we don't have enough office space?
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like me and my buddies sitting around drinking. Oh, you know what they should do?
Yes.
If they do this, then they can do that. And then we can have that.
Right.
Easy.
Yeah. You got $1 billion, man?
All right.
Y'all got $1 billion laying around?
If it was me, I would turn the Astrodome into like a big old place where a bunch of retail stores and
trampoline park. Personally, for me,
I am.
What's the most nonsense? All right, 713-572-4668.
Let's do it. Let's do what they doing.
What's the most nonsensical thing that you could turn the Astrodome into? Let us know. I will.
My vote is this. My vote is what they're saying.
Yeah,
that makes no sense. Total BS.
I go ahead and I start
the dirt
the
bike part.
I begin the bidding with trampoline park. You go with dirt bike part. I like that. All right. We got the college football rankings part 2, and the Indiana disrespect continues, as you heard from Lane earlier. But SEC and Big Ten dominating these rankings. If 4 teams apiece as of right now, and of course, one of the things to be understood and remembered within the course of this is that, I keep saying that, with all of this, is that some of these teams will face off against each other and maybe knock each other.
But there's others right behind them.
And there are.
Like I think there's 9 SEC teams ranked, which means they're in the hunt for the playoff. And I don't remember exactly how many Big Ten, but like the SEC and the Big Ten is what it's going to be all about.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of those. I think there is one Big 12 team. There is one ACC team. Like, there is a clear bias towards the biggest programs in the Big Ten and the SEC, which we kind of all knew. We kind of all knew that was going to happen.
Before the
I understand
season.
the idea is going to be, well, we make this more, egalitarian. We make this more open. We have an opportunity to actually play it out. But how open is it if there's still going to be 4 Big Ten and 4 SEC teams in there?
World's largest dog park.
Ah, okay.
That's a dog park.
You'll be down with that.
I'll be down with that.
$1 billion.
You got $1 billion laying around, man?
What's the ventilation like? Because one of the things I hate about the dog park and my spot or any spot is you know it's a dog park when you walk by.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
There'll be a lot of those little green bags.
We'll just say it like that. Astrodome Water Park turned the Astrodome into the world's largest playground. Astrodome, the world's largest strip club. Oh, yes. A big old cheesecake factory. That's an interesting one as well.
A Waffle House.
Who are the most dangerous?
Ooh, boy, I'm glad you said that because I'm looking at 3 teams that I don't like. But I'm trying to be fair. I always try to be fair. I think the 3 most dangerous teams in college football right now are 3 teams that I don't like. I respect them. Ole Miss, Notre Dame, and Texas. Now, people
agree. Texas, I'm not sure.
I was going to say,
I need to sell on it. People
are looking at Texas' strength of schedule. It's like 55. It's not real high. And they still have some, I mentioned it last week. Yeah. They still got to play Kentucky and at Arkansas and then A&M. So, but just the eye test with Texas, when they can turn it on and they are able to turn it on, they can be explosive. And they've got depth and they've got speed and all that. But the best defense they played, which, by the way, lost this past week, they got worked. So, but I for sure, Ole Miss and Ole Miss might be playing the best football in America right now.
Yeah. Some other Astrodome possibilities from the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 806, and the new Astrodome, Spirit Halloween World Headquarters. World's largest butterfly exhibit. Okay, very I enjoy that. A giant iFly, which that's one of those like skydiving type park.
That'd be kind of cool.
That would be kind of. See, we're gonna win Lopez back.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Keep it up.
Because again, this is what the Conservancy is.
Go karts, whole bunch of big old go kart. Drive-in theater with a pool. How does that work? Mm-hmm. Drive-in theater with a pool.
I was gonna say like an IMAX theater where you could just lay down and the whole ceiling is a screen.
Yeah. Multi-level brothel sounds insane. Why do you need multi-level?
Why do you need more levels?
Why? Anyways, I guess I did ask for absurd, and you guys are delivering on the text line. One more thing before we go, and what's popping? Jose Altuve, as we got Silver Slugger awards that came through. Jose Altuve nabbed his 7th of the awards at second base, which tied former Chicago Cubs star Ryne Sandberg for the most by a second baseman in MLB history.
Ryne Sandberg, he was one of my favorite players, even though he wasn't on my team. Altuve is going to be just, how many more? How many more? And is Shohei going to break his record?
Well, that's another one. Is that your favorite Shohei did pick up his 3rd.
Let's go Dodgers!
I love when you do that too.
But yeah, congratulations to Jose Altuve. We'll talk a little bit more baseball, I think, a little bit later in the program as well. But I did want to make sure that we shouted out Jose Altuve for that award. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, where more of the in the loop conservancy, ideas roll in. A real gladiatorial arena. A huge shoe repair store. I don't know why. My mom was talking about the Houston
shoe repair
store.
That's great.
Shoe hospital or whatever. I don't know why that was one of the nostalgic things that we were talking about this weekend.
Great.
A Gladiator Stadium would be dope, though. Yeah. If they imitate the
that
one
might be $2 billion.
If they imitate the one from like Rome, that would be nice. Yeah, replica.
Have lions.
Yeah. Houston Sports Museum. 15-ish years from now, let the Astros play in there again.
Yeah.
A casino. Huge tire shop. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there's a lot of cars,
Buy those used tires.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Or that 24-hour shop.
Yeah, 24-hour tire
shop. It would be a real good spot for a big old planetarium, wouldn't it?
Long story short, Houston Conservancy, a joke.
Oh, this might be one of the best answers. Turn it into a Kmart,
Bring Kmart back.
Just the return of Kmart.
I think it's one left.
Bigger and better than ever.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Enough of the foolishness until we get to more. Coming up next, we enter into the 12 o'clock hour, which means we are opened up on the possibility of giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops. But also, are you okay if this season is simply a stepping stone season as opposed to a contending one? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
I like that. And you're going to like this,
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Gas up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula, and you delivering on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. It has been fun thus far, and it gets even more fun as we open up the window to win $50 to Texas Star Grill Shops. It's a $50 gift card during this hour. But we begin by talking about these Texans, and it feels like, well, not just feels like, we know coming into the season, there was a clear expectation of contending at a high level. And I won't say that that's entirely gone, but that's all but gone, right? Like, I think most people have come to terms with the idea that this team is not on the same par with the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens, and who am I forgetting in the AFC at the higher echelon?
Hell, Steelers.
Well, I mean, markets would actually point you to a place where the Steelers are similar or relatively similar in with the betting market and their Super Bowl odds, relatively similar when it comes to it being in the AFC. The Texans down there with the Steelers, the Chargers in that space. But when it comes to the higher ends, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, right? And the AFC at the very least, talk less of the NFC teams, right? Look at them as like real championship contenders. Now, of course, things can still happen, right? If these things do come together and they get this thing right, there's still an opportunity to contend, right? There's still games to be played, and that's one of the hopes that you hold out for. But we did talk about the idea that maybe we just have to come to terms with the idea that this is a stepping stone season. And if it ends up being one of those, right?
The sound of that.
If you are Detroit Lions circa 2022, where you are building towards eventually being a real bona fide Super Bowl contender that's possibly one of the best teams, if not the best team in the league, right? If you're still building towards that, are you good with that? 713-572-4610.
Are you good with being a stepping?
If it does indeed turn out to be that.
I don't want to be. That's not a good answer, but I don't want that. And by the way, I've mentioned this, and I think it's worth mentioning again. They told us. Not me, not Figgy, not you, not our listeners, not anyone outside the organization. The Texans told us this was more than a stepping stone season. But you recalibrate at some point, right? I mean, you have to recalibrate.
You make decisions and you make conclusions based off the information provided to you.
So as much as I hate to recalibrate, I mean, may not have a choice, first of all. And secondly, I would have to see an actual step up in some way, because you say, by saying stepping stone, that means you're climbing, right?
Sure.
So last year they climbed to a very impressive level given what the expectations were. This year the expectations were higher, but if they climb to a point where this defense has the pieces that are going to be around that are clearly even better, and clearly as good as they've been for large stretches, that's a nice little stepping stone. They're going to, we can go in the next year, no matter what happens, saying they're going to have a defense. This defense is going to be really, really good. That would be good, right? It's not what we expected or hoped, but that would be good. The offense is another story. I mean, where are the stepping stones there? What would you want to see,
Yeah, and I think you're getting to some of the things that I thought about as I was mulling this question for myself. And one of the things I was like, okay, it feels like going back to what you said, actually told us that this was a contention year, right? Going and acquiring talent. And I was like, let me look at the roster and see how much of the talent that you have this year is going to port over to next year to see if, like, hey, you're getting the ball rolling, and then this ends up being a stepping stone and more contention. Obviously, your quarterback is set. Running back-wise, Joe Mixon is still under contract for 2 more seasons after this one, in addition to Dameon Pierce. You have British Brooks, right? I don't know how important you view that in the grand scheme of things. Wide receiver-wise, this is where it gets a little interesting because obviously Nico Collins you still have under contract. You signed that new deal. He's good till 2027. Tank Dell you still have for a few more years. Xavier Hutchinson you still have. John Metchie you still have at least for next year. So you have a nice core. You don't have Stephon Diggs, and I think the part about that, like maybe you can convince yourself that's fine. The part of that is a little frustrating is that Stephon Diggs deal, not the trade, but cutting off those years.
Yeah.
He counts $16.5 million against your cap next year while not being on the team.
More than likely.
Like, I think that is the thing about next year that starts getting tough, is that you have $16 million in the hole just off of Stephon Diggs alone because you did this in some ways as
no, that's the biggest sign of all that they were in.
And then, Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover still on the books, Brevin Jordan not. Offensive line, that's a whole nother can of worms that you would have to figure out in a stepping stone situation. But going to what you were talking about defensively, similar situation like as I'm going down. Linebackers you still have under contract when you hit Henry Toto, Christian Harrison, of course, Azeez Al-Shaair, cornerbacks, all those things, safeties. Line is an interesting place. Because defensive line, you have Danielle Hunter, you have Will Anderson, you have DeMeco Autry. Outside of that, Olu Fatukasi is a free agent. Jerry Hughes. Tim Settle you still have, but Derek Barnett, Mario Edwards, all free agents. Like some nice vital parts of your defensive line, which has been the strongest point of your defense, are not under contract. And then you go back to the fact that, again, you have like $16.5 million on your salary cap that is going to be just for that spot of that wide receiver. I don't think I'm good with this just being a stepping stone, even though you have a lot of your pieces going forward. You put a lot of effort into this being the year. You did a lot of things geared towards that, and you made decisions, including that Stephon Diggs decision with the contract, to put you in a place where this is a contending year. I'm not going to pull my hair out if ultimately that's where you land, but I'm not going to be happy about it.
Well, as I said at the start, I don't want it to be a stepping stone season. We wanted more. We expected more. They told us it was going to be more. But if you look, if you set aside the contracts, and I know it's hard to do because you're going to have to deal with defensive tackles that you got to find and another wide receiver you got to find and all that. But if you see real progress and development and maybe even hints of becoming elite type players from the ones you do have around, to me that's a good stepping stone. If Kamari Lassiter or the rest of the way is like, whoa, well, I know he's hurt right now, but if Kalen Bullock comes in and gets 3 more interceptions, you'll be like, all right, those are pieces that we can talk about next year, that maybe next year will be the 2023 Lions. As you reference the 2022 Lions, maybe that you can take that next step and you'll feel pretty good. Same thing on the offensive side. John Metchie starts showing some stuff down the stretch. You're like, okay.
You say starts. He's already.
Well, he has started, but continues to show stuff. Obviously Tank Dell we know, and maybe he becomes something even better. Mixon you mentioned is going to be around. So it's almost like if you can set aside the holes that you're going to need to fill, which every team does.
But the holes that you need to fill are seemingly large, and I know that this is more an off-season question that you have to come to. Offensive line, I think that everybody, all three of us on this show, are to a place where that has to be addressed in earnest when it comes to the offseason. Now, that's something you'll deal with at that point. How much can you call it a stepping stone when you have such a integral piece of a team that also needs cohesion, that we all think needs overhaul?
I say again, it always comes back down to the offensive line. Because let's talk about this realistically. Realistically, you could have 3 new starters on the offensive line. Kenyon Green, Laramie Tunsil, and Titus Howard. That's daunting. Maybe some people don't think that's realistic. I do. I mean, I think there could be some real changes on this offensive line based on everything we've seen, based on some of the things they've said. I know there's some contract issues there, but I think realistically you could have at least 3 new starters on the offensive line. That's a little troublesome.
But, I mean, again, to the question of, are you good with this being a stepping stone deed to that place? Someone from on the text line, on the 5-Hour Energy fan line says, yes, last season early success has spoiled us. When you hired DeMeco and drafted CJ, you're saying that it's going to take a few years to develop. And I hear you on that, and that's probably something that you agree with if you do not push so many of your assets into a place where you're trying to jump to that spot. I think once you commit your assets in that place, and this, I guess, goes back to kind of being a feeling of being pot committed, you need to start delivering in that way. And you still have a possibility of it, right? I don't want to pretend like that is gone, but it feels like we have all kind of acknowledged that you can get to the playoffs, but I don't know that, especially with the way that you've been playing to this point, that you're going to be able to contend with those teams and the top teams in the AFC that we listed to start the segment. That I think was the whole point of pushing yourself in that way, right? You got to the AFC divisional round and you played against a Ravens team that you didn't have any real chance being on the same field with in a real way.
But it also comes back to, just how they end the year, which I don't think anybody is expecting them to end the year in the Super Bowl at this point.
No.
But let's say they win a divisional game. They win, first round, win a divisional game and just sort of surprise people, even with their holes, and then they get exposed because it's not sustainable to think. It's not right to think that this is sustainable throughout a big playoff run, that they can their shortcomings won't be exposed at some point. But if they just show something that, that's why Nick Casario gets the big bucks, that where they can maybe fill some of these other holes in these questions, defensive interior line, offensive line, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 guys that you have to replace. I think we'll feel pretty good about it being a stepping stone season if they just show it at the end of the year.
That's ultimately what it's going to show. That's what's going to tell us. But this is where I've been constantly banging the drum of process. I'm not confident that they have done enough that when you come to the end of the year that they'll be able to contend on that high level.
Yeah. What if they whimper to the finish line?
And
then it's even more questions.
You have the schedule that's kind of up and down in such a way where you've got 3, 4, 5 probably of these games towards the end of the season that are like, winnable, and I don't know how much you feel like that tells you about yourself as a team. And then you've got 2 of them.
Then you got Chiefs and Ravens.
Back to back that are going to tell you a ton about what level of actual contender you are or not. It just feels like you made the declaration in your actions that you were going to be a contender, and I don't think that you're living up to the declaration of being a contender. And that is, 1, clearly frustrating, but 2, I think it points to improper use of assets in a way.
Yes, and so where do we fall? Are you good with that? Are you good with small, incremental improvements, maybe individually, but then you have more big questions on the lines and more big questions at the receiver and more big questions in terms of another season without making any significant.
If you do have those big questions, that's
I'm talking about incremental, like what we're seeing from let's say Lassiter and Bullock and Will Anderson for that matter. Will Anderson continues to ball all the way to the end of the year. We'll feel pretty good about that, but will it be a good stepping stone if they just end with a whimper in the postseason? I don't think so.
I don't think so, and I think that ends up being the issue with this and why it's been so imperative to do things in such a way to actually pay off the contention that it feels like you set yourself up for.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Just earlier, because the Astrodome Conservancy came out with their newest plan to fix the Astrodome, we decided to get a little silly and come up with the most absurd plans that we have or that we could come up with for the Astrodome. 713 said the biggest Buc-ee's in the world, and I feel like you might be able to sell that one.
Well, that might be on the table.
Yeah.
But you got a big hole there for all the fuel, all the gas. It's built in. Just line it.
Yeah, but where are you going to put the gas pumps?
Put a bunch of gas in there, and then figure out where to put 800 gas pumps.
On the text line, somebody said someone had said multi-level brothel, which I'm still kind of shook by. They said you do that due to pricing level, so the VIPs go all the way to the top.
No, I got a text to put different kinds of women on each floor.
Oh God! All right. Okay, that might be.
I'd like to go to the blondes floor, please.
Moving quickly away from that, turn the Astrodome into a parking garage. Astrodome petting's at work.
Yeah, you already got the pets in there.
100%.
Be a lot of cats and rats.
And for no particular reason, this made me chuckle. Home of the 2025 Tampa Bay Rays.
All right.
How about a circus, guys? Okay, very good.
Or you put the Oakland A's in there.
No, the circus is.
Well, Oakland, the A's are looking for.
They can play there right now.
Just play right there in the Astrodome.
The circus is the Astrodome Conservancy.
All right, I did set us.
Make another Astro World. Put it inside indoor Astro World.
I like what you're doing there. I would go for that. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're about that time to do our Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, and we'll do those next.
Yes, sir.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's not personal. It's not personal, T-Mill.
Boo. Boo this man. Boo.
It's really not. I just can't help myself.
It's feel personal, man.
It's not. It's not.
Aggie on Aggie crime right here.
See, there you go. I love my fellow Aggie. I can't help myself, but it's the exact same thing he did. Was it 2 weeks ago?
Felt like last week.
Was it
really
last
did
week?
Feel like it was very recent.
When he tweeted something that somebody said at a press conference.
Yes.
So T-Mill tweeted something that Jalen Petrie said yesterday.
Much to do about nothing.
Yeah, that was it.
It's much to do about nothing.
It's much ado.
That was General Manager Nick Caserio.
This time, same thing. He tweeted that Petrie had the, quote, utmost confidence in my teammates and myself. Utmost. That's
right.
Ut with a T. The utmost confidence.
Why are you doing this, man?
I can't. I'm telling you, I'm falling on the sword. I'm burying my soul here.
We got a smart ass on the show.
No, I've got problems.
Terrible smart ass. I thought I was.
You are, but I'm worse.
Fair enough.
I'm telling you, I'm opening my soul. I'm burying my soul here. I have a problem. I can't help myself. But let's hear Jalen Petrie.
Really confident. Like I said, going back to his question, we got the Cowboys coming up this week, and we got to go get a win. Every week it's about winning. It's about putting winning stuff on tape, and I think that's the most important thing. So, utmost confidence in my teammates and myself.
With a T.
Petrie might have said utmost.
No, I listened to it like 4 times.
He might have said
the transcript said upmost.
Yeah.
The transcript?
No, I'm joking.
I was going to say, because then he'd be off the hook.
I'll just
I was like, yeah, you go tell Jalen to his face.
Let me check this transcript to see what it say.
It's utmost. Sorry, I just can't help myself.
Boo this man.
I've got a problem.
But you knew what he meant. You heard him.
I did.
You heard him, yeah. I do want to note that Wesley on the YouTube agrees that he said upmost with a P in there as well.
No, I listened to it several times.
Let's start here. I should be careful about this because self-diagnosis is it's a little bit of a tenuous spot. Like clearly, medicine and such is a lot of people go to a lot of school, do a lot of work to be able to do such things
to help you.
Right. And so I don't want to come in with my extreme lack of understanding or what have you and jump into that sphere. But I be all over the place, man. Yeah. Last night I found myself, and I feel like you already know that I have 3 TVs, and being able to do that is probably
all the volume up.
With all the volume up.
That's right. I'm watching 2 basketball games. I'm listening to different audio, like DeMeco.
Oh, you got to throw that in.
That is crazy.
Yeah, throw that in there too. Yeah.
Periodically, I'm changing around and then playing video games and just cycling through a whole bunch of things. And I was like,
you think that you need a diagnosis?
I think I have an issue.
Yeah.
I think I have a problem. And I think you see this a lot, and especially when we're planning a show where I'll be doing one thing and I'll jump to another. I'm like, wait, what was I just doing? Let me go back to that. And so I think that I really need to take some serious consideration.
Oh, hell no, Reg.
Yeah. I might have something that I've just not been working.
I don't think you even need a diagnosis.
Yeah, but again, I'm not nobody.
Just to confirm,
I'm not nobody to diagnose. So I need to go to the experts. But it does feel like I have an attention issue here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Now, we just gave Lopez a hard time about correcting T-Mill and all that stuff. Yeah. But you know what? I got one up on my wife.
Whoa! Man.
Wow. She used the magic word that ain't a word in real life. We were talking about something. She said, irregardless.
Oh,
irregardless.
See? You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah.
Irregardless.
And you know what I did? I stopped her. I said, that's not a word. It's regardless. Oh man,
she went off?
We forgot what we was talking about at that point. She was just like, really?
What did you gain?
Yeah, man. Hey, respect. Respect.
From who? It doesn't sound like from her.
Hey, from her. She man, look, she's usually the ones that's correcting me.
Oh, you was
all the
getting
time.
Back at that point.
Yeah, she the one with the college degree. I'm the one that barely got a high school diploma. They just mailed it to me because they felt sorry for me, pretty much.
And you're correcting grammar.
I'm like, like, oh, that's not a word.
The worst part about it is I know Lopez is proud, but you shouldn't be proud of this effect that you're having.
Yeah,
By
I'm
the
very
way,
proud.
Irregardless is in the dictionary.
That doesn't make it a word.
It is. That is literally how words are just determined.
I did tell her that. I'm like, well, you're not totally. They just put it in there, but technically it's not.
No, that is the technicality, is that it is in the dictionary because that's how language develops. We talk, and then the dictionary reflects how we talk.
But it's a product of the ignorance of people misusing the correct
There's
word.
so many things that are correct that are products of our ignorance.
Like ain't is in the dictionary.
Yeah. And that's a useful word.
Well, but it's a product.
That's more of a word now than it was back in the day.
Probably.
Back in the day in school, teacher said ain't a word, she said ain't isn't a word.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
That's how it works. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Language moves and shakes.
It's because they're lowering the bar for all the dummies that don't use the right word.
It's not about lowering a bar. It's about the window moving and shifting, and you need to follow along. Stop yelling at the window.
You got to adjust.
Adjust, irregardless of how you feel.
Oh, you don't even say it. You know you don't say it.
I can say it if I want to.
But you don't.
Hey, that was a real for my wife, man, when it comes to that, man.
Take it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of fellow Aggies, I got to give, I meant to bring this up yesterday. I got to give Dan Campbell a ton of credit. They traded for Zadarius Smith, and the Browns were going to have a bye week upcoming, and they decided, you know what? Big game. Big game coming to Houston, Sunday Night Football. They said, you know what? Stay off your feet as much as you can. Don't put the pads on. Just hang out with the guys. And, oh, by the way, why don't you go ahead and go to Florida, which they allowed him to do because he hadn't been to his house in Florida since the hurricane, affected his neighborhood.
Oh, wow.
So I
didn't realize that.
Yeah, he had his neighborhood got affected really, really bad. What was it, Beryl, I guess, was the last one. And they said, go to Florida, go check on things.
There was one more
back.
after Beryl that hit it pretty
It
hard.
was I forget which one it was. I get them confused.
See, it's the potential diagnosis of ADHD that's got me.
Yeah.
I think.
And so an agent, that was talking to a Detroit beat writer said, not many teams would do that truthfully, and that goes a long way. I agree with that. I think it's probably like a handful of coaches maybe that would absolutely sincerely say, go take care of things, stay off your feet, take a bye week, even though we need you, take it. You think maybe more than that?
I think more than we're giving credit for here. I think you have, for one, a lot more of the player coach type personnel, and then also I think with the advent of more and more analytics, I guess, for lack of better, like medical technology is probably the better way of putting this. And the medical staff's really having a good say in whether or not guys go or not. I think that understanding that, hey, this guy hasn't had an opportunity to have that rest. It would probably behoove you to give him that week. I think that
a lot of coaches wouldn't, though.
I think
man.
a lot more coaches than they credit would.
Get out there and play. Maybe, but I don't think the majority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so on the Hoops Collective podcast, Brian Windhurst let it be known that the Lakers are only allowing Bronny James to play in G League home games this year. So even at the G League level, Bronny is only playing for the South Bay Lakers home games. He's basically going to be a part-time G League player, not getting on what he says United Airlines to fly to road games. And so clearly there's some nepotism there or whatever. And my thought was just like, the Lakers are fine with it. They're doing it. My thought was, whoever are the decision makers are really failing this dude. Like they're failing. He's not going to travel with the team. Like, what is he doing in that time off? And then he needs to play basketball.
Yes.
Right, home or away. And I understand uncomfortable travel. Okay, so
that's part of it.
You're a pro.
No, that's part of learning.
And that's part of getting a feel for what it is to be a professional, is having to go through the travel in addition and then perform on the backside of that. And I'm not saying that like that's just all conditioning, but the full experience. Plus, it already hurts that he's in the G League as a dude with the guaranteed contract that I'm sure those other dudes that try and fend it off will have some ill feelings towards that level of privilege. And then he's not going to road games. He's just going to pop in at home. What are we doing here?
I have a theory about this, man. And I've been sitting on this for a little bit.
All right.
I feel like Bronny really don't want to play basketball like that. I feel like his father kind of, I want to say forced him But
he feels obligated.
I felt like he let's be real, he should have stayed in college. Let's be real, he should have stayed in college.
Mm-hmm.
I think his father kind of wanted that moment of playing with his son in the NBA,
Mm-hmm.
which kind of forced him to jump into the NBA draft.
Yeah.
He got drafted by the team his dad played for and all this other stuff. I feel like he really don't want to play basketball. If he had his choice, he probably wouldn't play back. He'd probably be doing something else. And I feel like this could be a thing of LeBron, the businessman, don't want to, I guess, all these other venues and arenas to make money off trying to see his son and all that other stuff.
Well,
I think it's a lot into that.
You might be right, but I'm with Reggie for the most part. Part of becoming an NBA player is the experience of, oh man, we got to play 2 games in 3 days, and one's here and one's there, and travel and cramped seating, on the airplane because it ain't a charter.
But also just let him in bed with his team
and get with his teammates. All of that. No, I'm with you on this.
It kind of sounds like somebody that not really into it like that.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong.
That's like, let's say we was doing this radio show and Lopez don't do live remotes, and you only do it you only come days a week.
Yeah.
At that point, we kind of like, man, is he really into it?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah.
The issue here, though, is I don't know who's dictating this for. Like, is it him being able to say this? Because one, that's bold as hell.
Yeah.
To do that. Or is this the Clutch Sports representatives? Or is this the Lakers themselves being like, yo, it's fine?
It always comes back to LeBron.
My best guess is
LeBron's the one that makes the ultimate decision.
Yeah, I think it's Clutch, which is pretty much LeBron.
Yeah, I think it's his representation. I think that they're failing this dude, man. Like, I understand that they did what they did to get him the 4-year, $8 million contract.
Yeah.
And that gets him the money. But like the actual things that will help him be better at basketball, I think that decision they're really messing up.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Reggie talked about earlier how he might have an issue, a problem.
ADHD?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the ADHD isn't the issue, but the lack of focus might be.
Yeah, well, I think I got a Facebook Marketplace problem, man. I find myself scrolling on there more than social media, man. I just pop, if I'm just sitting around, I'm like, let's see what's on here.
Welcome to home ownership.
Yeah, I'm just like, ooh.
You're just out here throwing out offers?
Yeah.
I just be looking, man.
I could use a socket set.
Yeah, all the time. Ooh, let me see if they have this on here.
Yeah.
Ooh, this just popped up. Look at this. And I'm actually, after the show today, I'm actually picking up some speaker stands.
All right.
So, I think it was last week. I ended up getting Sunday. Mm-hmm. Sunday morning, I ended up picking up a desk with some. The guy threw in some speakers and some monitors. Got it for a nice little price. And then later on, I'm like, you know what? Are you selling those speaker stands? I could take those. I come back later this week. So I'm getting those, and he throwing in So it's a flat screen TV he throwing in, but I think the thing is half of the screen is like dim a little bit. He just giving it to me for free.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, let me see how much this costs to repair and all that stuff. So I think I got an issue, man.
Yeah,
that's okay. It's not a bad one.
Yeah,
it does sound like stuff that you need right now. When you start just buying stuff for the sake of buying stuff, then
that's when I'm gonna start getting, because I'm not being a hoarder, but when it gets that bad, then I'm gonna have to take a look at myself. And
so you're not qualified for the Astrodome Conservancy?
Nah, I'm not.
You found a way to bring that back.
Yeah.
All right, those are your confessions. Lunchtime Confessions in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into some NFL overreaction or reality. We'll do it next.
Our guy Clint's Texans.
5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. At the end of the segment, we'll be giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop to hang out with us, but also time to do a little NFL overreaction or reality as we head into Week 11, in which your Texans will take on the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. And so let's start here. Overreaction or reality? The Texans' opponent in the Cowboys, their head coach Mike McCarthy, will be the next head coach fired. NFL, overreaction or reality?
I think it's an overreaction only because I think he's going to be fired in the offseason. And there are others that might well be fired before that. I mean, hell, Doug Peterson.
Peterson's up there.
Might be one. And I'm to think of another, off the top of my head.
Matt Eberflus is one of those.
Eberflus?
He's had a ton. He's
lost the coordinators already.
Yeah,
you know what? He might be the next one.
Coordinators.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Eberflus seems in a bad way. Obviously, he had to fire Shane Waldron. He's had quite a few coordinators. For some reason, number 13 is coming to mind, and I don't want to say that definitively. But he's lost a lot of coordinators over his time while still somehow managing to protect his job. It feels like he's gotten really far. I thought, honestly, Matt Eberflus would be fired last year.
Yeah.
And he retained his job with the new coordinator. So, yeah, I think that is going to be a place that you look out for where maybe, just maybe, Eberflus loses his job. Yeah, I think you're right that this
Jerry Jones is just going to wait and put his heels in the ground.
That's a man that just does not do things that he does not want to.
Right, but he will at the end of the year.
I think so as well. Yeah. I mean, and it's the path of least resistance. That man doesn't have any more years on his deal. Like, he would just not retain his services.
Get Shador, get Deion.
Oh, okay, yeah. Follow up.
You think they going to a quarterback?
Overreaction or reality that they go to full Sanders plan. Deion as head coach, Shador quarterback.
What's the owner's name again?
Jerry Jones.
Okay.
Gerald Wayne Jones is his name.
Okay. There's already buzz about that. I mean, I know there's been buzz, but
it's the Cowboys,
It's
man.
because it's a buzzy thing to talk about. But didn't they just pay Dak Prescott like $60 million a year?
Sure. Or maybe Travis Hunter and Deion.
Oh yeah,
that's more likely. I think that's more likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, his favorite son.
Yeah, his
Travis
favorite
Hunter.
son is Travis Hunter.
All
But
right.
Deion is on the
slow. Not during this year.
Yeah.
Not in the middle of this year. Somebody said that would be the most entertaining freak show. Yeah, if Deion was up top there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, some other around the end, over the reaction or not. I was looking at the wrong part of my document here. Overreaction or not. The Bears are ruining yet another quarterback in Caleb Williams.
Not an overreaction. At least not now. That might change. But Caleb Williams, I mean, I'm sure you've seen. You're the king of the nitty gritty numbers in
I'm
sports.
not the king of that. I mean,
Well, you're on the
numbers guy right here.
You're on the court.
I do what I can.
You're part of the king's court, if not. And you've seen him. I mean, the numbers that he's putting up, especially the last 4 weeks. Whew, that's the kind of stuff that can ruin a quarterback.
Absolutely. I mean, his completion percentage hasn't been above 55% in 3 weeks. I mean, hasn't thrown, or he threw for 200 plus yards 2 weeks ago, but it has not been very good.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, like, you haven't seen the spark that you saw, that obviously you saw in USC, and then it felt like maybe you started to see it a little bit in the middle of this season. That's all gone, and that feels like the thing that ruins your quarterback.
Yes.
It felt like they were doing something to build a quarterback's centric place, though. They went and got the wide receivers, and we're starting to look at the wide receiver core and be like, oh, not nearly as good, right?
Yeah.
Keenan Allen has looked the same. And then they went and got Shane Waldron, and you thought, hey, maybe they went and got a coordinator, but as we detailed yesterday, right? Jack Smith and Jigba did a lot of credit behind the idea of like Geno Smith's resurgence, but yeah, it's
also kind of interesting that the reports, and it wasn't rumors. I saw a report about this that players were asking about benching him.
Yeah, players were asking to see Tyson Bijani, right, at quarterback, and that is really that's really odd to see, like a young guy as well. That his teammates were coming and like, nah, we don't believe in him, and that's So yeah, that was wild. All right, some other things overreaction or reality. I keep wanting to change the damn name of the segment. Overreaction or reality. Kansas City Chiefs are the best team in the AFC.
Oh, not an overreaction. That's the reality. No, they're the best team in the AFC. Boy, what a game coming up. Chiefs and Bills, man. I mean, they're going to beat the Bills. It's just what they do. But I think that's going to kind of put the exclamation point on it. Okay,
I don't know that I agree with this, especially when I understand the Bills have been playing better than they were, at least when we got to see them up close personal. And then the Ravens exist there, and I don't know what to do with the Ravens because that Ravens team offensively is better than they've been in a little while. But defensively, it's not nearly the level that they had been prior. And so how do those things kind of level out in some ways? But yeah, the Chiefs also they're given some of the benefit of the doubt of being the Kansas City Chiefs, right, in name and obviously with the history that they have.
And that's it.
And I'm not saying that they're a bad team by any stretch, but the idea that they're definitely the best when you needed a little bit of.
What do you think? Ravens could win the discussion?
Yeah.
More so than the Bills.
Yeah, to me, and I hate doing this, but the Ravens always seem like that good regular season team. It's only when they get to the playoffs is when they start looking a little iffy.
Yeah.
So I will probably say I think the Bills probably had the best chance to knock off the Chiefs, but I think it's the Chiefs, man. They just know how to win, even though they ain't putting up as many points as I thought they would. They just know how to figure it out and win, man.
Yeah.
Another defensively led team, those Kansas City Chiefs. All right, as we continue, overreaction or not for the NFL, how about this one? Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to not just make the playoffs, but win a playoff game. Overreaction or reality?
I think that's a reality.
I think that's reality too, man.
That's a reality. I really do.
That's coaching right there, man.
God, I never learned, and I should say I didn't learn this year because I've always believed in Mike Tomlin. I just thought this year, okay, this time it's going to fall back. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Russell Wilson look all right.
Yeah,
man.
man.
All right. He look decent.
Especially
for that price.
Can we just go ahead and put Mike Tomlin in the Hall of Fame right now? He can keep coaching if he wants, but just it feels like no matter what the circumstance is, this dude, as you mentioned, coaching, they found an identity again.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and they've done it. They've done it on the fly. He made that switch at quarterback smooth, and it's been successful from Fields to Wilson. And they fit in with the identity of what they're doing while still just constantly being an incredible defensive team. I never cease to be amazed by
it's
just
amazing.
how good
it's amazing.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will say that suck about all of this is he won't be able to have his pick of the quarterback in the draft.
Yeah.
Like start with a franchise type of quarterback because they're always good. They'll never be like the worst team in the league. So, I mean, if they want to take it up a notch, they might have to trade up in the draft and get one of these quarterbacks they think that's good, man.
But if there's anything that feels completely antithetical to the Steelers' MO, is like trading up for
they never do that.
They don't do it.
Yeah, Big Ben fell right in their lap.
713.
Was he talking about? It was funny yesterday. Was he talking about Deontay Johnson? Who was he talking about?
Oh, it was Deontay Johnson. Yeah. Another one of those.
Let me try to find that.
They go. What do you think? Oh, they got a lot better players than that guy.
In essence, like he did it in a little bit more diplomatic way, but he has other things to consider.
I got it right here, man. Here's Mike Tomlin.
To be honest with you, I hadn't thought a lot about it. He's not on a lot of their video, and so, at this stage of the week, I don't know that I've weighed, what he might mean to the matchup. They got more significant pieces with larger roles that are occupying my attention at this point.
He kind of said what I said. They got a lot of dudes.
He didn't.
They got a lot of dudes better than that guy.
Which he is not wrong, right? You look in everything he said, objectively 100% true, right? When your Steelers are facing off against the Ravens, when you look at the Ravens, Deontay Johnson is not the guy that comes even run any plays for them last week. Which again,
haven't seen him on film,
right? Like exactly, he's not on the film. Look,
we got other guys that got more significant roles than this guy.
All right, but if that was not Mike Tomlin saying that, and he said that, you go, yeah, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers,
that's
right?
Not what he was saying.
Mark Andrews.
That's not what he was saying.
You politely in there. No, he's absolutely true.
He's probably the most honest head coach out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did this a couple times. I remember, I think, was it last year when they, I guess the media was talking to him, the Texans media was talking to him.
Oh, on the call.
Yeah. And they asked him about, I want to say, what DeMeco Ryans and him have in common. And obviously, you asking that because it's probably two black head coaches.
Yeah.
And he was just like, we ain't got nothing in common. Like, we have no connections.
Yeah.
Like, nah.
I don't know what you could possibly see.
Yeah.
Are you asking me that because I'm black? That's
pretty much what he was. He was just like, oh, I don't see none similarities.
Let's continue on in the NFL overreaction or not. And this one feels like it might be easy considering some news that happened today. But the Indianapolis Colts made a mistake by benching Anthony Richardson.
I don't know if that's as easy as you think. I think they're just adjusting on the fly here. Because he could still be really bad, and they don't get any better. But I guess technically, the mistake was we didn't know Joe Flacco was going to be this bad. So I'll say it's a reality, even though I think you can argue it either way.
I would say that's a reality as well. And maybe this is being reactionary, but it just felt this is the quarterback that you have picked. You already missed time for injury. Get some yardage out of him, man. Like, go ahead and play football and get a good idea and a good accounting of what he is, especially as you get more football under his belt. That's another dude that had not played a ton of football to this point. But yeah, man, get him out there on the field, let him play some more football, get a better feel of what he is and what he is doing. And now they are back to him. If you did not get the news earlier, Joe Flacco out as starting quarterback, Anthony Richardson back in. And Anthony Richardson, a dude who typically has a decent amount of perspective, in my feeling, he came around and he said he felt like it was actually low-key a good thing that he was benched for the past 2 weeks.
He's impressive. Like just as a dude, he's an impressive cat. I just, what we do here a lot of times is just talk about what we're seeing. And I've never seen it with him, but now you're going to find out for sure.
Yes, you will. And also for the Texans, I do think that points to the idea that, that team is entirely cooked over there, ain't they?
Yeah.
I guess one more bonus one before you go. For the opponent this week, the Dallas Cowboys. the Cowboys should trade Micah Parsons this offseason. Overreaction or reality?
I don't think that's an over. I think that's a reality. I think that's a reality. What are they really? I say that knowing that there's a loon running the entire organization over there, basically. So you don't know what he's going to do. Like,
oh yeah, I'm way out of the game of trying to predict what Jerry Jones does.
A clear thinking, long-term planning, general manager. First of all, a general manager, an actual general manager,
sure,
would.
I think so,
but I don't know if Jerry's going to even contemplate that.
I mean, is it smart to even pay him? Like the money, because they paid a lot of people, man.
That's big money. It's like how do you move forward with so much of your cap dictated towards quarterback, number one wide receiver, and defensive end, especially with what feels like a lot of holes on your team. I know that they've dealt with some injuries and such, but that feels like that's going to be a tough place for them to be moving forward. There's a lot of consideration that maybe you try and garner some things and get some things back, some draft capital to actually work on getting your team back up to snuff by trading someone like
some give and take.
Real interesting.
Future Texan.
That's okay.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing there?
I predicted it last year. Remember, Figgy?
Yeah.
At some point, he's going to be a Texan.
To play with CJ?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'll hold you to that one. Somebody said 8346. Will and Micah. I'll take it. We'll see.
Yeah.
But
got to wait for about 2 years, right? So because the Neil Hunter deal is 2 years. So after that, then I can see that.
Okay. We'll see what that looks like in the future. But as of the closer future, you have Houston Texans going up to Arlington to face off against the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. All right. I did promise that we would give away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops, and that time has come. Let's keep it simple. Call number 10 right this moment to 713-572-4610. Will win that $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops, in addition to the opportunity to be entered into a raffle to win a grill from Texas Star Grill Shops at the end of the football season.
I will help deliver it myself.
No, you won't. You'll be there. When
I did last year.
You help deliver. Exactly.
I'll pick up the OG sauce and hand him a bottle.
Yeah, and call number 10.
A bottle?
713-572.
Give him a case, man.
I think it was a case.
Stop being cheap.
4610.
Give him 2.
Yeah, 2 cases. Go ahead. Coming up next, though, it'll be 1 o'clock. Azeez Al-Shaair, Jalen Petrie, they all talk. There were some interesting things in there. We'll talk about that next.
Is there
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, appreciate you hanging out with us on a Wednesday in the Loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula. Texas made a few players available for the media yesterday. I wonder how much of that is just the nature of having the
was there Monday, I guess?
Different week. Monday, I guess, as well. And typically CJ would talk. Or no, CJ wouldn't talk on Monday, right? Like, so I think that some of this is just having the
He
long
usually
week.
talk on Wednesday.
Which means he's talking on Thursday.
Because Thursday is their
Wednesday. And today is Tuesday.
Today is their Tuesday, so there's no practice today.
Yes.
But they got the day off after the Sunday Night Football defeat to the Lions on Monday. So Tuesday, they actually made some people available, which was really cool. And they kind of picked great guys. A couple of backer for your Texas and nickel back, I guess, for lack of a better term. Jalen Petrie for your Texas as well, and both of them were really interesting to hear from. And I'd like to start with the Z's, who, I mean, we talked a little bit yesterday about the players-only meeting that happened over the weekend, but having Aziz in front of the podium and in front of the lectern gave the media opportunity to ask him, why did the team think a players-only meeting was necessary?
Just kind of check in. You don't check in with the guys. Just like you don't check in with your wife. You think everything's going good, and whole time hey, how you doing? And then she just spazzes. Like, whoa, I thought it was good. So I think it's always good. Like, it's never a bad thing to just check in and see how everything's going, especially for me. I mean, I've been hurt for the last 3 weeks, so I got a different perspective watching from afar. So I think it's just a good check-in for everybody.
First of all, very relatable. Very relatable.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, look. Yeah, have you checked in recently after the whole rat prank thing?
Oh, I've checked in a lot. Boy, have I checked in.
What was the update?
It's all about the same.
Oh, okay.
It's all
not good.
It's all about
Lopez
the same.
gonna come home one day, bad everything but the kitchen sink gone.
All my clothes.
He like, wait a minute, I thought we was good.
All my clothes.
Wrong. Remember 3 months when you pulled that prank on me?
Yeah. Clothes on the front porch. So very relatable, which I liked. And actually a very good way to put it. Like, not necessarily, hey, the sky is falling, but hey, guys, what everybody good here? Air your grievances, so to speak, before it gets worse. So I like the way he did it, and also Al-Shaair, he just sort of makes you feel better about everything.
Yeah,
like his whole availability was very, very much, candid and sort of, he explained everything the right way. He just kind of made you feel better about, the whole sky is falling thing with this team.
He's a good communicator. Like, I think that probably leads in a big way as to, being a green dot guy on the field and being a leader in these places. So, but I did appreciate that, getting some insight into players only meeting, because the nature of a players only meeting is such that we don't get a lot of insight. And, well done to Jonathan Alexander to even bring us the information of that. But we don't really get a lot of insight into what happens and how what is said in those situations and what is even the impetus behind some of these things at times. And so to get the perspective of that, we're just kind of checking in and trying to stay connected as a team. I found that to be interesting. It wasn't kind of the ways that I had previously viewed it. When you hear the idea that there is a players-only meeting, you think of it as maybe a possibility of trying to kind of jumpstart the team, kind of shake up a malaise or what have you, and let Aziz tell it, like, no, we're just making sure that we're all on the same page and that we're checking in with each other.
I also felt encouragement, so to speak, from Al-Shaair, because like this whole question of, can they turn it around? Is it getting too late fast? That old thing. And how do you keep this thing off the rails? I mean, he was talking very candidly again about the confidence they have in the defense and the confidence they have in not worrying about the offense, but not necessarily bailing on the offense. So I think the defense. Look, we know this now. The defense is what's going to carry this team for the most part, and I think they're embracing that.
Yeah, actually, let's go to it. This was Aziz being asked if there was any frustration with the offense after a game like the Lions loss, where you had so much good defense and you had some turnovers as well.
I mean, if we handled our part, then they wouldn't have scored the points to end up winning the game. So it's tough because, can you look at the stat line and say we made a quarterback throw 5 interceptions? Like, no question. If you just read that stat line to me, for any team, it could be Little League for all I care. I'm be like, they won the game. And then when you see, like, what happened and what transpired throughout the game, I think it's just playing every single play. Like, we all had plays that we could have been better. Because if it was just about the 5 interceptions, then cool. But come out and we're up 23-7. I don't care if the offense don't score another point, because if their offense doesn't score another point, then we win the game and nobody's talking. Like, y'all can still probably talk about the offensive struggles and all that, but we still win the game, So I think, again, it's just a mentality that you got to have in the perspective, because if you feeling like, man, we did our part, man, we did good. It's like, I'm telling you, that's a setup for a bad outcome in the long run.
Yeah, acknowledging, he said it, offensive struggles, but not necessarily throwing them under the bus.
No.
Just saying, no, we're not dumb.
And it's good to hear that, because when I think of, like, the rifts that can happen with the team, and clearly you're not in this boat at any stretch of the imagination, but I still think back to that Jacksonville Jaguars team a few years back. I can't remember exactly the year. I should remember, where they go to the AFC Championship game. And then the year after, the team is falling apart because the defense is looking like, yo, we carried y'all. We drug y'all to that place. And again, that is not the distribution of labor with this team. But it's the most extreme example of that idea of maybe you have different rooms that see things differently. And that's why those two clips together, the idea that, this team all the way around had a players meeting where they're on the same page, and you have Aziz talking so candidly about the idea of, hey, man, they put up points. We had things that we could have done to finish that out. We handle our business, or we need to handle our business within this as well all the way through the game. It does make me feel good, at least on this level, right? As many questions as you could have about is the offense being run in the right way, or are they getting done and executing all these things? Mm-hmm. They're doing this together as a team, and so that is one thing, is that the message is still landing from the head coach, and the idea of togetherness still exists within their locker room.
Yeah, and so let me do what you just did. Let's hear that because when he's talking about, he was asked directly about the offensive struggling. And I think he said exactly what you're talking about there.
Honestly, no, and I say no because, again, it's like when I'm out there or when I'm sitting on the sideline, I'll say, like, I really, and I say this to the offense all the time, like, I could care less what they're doing. Like, I don't know what checks they making. I see you guys catch a ball or Joe run somebody over just to like hype them up a little bit. But, I respect, what everybody's role is and what they have to do, and I also respect my own. So it's like I'm going to make sure I focus on what I can control and that part of the game that we can control from a defensive perspective. And I'm going to let the offensive guys and the offensive leaders focus on that from an offensive perspective. Now, we talk about it all the time, after the games and leading up to the games, just different things on how they're feeling, how we're feeling, whatever. But when it comes to like that type of pressure, like we just want to win every single game because the defense is playing great, but that's the defense's mentality. And offensively, obviously, their mentality is they want to win every game because they're playing great. So then we have complementary football, and both people are thinking like, hey, I want to be the reason why, not the letdown, I guess, is what you're really trying to look for. So honestly, it's not something that we're about.
First of all, he's got head coach written all over him. That's just a side note, but what he's doing there is really, he's speaking to us, but like a lot of head coaches do, also speaking to the guys in the locker room. Like, I don't care what y'all do. I know you got your thing going on, but that's cool. We're going to do what we need to do to make sure that that's enough. That's how I heard that.
And I think that's the do your job mentality and mantra that has been preached consistently, and making sure that you do your job to the fullest. And if everybody does that, the rising tide will indeed lift all boats in theory. I do want to talk about, I want to get some Jalen Petrie here real quick as well, because he also brought some insight. And I just found this interesting as he was talking about the Texans standard.
Me personally, every play, I think you could look at a lot of different things and try to pinpoint a lot of different things, but every play is going to be somebody that's winning a play and losing a play. And overall, if you look back at it, we had ours and they had theirs, but obviously they had more, and that's how they came out on top. So I wouldn't say that the standard has changed, though. Like, from the day that I came in here, it was about winning, and it's about, making winning plays, and it's been the same up to, last game.
Yeah, I mean, these guys on the defensive side of the ball just give you more confidence, and they should, because they're the ones that have, frankly, outside of a couple of moments here and there, sort of carried this team. And so I think they're comfortable with that. I think they both are saying kind of the same thing. They're saying, we're not bashing the offense. Whatever you can get, we're going to make sure that's enough.
And you're right, 2-1. That is the same thing the coach has been saying. It's what I've said. Like, that is the message that's been going across. Mm-hmm. I think that there's still obviously room for the offense to be better, and for like the team to be better, and ultimately, I guess maybe not better, like just in a general sense, better in situations that allow them to allow the good play that they get from time to time to be rewarded all the way through with the victories against the better teams in this league. But it is good to know that like that mentality has not shifted for them at the very least, even as those things need to be worked through with the rest of this team. And finally, I do want to go here. This is Petrie 8, if you could for me, or sorry, Petrie 9, as he gave us. He was asked what was the message during the team meeting after the Lions loss.
It's about the energy. Like, it's the same thing in life. People go through ups and downs. People is going to take some blows, but it's all about how you carry yourself on a day-to-day basis through those blows. And I think that we're built for this. You know, we've been through similar times. And, you know, we had a great training camp. We understand that it's going to be some ups and downs, but it's all about, you know, keeping the energy right and making sure that, you know, we continue to show up day in and day out, ready to, you know, learn from our coaches and show up ready to play and make plays. That's the ultimate thing that we're trying to do.
The other funny thing is I'm listening to these guys. Like I said, I mentioned this to you before the show. I really wanted to hear from them. I thought our listeners should hear from them because, first of all, it does give you a certain amount of confidence in where they are. Clarity on the players-only meeting, and more than that, it kind of opened my eyes. Like outside of, you know, of course, C.J. Stroud, you know, playing 4 quarters, you know, more consistently is going to be the biggest factor.
Entirety of the offense, really.
Yeah, the entirety, but it really you know revolves around him. The vast majority of players that I believe can get it done down the stretch are all on defense.
Sure. I mean, that's the team that's
They're all
the
on
side
defense.
of the football that we've seen kind of stand on a single blade of grass, whatever have you to kind of.
And they've done it.
Yeah, they have done it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Like for me, just it just felt good to hear you know the players on that level still kind of, and I mean they were going to buy in, and these are kind of somewhat leaders, particularly Aziz in the team. But you know, it just felt good to hear that, and especially like understand what the players only meeting. What the perspective was beyond that. So those are those guys talking yesterday.
I thought it was important.
Loop around Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand the thing over to Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Yeah, man. A lot of people been arguing back and forth online about who fault is it with the Texans. Is it the O-line? Is it Bobby Slowick? And I want to go here with this. What are some signs that someone realizes they're losing a argument on social media?
Oh, boy.
713-572-4610. What they be doing when they know they losing in the argument on social media?
This is good.
Okay, what's the telltale when you know you're wrong? We'll talk about it next.
All right, guys. Let's talk about Texas Star Grill Shop.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Our energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream, a new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. And technically, is it technically a Tuesday? Because ain't nobody talking today, right?
Yeah, no, it is a Texans Tuesday.
Is it a Tuesday?
Technically a Wednesday. Feels like a Tuesday.
Yeah.
What? On the calendar, it is actually Wednesday.
It's technically Wednesday,
November 13th.
But in this football town right here, it's
football
Tuesday.
week. It is a football Tuesday.
Yes.
So the Texans have the day off. They will not practice. They'll get back to practicing tomorrow.
Yeah. So happy football Tuesday.
If your head doesn't hurt yet, probably will soon.
Yeah. But speaking of that, I felt like we was about to argue a little bit, and I want to talk about some social media arguments.
We were arguing earlier about it, irregardless.
Yeah. You know what? The first thing that come to my mind when I'm losing an argument?
What's that?
All caps.
Let me
type
sure.
Let me type in all caps.
Oh, God.
To let you know how right I am.
Or just yelling. Sometimes you just yell. You get loud. Let me talk over you, even if you can't. So
so I kind of wanted to go through this little list of things that people do when they know they losing an argument on Twitter, or social media. So the first one on the list is switching to all caps.
Of course.
So I'm a double tap that capital button on the phone or whatever, and I'm going all in, all caps, to let you know, nope. I'm right.
That's a sure sign. Absolutely.
What about this one? Replies with a meme. So let me just throw a meme in there and just kind of throw you off a little bit.
Sometimes it's a message,
I kind of disagree with this one.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, because sometimes I throw in a little gif or a meme where I'm just like, I'm not arguing with you, man. Like, you sound a little silly. You're not worth a paragraph.
Yeah, the meme, it feels like the spiritual equivalent of, you got it, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. What about this one? All of a sudden, you turn into a teacher. You start trying to correct my grammar.
Well, non sequiturs. Yeah, brother.
That clearly doesn't apply to me because I do it all the time.
Yeah.
But there are people like, it's your, not your.
Yeah, I'm like, it's just like, okay. You
Dude is typing on his phone, while he's driving or whatever. Don't do that. And
sometimes you could be in the
and autocorrect, and all of a sudden you turn into
you turn into the grammar police.
Sometimes that could just be similar to what you were talking about earlier. Just I'm not engaging with this. It's fine.
Or what about this one? The person that all of a sudden don't have about 15, 16, 17 responses back and forth. Oh, I have a life. I got stuff to do. I don't have time to go back and forth with you.
This is an interesting one to me. because you're right. If you're going to engage 15 text
You going back
exchanges-
and forth. You going
But
back and
sometimes
forth.
after 15, you kind of go like, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing?
No,
Like,
my thing,
post-tweet clarity.
Yeah.
No, my thing is, I had stuff to do. Oh, really? Oh, now you got stuff to
do.
I got work to do.
But
I
what
gotta
I'm saying
focus
is
on this
sometimes
now.
you really realize, I ain't got time for this,
Yeah.
Whatever.
What about this one? Do your research. The person that say, "Oh, do your research."
Do your research.
Okay, let me research what what you talking about now.
That's a pet peeve of mine in so many different ways. Because, like, do your research.
Yeah.
Where? On TV? On Twitter?
No, sometimes
like, research is actually like research of a topic, like studying it and not what somebody else says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I heard so-and-so say that's not research.
Yeah, sometimes that's a cover-up for them not having any sources or no facts or anything like that.
Well,
when
they just said on blah, blah, blah that this is true. Well,
sometimes
still not research.
Yeah, sometimes they throw stuff out there.
Yeah.
And when you question them on it, do your research. Oh, no, why do I got to research it? You tell me why is this? Like, where did this come from? You tell me, buddy.
Yeah. Buddy, that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's part of the list.
Yeah, yeah. What about this one? Bringing other people into the argument, tagging other people.
Oh yeah.
Time with honestly, all of us sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people be going in and then they tag Sports Radio 610 for some reason.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here.
And now you're thrown into the argument,
Yeah.
and you like, what are y'all arguing about? Are y'all finished or y'all done?
I like that you're talking about this social media wise because I just keep thinking about this in person, and I don't know if it's like, is this an indicator that you're losing an argument where you're just like, nah, look, Figgy, tell him.
Yeah,
kind of.
Is that okay?
Kind of.
Right.
Yeah.
Nah, Figgy, he's just not listening to me. You tell him.
Yeah.
No, or sometimes they try to get loud. They get louder than you.
Yeah,
and
man.
like, but bro, you loud and wrong.
The loud is absolutely
like.
No, when I hear someone
The loud
say,
is the one.
like, let's say you're arguing with someone, and then they say, Reggie, hey, I'm out of this.
My name's Ben.
I'm out of this.
It's not about me.
Yeah. So hey, no, Figgy, look at come here, Figgy. And like, don't bring me into it. I'm not siding with none of y'all.
Yeah.
So I feel like the number 2 seed is getting loud, and I feel like the number 1 seed is some of the ones that have come in on the text line, and I haven't heard it on the list now yet. I feel like if you have it, personal attacks.
Yeah. What about this one? Just a simple little LOL or SMH.
Yeah.
If you ain't got no response.
That's kind of like, I'm out.
Yeah, I kind of get that often, especially when you telling somebody like, no, these are the facts right here.
Yeah.
This is exactly what happened. And they just respond with SMH or LOL. Like, that's all you got?
Right.
It's over now?
We
so
are done
I won?
engaging, huh? It's done?
Yeah. What about the person that just sent a lengthy reply?
Oh, no, they're here.
Oh,
they're
Patrick
here
Creighton?
Why? What? Wait, where did that come from?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you seen Patrick's tweets?
Well, yeah, he does go in depth.
I counted them one day. 800 words, wasn't it?
Oh, man, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my man wrote a little.
You could have put a piece
article.
on sportsradio610.com with that.
Thorough. That's all that is. Being thorough.
It was one time somebody, I think I disagreed with somebody on something, and I guess the person didn't have time to do, reply in that moment. And this dude replied, said, "Oh, I'm gonna get back to you later on."
Oh, great!
I'm like, later on.
He went to go do his research.
I'll be waiting for
that. No, I don't know what he was doing.
That's what he was doing.
He went to the lab. About to go do some research.
The brother came back with a lengthy paragraph.
He promised.
I'm like, dog, it's over,
He
man.
went to the library.
Oh, now you got a time limit on the argument?
Yeah, like, I'm done with it, man. Like, I moved past it.
Yeah.
Like, nah, if we gonna argue, we gonna argue now. Don't try to hit pause on the video game. And
I'm mad now. I'm not gonna be mad later.
Yeah, like, it's over. It's over, but you missed your time, man. Because I had time at that time.
That's right.
Now I ain't got time. It's over with.
Yeah.
What about the person that completely changes the argument of what y'all arguing about?
That's high up there.
So
on
you
the
could be
list.
sitting here talking about the offense, how Bobby, it's not Bobby Slowick's problem, or he ain't the one doing it wrong, and then you try to defend that a little bit, and now it's like, oh well, the Texans offense ain't never been that good since they came back.
Oh yeah.
Into the argument, man. Like, what you talking about? Like, you changing the whole
Actually,
thing.
I've decided I think that's the number 1. That's
changing the topic.
That's the number one. You change the topic, and I know. All right, we done here.
Yeah,
it's just like we talking about Bobby Slow. We talk about the offense in 2024, and I'm telling you, it's not that bad. And now you want to say, oh, their offense never been that good since 2002. It's just like, wait a minute.
About 2002.
I'm like, we ain't talking about that.
It sounds like Figgy been doing some arguing.
Bobby Sloak was in high school, maybe middle school.
Hey, no, this is my favorite one. How many championships they won?
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, all right, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, all right, buddy.
From the 281, when you hit them with facts and they go, I'm not reading all that. But sometimes you don't really want to read all that, though.
Yeah.
I will say, you know what I realized? I'm just not one for arguing because so many of these, I'm just like, I'm not
sometimes I had time where I'll go back and forth where I'll be like, wait a minute. But once you start getting personal and once you start calling me an idiot or whatever, that's when I'm like, all right, buddy, like you ain't built for this. So I'm gonna end this one with this. Agree to disagree.
Oh, don't
so
say
all this
that.
stuff, yep. That agree to disagree
it's
or
just an ejecto seat, man.
whatever.
That's
whatever. Just whatever.
That's another button pusher for me.
Yeah. Agree to disagree.
No, how can we agree if we're disagreeing? Yeah.
No. You know what?
You're still dumb.
Wow! Whoa! There's the name calling. There it is.
That's factual on some of these. No, he's actually dumb.
Yeah. Or what about somebody? This is the one that really pisses me off when somebody throw out and then you call them out on it and that's just my opinion.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's a top 3 pick.
That's
a top 3 pick.
It's like, man, like your opinions could be dumb too.
Yeah, opinions can be wrong.
Exactly. Like don't get mad when you throw out an opinion out there and people don't like it.
Just my opinion.
Like, come on, man. Like, I think, look, man, I think it's fair to criticize people's opinions, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
Your opinion is not factually correct, and it's not it's not sacred.
Like, we ain't sitting here talking about is an orange better than the apple. No, like if you're gonna sit there and say Michael Jordan is overrated, you deserve to get called out on that. Don't sit there high behind
just my opinion.
Agree to disagree or just my opinion.
You know the best one of all of them from the 713 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. It is what it is.
Oh God!
You know that's the best one right there.
It is what it is, man.
Worst one.
You know, great way to diffuse an argument, particularly with John Lopez. You know what, John? It just is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, went through all of these, but you know what? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Another one I can't stand, by the way, and this probably can be a transition to this next topic is rent free. I'm just rent free in your head.
Oh man.
Yep. Oh, yep. Just living rent free. Are you triggered? Are you triggered?
God.
So I want to get to this because I seen what did I say? Oh, I see a lot of people use these buzzwords. And it kind of irritate me a little bit, man.
Okay.
So I want to go through some words that people just use all the time that's a little cheesy. All right. So the first one, and my wife used this a lot during the home buying process, but adulting.
Adulting?
We're adulting.
Yeah.
It's just like, that one is just a little.
The vast majority of these actually start out with that's kind of cool. You know, that's a good way to put it. You know, something like that. It just gets overused.
Yeah,
adulting is so overused.
Yeah, whenever I hear it, I just kind of roll my eyes a little bit. Oh, we just bought a car. We're adulting.
Yeah,
it's just like, man,
that one just got overused. It's like, all right, that's enough.
Yeah,
this one is another one because I'm kind of in this field too with my social media, but influencer.
See, that's
every time somebody say influencer, I just kind of roll my eyes a little bit, just like, all right.
But that is what they're paying you for. It's for the influence that you have.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I try to use another term instead of influencer because I know some people like myself roll your eyes at it. That's kind of like when I was doing music. And whenever somebody say, oh, I'm an artist or, oh, I'm a rapper, it just be like, all right, man. Like,
see, it's either one extreme or the other with me. Like, because some influencers make hundreds of millions, forget millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
They actually have real influence.
Yeah, and some influencers who aren't maybe even that lucrative, but they're very much an influencer, I'm totally down with it. Like you're an influencer. You know, you do influence a lot of people because of your platform and what you do here and all that. But a lot of times when I hear when someone says I'm an influencer, I think to myself, I've seen. It's just a fancy way of saying I ain't got a job.
Wow.
Yeah.
And see, that's why, I tell people I do a lot of social media stuff, but I actually have a job. Like, I'm a producer here at Sports Radio 610.
Damn right you are.
Yeah.
So, I never use, I'm an influencer.
Exactly.
I say I work for Sports Radio 610, and I do a lot of social media stuff. But to me, this word is kind of like when people, I know this kind of tick you off a little bit, Lopez, but the girls on Instagram say I'm a model.
Oh, God.
I'm an Instagram model.
Oh, I could do a whole segment on that.
Yeah.
They call themselves an Instagram model. Basically, they're hot and they post a lot of pictures.
But they modeling stuff.
Who's hiring them?
They're self-employed.
Hey, I rock with the Instagram models.
You're
man.
not a
Me too, brother.
No.
I do.
I am a big fan. but
He's like, I follow many.
I am a big fan. But you're not a model unless someone hires you to model. Even if that's on social media, you are hired to model. Oh, I'm an Instagram model. No, you don't self-proclaim that crap.
All right, here's another one. I'm going to run through these. Self-care.
Yeah,
like,
self-care
is that getting overused?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And self-care, it's been used to a point where it don't mean nothing.
Yeah, it's just an excuse.
It's just like I don't feel like doing things, so self-care, right?
It's a self-care day for me.
Yeah, we've gotten to a place where it's definitely moved very far away from
Take
like
a
kind of
self-care day.
the mental care aspect of it.
I'm just taking the day off.
A mental health day.
I don't feel
I'm
like
not mocking it, but I'm kind of mocking it.
Oh,
Because,
yeah. Oh no, and I will. Like, I will. Hey, man, we just gonna do a little self care today, which is just I am neglecting my responsibilities, which is very different than where self care originated and what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah. This one I low key use this a lot. Low key.
You do. It has to be in the right context, and it's cool, right?
Yeah, it's become a filler. It's become a little bit of a word, a filler word rather, as opposed to just what it really originally means. But sometimes that happens, man. It does happen that something is used enough where it just becomes kind of a tick. Instead of just meaning what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah, this one I think people be a little dramatic when they use this term, but ghosting.
I'm kind of cool with that. I think it's accurate description. Like when people say, Figgy ghosted me. I think you understand exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It's, to me, I feel like it's a little over the top.
Maybe, but I think it's accurate.
Because ghosting is saying like, oh, I showed up all the way over here and he never showed up. Sometimes it could be like
being ignored or whatever.
Yeah, like I ain't get to you in time. So that don't mean I ain't ghost you.
Yeah.
Like, especially in like text messaging. Here's another one. Living my best life.
Yeah.
Living my best life.
It's the Instagram model saying that.
Hey man, sometimes you just gotta lie to yourself, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a little self-deception, a little self-care. If you will.
Yeah. Couple more. Trigger. We talked about Trigger.
Yeah.
This one I never heard of. Main character energy.
Definitely heard that before.
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I never heard nobody say that in real life.
Kind of like real self-involved. You just constantly.
I'm good with it. I just never really heard it.
Yeah. Now I'm about to hear it all the time.
Yeah.
FOMO. That one, I feel like a lot of people use that. I feel it's a little corny to me. This one is giving.
What does that mean?
That I don't even know how to do that. Explain that in a very.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
it's giving.
Yeah. I guess.
It originates in kind of like the queer spaces as well, I think. And it's just how, you have popular culture then kind of follows these kind of, I guess, more fringe cultures for a little bit. And then it becomes real popular and then it's overused. That's
Still don't know.
It's like
don't worry about it. I don't want to explain it to you at the very slim risk that you start using it and make my life very uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's silly. Sorry, not sorry.
Trite, overused.
Yeah.
Trite is really the word for a lot of these things.
Yeah.
A lot of these things end up being trite.
Yeah, the last couple vibes.
That's kind of like the ghosting. Sometimes it's fine.
Yeah, it depends. But some people, whatever they do, they could just walk down the street. Ooh, the vibes.
Yeah, no, that's too much.
What's his name? Brevin Jordan used that a lot. Where I'm just like, all right, brother.
I enjoy those moments, though, I will say. The moments that remind you that, oh, yeah, these big brawny men playing the car crash sport, they're all very young.
Yeah.
They're all very young, right? Yeah. Like, so many of the people that are watching them are much older than these people out here all playing.
Yeah.
Where they were very, very recently in school. Like, that is, so I love those moments where you just like, like you start talking vibes and stuff. You're like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You are effectively a child, even though I want to make sure I keep the autonomy of an adult within that.
That might be Brevin Jordan's favorite word, man. Every time I end up around him, he's like, yeah, the vibes. It's all about the vibes.
Oh, God.
The vibes. Yeah, the vibe. The last couple ones, no cap. I have no problem with no cap so far, man.
Cap got bad for a while though. Cap did get.
Did it get commercialized? Once it get commercialized,
I don't think it got all the way commercialized.
I don't think so. It's not like the dab where it just got commercialized.
Yeah, it got very. It got to parent space where the olds were trying to do it.
Yeah.
And I say that lovingly because I feel like I've very much transitioned out of the youngs. I don't know if I'm fully into the olds, but there's some space in between there that I exist in. But yes, the olds were trying to do the, hey man, that's cap. And it's like, I don't like that.
Yeah, the last one right here is clout.
Yeah.
Is that being overused?
We're on the backside of the bell curve there.
Yeah.
I think clout has come back to more of a normal space.
Yeah.
Texture had a good one. I'm dead.
Yeah, I think that's a younger generation thing too.
Yeah,
my niece say that a lot.
Yeah.
Every time I make a little joke, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm like, it wasn't that damn funny.
That's right.
Okay, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape, Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand off to the fellas of the drive. Clinton, Ron in there preparing a good show for you. But before we get there, let's talk a little bit about Alex Bregman. How confident are you now? And some rumors on where Alex Bregman could land.
The drive is
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. From a fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're gearing up to hand off to the fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron, of course, Team Mill, producing that one. We'll do that here shortly, but did want to get to some other things. Just going back, we were talking about Nate Davis being released or waived by the Bears. Apparently, according to Jason Leiser, who is a Bears writer with the Chicago Sun-Times, I think this is who you were talking about. The Bears had it when Nate Davis called in with a surprise back injury. So there you go. Cut halfway through a 3-year, $30 million contract.
The old surprise back injury.
You know, you hate when the surprise back injury.
Oh, my arm.
What was that?
Oh, my arm.
Okay, just need you to say it one more time. Thank you for doing that. All right. I did want to talk a little bit. Well, first of all, again, salute to Jose Altuve getting his Silver Slugger Award, which tied him for most by second baseman in MLB history, continuing to impress the Houston legend, Jose Altuve. But another potential Houston legend at this point. I guess he probably already. Who we've been kind of waiting with bated breath to see what happens with his free agency as he sits out there. Dana Brown is assured that, look, plan one is sign Bregman back. Plan 2 is sign Bregman back. Plan 3 is to try even harder to sign Bregman back, right? Like, it does feel like all plans point there. And we haven't heard very much. It seems like so many people in this space are at least have a strong belief that Bregman returns to the Astros. But I was kind of reading various things, and Buster Olney of ESPN had a prediction that I hadn't heard. Because, I mean, obviously, outside of the Astros, who are the other teams that you anticipate?
Yankees, Mets, Blue Jays.
Okay, those are the kind of the standard fair answers. Buster Olney said that his prediction was that the Phillies sign Alex Bregman. And the Phillies, you might ask, like, they don't have a role for third base.
Or do they?
And they don't, but they currently have Alec Bohm there. They have similar offensive production, both those guys, Bohm and Bregman. However, Bregman, obviously Gold Glover, longer track record, all those things. The thought there is that possibly they could deal Alec Bohm and then sign Alex Bregman.
Right.
And that really scared me because I did not think of the possibility that teams would go so far as to do all that. You were looking at this particular kind of the market for Bregman and feeling like it's smaller than I think some people were talking
I really do. I really do. And credit to Twitter because I came across a really good MLB Network.
Your research.
I did my research. I was listening to the experts on MLB Network, and they were digging into numbers like you do and analyzing them. And it was really enlightening. Like, how many teams out there can really afford, not just financially, but afford to bring in Alex Bregman? Because his OPS over the last 3 years has gone down. His WAR has gone down. His on-base percentage has gone down. But it's still at an all-star level.
Correct.
It's not superstar elite player level. It's all-star level. But the fact that it's going down tells you at 31, you have 2 years, you have 3 years of this kind of stuff. Is that enough for you to win? You know, it's truly no more than a handful of teams that can say it's worth the risk.
Well, okay,
you know?
so if you are to believe that downtrend is one that is going to be problematic after
down-ish. Yeah.
Right, okay, fair enough. But if you were going to put that trend forward with Alex Bregman, and say that is the thing. How do you then feel? Like, did that change at all your desire to have him return for the Astros? Understanding that, I think Chandler Rome put out a fantastic piece this morning, as he often does, about like looking at the various options that you had you would have in-house to replace him, or even outside of here to replace him, where you don't have a big farm to go and make like a big trade. The kind of free agent looks outside of Bregman aren't inspiring, and then you what is it, Zach DeZenzo or Shea Whitcomb at third base? Like, you just don't have a lot to answers or perspective on bringing Bregman.
And totally wishy-washy, I get that, but yes and no. It does change it in the sense that I think it helps the Astros that the market is so small. I think it helps the Astros that people are going to have to be weighing, do we really, how long do we want him, at this level? Even though the level has gone down a little bit. It kind of helps the Astros that there's just not a lot out there. But on the other hand, it kind of hurts the Astros because he's the only third baseman out there.
Correct.
He is it. So somebody's going to impulse buy Alex Bregman. Like someone, it's going to be, do I really need, this gum? Do I really want some gum? I think it'll make me have a better day. So there just aren't a lot of third basemen out there that play at an all-star level. So someone is going to make that run at him.
I went back and I'm looking at the kind of OPS numbers that you're talking about when you were talking about the trend down, and that this is from 2022 to this past 2024 season. 820 in 2022, 804 OPS in 23, and then this past season a 768, which is the lowest that you've seen at all.
Again, still all-star level, but not elite level.
The thing about it is that's looking at just the OPS. I think if you also pair that with look at his WAR, this would still be one of his better WAR or like a middling WAR season this past one. Coming off of a pretty good WAR season and a 4.9 the season before.
But he was 7.
He
was 6.9.
Yes, he was. He was a 7.9 WAR in his 2018 season, 8.9 WAR season, and in his 2019 season, and those were all-star years.
Yeah,
it comes to it. I'm just like, I don't believe so strongly in the idea that there's an OPS downturn that would throw me off of the scent of bringing back Alex Bregman. Again, understanding that you just do not have.
Yeah,
you just don't have other options, and then we start talking about the intangibles again. Then we start talking about.
I got questions, boys.
Yeah.
All right.
What kind of gum is Alex Bregman?
Ooh,
what kind of gum?
If he is a gum, what kind of gum is
That's a great question.
I like those little containers. You can put them like it's like a little.
Yeah, Orbit does.
Orbit.
There's one more that.
The little tins.
Yeah.
There is a right answer to this.
The plastic.
Oh yeah, we got the big orange wagon man himself.
What is it?
Milner.
It's Big League Chew.
Nah.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not, because he's always got a fatty in. It's not just the baseball thing. He's always got a big old fatty in that lip.
Fatty this, Tyler.
I will not.
John, I thought you were going to go with the little 4-pack little
chiclets.
I thought you were going to go with the chiclets.
Oh, you know what I should have?
Race car.
Chiclets.
The other question
20 centavos, chicle.
Advanced stats. I'm.
Oh, you did.
I
I
am
saw
not
you
a-
look at me when I started getting into
Well,
some.
because I had a good thought, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm not an advanced stat.
Start
stat
taking
guy.
us to the war.
I'm not. Yeah. Look, I wonder because you just did a good job of it. Like,
Okay, thank you.
Wins above
like advanced
replacement for
stats.
scoring at home.
That is correct. Thank you
Advanced
for that.
stats allow an individual
Mm-hmm.
to tailor the stats to their opinion. Because it don't matter, and I know there's exceptions.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But it doesn't matter what point you're trying to make, good, bad, or indifferent. You can find an advanced stats. This guy's great
Now
or
that-
this guy's crappy.
Absolutely,
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Yeah. It's never dawned on me like to think of it. I'm simple-minded now.
Mm-hmm.
I've been called a hayseed a time or two. Now it's not so you know who you're dealing with here. But like I've just never been a big fan because I think they're misleading at times. But really, if you look at it, like I could see where true debaters could really like dig in, and against somebody that doesn't really give a rip about advanced stats have
Right.
a real advantage.
Yeah.
I think that there is something to say with that. Like, I think there's more room for interpretation and understanding like what the stat is trying to tell you that then can get mixed. But I would ask you though, like even the non-advanced stats, for lack of a better term, you could pick and choose those to get to a point to where they support your answer. Can't
Yeah,
you?
there's just fewer, so I think you have fewer, limbs on the tree, so to speak. I mean,
Fair
like
enough.
it's just, I think the conversation is less convoluted, I guess.
Yeah.
How about like that word, right?
Fair
How you
enough.
like that word right there?
Calls you a
That's
hayseed.
big for me. Right
Introduce
there.
them to me. I'll let them know a thing or two.
Hey, as a fellow hayseed, I'm proud of what you've accomplished, John Lopez.
Yeah,
I'm proud of it.
I don't know. I don't go into advanced stats. I don't know. I just for the numbers that we're hearing about Alex Bregman, he's not. I don't think good enough for that the Astros just.
No,
have
but
to
somebody
have him.
is.
Oh, I'm sure that you can have them 6 years.
Yeah.
100, like especially for what they have shown and said they're gonna do. Like for me, the life of me, if you were even thinking of entertaining 6 years, 7 for one action, and you don't take your ass over there and look at number 30 in right field and figure out what the hell you need to do to get that, because that is a guy.
Well, that's the whole problem.
That is ascending. Like if you would even enter, like it. And listen, Alex is. And I can understand. I don't have the emotional attachment with Alex Bregman that he's been here since, forever. But Alex, I mean, we're talking MVP money, and he ain't been close to that in a minute.
He hasn't. That's absolutely fair.
But he's a good player. We're talking about great player money, and you got a great player out there that you just ain't gonna pay.
Yeah.
That's the part for me.
Markets seem to dictate this. I think also like your relative place seems to dictate this, and I think that also makes this more imperative on the Astros. But I think that also for you, Lopez, points to something when it comes to the rest of the market is that I don't know that anybody needs him as much as probably the Astros do. Regardless, we're done here in the loop. We got to hand it off to one of the best afternoon drive show in all of Houston. My guy Clint, my guy Ron, T-Mill. It's The Drive. You're listening to KLT HD2, and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You heard Clint there. He appears to be going somewhere after work, or he had something before work the second time.
Just felt the urge, man. I want to do the hair this morning, man. I want to do the hair this morning. I want to get me one of my nice pearl snaps on. Big shout out to the Cricket folks. I like their gear. So yeah,
Like Cricket, like wireless, or
it's spelled a little different, but their pearl snap gear. Their pearl snap gear. Is about as good as you gonna find.
Cricket.
You talking about the phone?
Yeah, I had a 1.5-year stint.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a rough one, man. I was trying to save some cash. I couldn't leave my area and make calls though.
Were you on when I pissed? I think I pissed Maria Taylor off with the Cricket. Were you on this when she came on?
I don't remember that. I would remember talking to Maria.
Maria was always me and Maria always had a real good relationship, real responsive. I mean, cool.
Maria was Cricket?
No, she was not.
Oh, okay.
But she called one day. She came. I texted her, said, "Hey, can you come on the show?" She said, "Yeah." I can't remember what it was for, but she came on the show, and while she was talking, it was breaking up. And I know her well enough. I know Maria well enough.
You had a nice little joke in there, didn't you?
Like I knew Maria. I don't anymore. I knew Maria at the time well enough to. I mean, we joked all the damn time. Like I was very comfortable to say, "Damn, Maria, that old Cricket phone you got that causing problems, ain't it?" I think that really pissed her off. she responded with, "That ain't my damn phone. What you talking about?"
Well, wouldn't be the first time a host pissed off a guest on this show.
Well,
I
don't think she's responded since then. And the bad part of that is she has ascended to one of the biggest female personalities in the media business.
We could really be talking to her about some Georgia football.
Oh yeah, anything. Hey, and it's a good get down too. Now Maria and
they were on Sunday Night Football. We could have talked to. We could have talked to her last week. Did not ruin that relationship.
The beautiful thing about Maria is it's like you can see on TV. Like she knows how to get down. It's just straight bread breaking. Now it would be phenomenal. I would say if I text Maria right now, I think I got a 50 chance. 50,
you think that may have been a moment where she said, "Man, I'm done talking to
I
this
ain't got
dude.
time for these small fries, man. What are we doing?"
Ever. I'm out here doing you a favor.
I'm
you
sure
calling my phone.
She was on a private jet or something, and she takes a lot of pride in not having connection issues. And we're talking to the whole city of Houston, and I'm cracking cricket jokes. And so there you have it, man. I don't know. I think I got a 50-50 shot of getting a response if I lobbed out a text right now.
There you go. Well, I think you should lob one out and keep us going.
Shoot.
Is she working right now, you reckon?
I don't think so. I don't think a Wednesday. I don't think so. I think she does maybe some college football on Saturdays and then NBC. I don't know what other stuff she does. She's probably got a podcast out there somewhere. Not sure. Check it out. Let's see what she does. We'll keep that on. Maria Taylor. We'll see if she ever responds back to Clint over the next 4 hours. What are you sending her, by the way? What did you send her?
I was debating. I hadn't hit send yet. I was trying to figure out how to what'd be the best way to get some level to
let me take a selfie with your phone and send it to her.
Show me both your nipples with that mange you got on your chest, and I think
I don't want to get in legal trouble.
I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea.
I just want to send her one like this.
She would definitely laugh. I don't know if she would respond.
I just want to send her a picture of me. She doesn't know me. I'm going to be like this.
Yeah, no, I don't know if the random pasty white guy with two thumbs up is the way to go.
Yeah, I don't either.
Real intense.
I'm really leaning towards no.
No,
I'm
what?
Leaning towards
no nipple.
That's not.
She don't want.
Well, I could very easily lob. I think I could lob out a hey, you want to jump on the radio with us, and I think there's a really good chance I'd get I ain't got time. Not quite that direct, but that would.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
So I could get a response with just a random question. I want it to be. I want it to be cool though.
Yeah, be cool. Yeah. I don't like.
I'll think of something here in a sec.
I think maybe attack it. Like, hey, it was just on my heart, and I'm just wondering, like, is there any issue from the last time we had a conversation?
Oh no, because I don't know for sure. I just got the vibe that she didn't. It wasn't received well.
I think you get a chance.
No,
to get an answer
that's weak as hell. No, I think that's
no
right grown ass man does that. Hey, by the way, 2 years ago when you're on the air, did it offend you that I mentioned cricket?
You got to go that sensitive now, man. Hey, Maria was put on my heart, man. I was thinking about this.
Here's what Maria would laugh about.
And I've been struggling with this. Was this something I did?
Oh, my heart, struggling.
And then she says, no, it's good. Then cool. Well,
you want a pity party. You want to pity your way into it.
And then you move right in. Just wondering if you got a time, maybe tonight.
That shows you how he did it, Tyler. He's showing his true colors.
Today or tomorrow.
The blueprint.
Like, hey, you got to handle certain situations.
That was his approach growing up when he was single out in them streets.
Mr. Sensitive.
This has really been on my heart, and I was just wondering.
First off, I have versatility. There may be a route that I use that. There may be a route that I say, hey, listen, I'm nasty. The ball's in your court. What you want to do? Like, there were many things I did at Gentleman Gym.
Maria's not going to respond to the week.
I don't think that's weak.
I think it's super
I don't think that's weak. Again,
I think it's
as you said, you don't know her anymore. She's had a child and everything.
Married, has a child.
Yeah, she's had. Yeah,
but she hadn't changed though. She's never been.
How do you know that?
She's never been a gal. She's never been a gal that responds to weakness.
Yeah, that's not weakness.
Oh, it's super weak.
It's not.
Girl, you hear about that new Nicholas Sparks movie that's out?
I don't think that would be it either.
Maria, it was just on my heart. And
no, I
have been just wondering.
Now, if I'm her husband, I'm mad. Now, my wife been on your heart? What the hell you talking? No. See, look.
She ain't showing that to her husband.
Let me handle this.
She ain't showing that.
I mean, something along the lines of like, hey, you still got that cricket phone?
Feeling emotions like this is what makes
you still dealing with that cricket phone, sister?
Try that. What do you have down?
Oh, nothing.
I thought you put something in.
No,
text line coming through. Hey, be like, hey, Maria. you want to jump on the radio here in Houston, but make sure you don't have that Cricket or Metro PCS phone.
Yeah, now you're
so
talking.
So you don't break up.
Well,
I just want to let you know,
she doesn't want to.
Cricket and Metro PCS, I just want to let you know I'm down. I'm over for business.
It's on Ron's heart.
It's on my heart.
You've been on Ron's heart.
And I could be on your heart, and you can be on my heart through my words at any moment, and I could take 30 seconds to 60. Hell, knowing me, I might give you 45 or 105, 110 to tell you about your story.
May even give you 2.
Right here.
Hell, Boost Mobile's been on my heart.
Really? Mine too.
Yeah.
I got a few places that have been on my heart. Mattress Firm, they've been on my heart.
Feeling these feelings.
Kroger, they've been on my heart. H-E-B, they've been on my heart. I've had a lot of things been on my heart.
All right. Oh, Bert Brocker been on your heart. Call him. Call Bert and let him know you be. Call him and let him know that you've been on. He's been on your heart, man. Heart.
Cadillac,
they treat you better.
Yeah, I'm open for business. Toyota, they've been on my heart. All of them.
And I'll treat you better.
I tell you,
on my heart.
Miller Lite, you've been on my heart. I mean, there's been a lot of spots.
Maria, I'll treat you like Bert Brocker.
Telling you. Text line, Ron ain't got no game. Okay.
I'd rather somebody.
With that.
I'd rather somebody text my wife, "Let me get a naked pic," than boy, you've been on my heart.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, I didn't say.
I would.
Can't be sharing the lovelies.
Changing the words. I didn't say you've been on my heart. I said what's been on. I said it's been on my heart.
Yeah, leave your heart out of it when you text.
It's been on my heart that I disrespected.
It's been on my heart.
It's been on my heart that I disrespected.
Well, I didn't disrespect. Now don't make this.
I just feel like
don't take this out of context.
She may have taken it as that.
This is the best start to a show we've had forever.
I'm just here. I'm just not here to admit it.
Jim Nance been on your heart, Ron? No, Jim Nance can kiss my ass.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
My dream
would be nice to have her on every now and then.
My dream would be Jim Nance getting on a diving board and jumping on a swimming pool that has no water.
Oh, in the deep end.
All right,
Jim wouldn't survive that. Jim would not survive that right now.
Yeah, it's a hip.
You said dive. How you gonna hurt your hip on a dive in an empty pool?
But Jim's not a good diver. Jim would land right on his chest.
Just say a cannonball. Just the cannonball. Then he'll hurt a hip.
I don't want to
shut up and let me do my job.
Oh hell!
That's my dream, is to get his ass on this line. You want to get Maria? That's my dream, to get his ass on this line.
You want to ask me about the Masters or the March Madness? What are we doing, guys?
I was 112 feet away from him at the Fertitta Center when he got that banner put up on his name, put up in that arena. The last time I was
Did you
there.
go say anything?
I couldn't get over there.
Should have thrown part of your pretzel at him.
They wouldn't let me get on the floor. All right. Listen, as we roll through here, I just want to say thank you to the schedule makers. I just want to give the schedule makers. I don't know if they did it on purpose. Listen, I ain't going to lie to you. There's no juice in this game at all. I thought, guys, when the schedule came out, this would be the biggest game of the season. It is not.
To be clear, you're talking about Cowboys Texans.
I'm talking about Cowboys Texans. I thought this would be the biggest game of the season. It is not. Hell, I thought we may do something special for it. We're not, and we
should. On my schedule.
I mean, obviously the Cowboys have made it even worse with their injuries and they're just falling apart. But I mean, the Texans right now are just, the fan base is probably at the lowest point that they have been. I think we've said that 2 weeks in a row now. But the lowest point that they have ever been with the Texans in the DeMeco era. And so their buzz is down. We thought we'd have two really good football teams maybe potentially facing off, and there's a battle.
I think we should still go. I can meet y'all Sunday night. I'll buy Javier's.
Yeah, man, that's cool. You talking about driving?
Well, I'll be flying in from somewhere else, but yeah, I'll meet y'all there. Javier's.
What do you mean you flying in from somewhere? Oh, it's Monday. Yeah.
I'm out. I think Bijani's coming over to watch it.
Is he? Well, I mean,
Wait a second.
We're neighbors.
Wait, that's fine. It even makes it my point. That even validates my point. Did you just say you're out on Javier's in Dallas and Monday Night Football so Sean can come? Your neighbor can walk next door and watch a game.
Well, I got him and my pops is coming over too. Okay. Already made some plans.
I love Sean, but damn, he ain't holding up my Dallas plans. Damn sure Javier's is involved. You're more than welcome to come, Sean, but you ain't keeping my ass at the
take your ass.
Oh wow.
You better take your ass to sleep on that hot ass couch you slept on during that time when there wasn't no damn power. Better sleep on there. But But it has brought me, I think, happiness because I'll be honest with you, I don't, I know many of you think that I enjoy the pain of you. I don't.
Hold on, so
I like it to be happiness. Like tomorrow, we'll be out at Buffalo Wild Wings on a Thirsty Thursday at Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out and hang out with us from 2 to 6. And I want to see the happiness in people's eyes. I get the feel when we start talking about Texans, we might see some snarling anger from people that aren't over things. I want to see happiness. And now, Clint, I think we're going to get it. Because right now you're at the low point, but nothing I think would dig Houston Texans fans out of a low point than beating the brakes off the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. And that is what's going to happen. They are going to beat the brakes off of them. And I think it will completely uplift the city, as negative as it is right now. As we got people trying to fire people, and we got people trying to get rid of people and make moves and anger. When you beat Dallas, which this game to me, Clint, feels like a 30-7 type of a game. I don't even think they're going to score touchdowns. A 30-9 type of game. I think it's going to make everybody feel good. They're going to dominate the Cowboys because I think the Cowboys this version of the Cowboys, Clint, the worst team they've played on their schedule. And that includes the New England Patriots. When I told you they were going to beat the brakes off the Patriots, and some of y'all for some reason was nervous, and they did. They beat the brakes off them. Nico, I believe, will be coming back. They'll have some reinforcements. They are going to murder this awful Dallas Cowboys team.
What's your point?
And it's going to make everybody feel good, Jerry. And I'm here for it. So the schedule makers made it at a perfect time to beat this low. Nothing is better than beating the hell out of the Cowboys for Houston Texans fans. Thank you.
That's well said there, Ron. There is nothing that could bring you lose 3 or 4. I'm really, this is terrible to say, but I'm glad that a lot of the fan base, the coaching staff, the team, I'm glad they're more aware at 6-4 of the problems that were very obvious at 6-2. So we've made progress there. But there's nothing better than a quiet week where everybody's doubting you for the team to refocus and go work your ass off because you play on Monday night, by the way. And then for the opponent to be the Dallas Cowboys, who, I'll be honest with you, I think they should probably start Trey Lance, but I hope they don't for the Texans' sake. The Texans go beat the Dallas Cowboys. That scenario right there is, I don't know you could draw it up any better.
Okay.
I don't know that you could draw it up any better.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
There's something about if you were hitting on all cylinders and beating the hell out of people, one of the top AFC teams, and the Cowboys were down and out, that win just wouldn't quite mean as much.
No, yeah.
Right now, both teams are in a spot where, boy, you need some improvement, and you need it big time. You got all the reason in the world to go put the blinders on and grind and shut out the noise and be really motivated with a sense of urgency all week to put your best product out there. And
weak-ass Cowboys.
The Texans are the better football team. Clearly. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Even with their warts, they are a better football team.
Yes.
Honestly, and I believe this version of the Cowboys is worse than any team they played. Like the Patriots, I was like, boy, they're starting a rookie quarterback. Obviously, we've seen Drake May. Hell, we saw Drake May in the game.
Yeah.
Right? They like, but this crew here, man, they can't stop the run, and I mean at full strength. I mean, they can't. I mean, I feel like Joe Mixon is going to go nuts on this group. I mean, they got Micah Parsons, and he's an issue, but like their defense as a whole is worse than the Patriots. Their quarterback situation is far. Cooper Rush, again, 48 yards last week.
Yeah.
Again, and this defense is better than the Eagles' defense. Like this defense that caused Josh Allen go 9 for 30, whatever it was. Like they're going to smash them. We got people like Larry up here. Larry's up here talking about, I'm not making a trip to Dallas. This is what we're talking about. Now we got people. Larry gonna go to Canton, but he ain't gonna drive up to Dallas to rub this in their face. No, man, Larry gonna be out there in that yak, blasted, drunk, and feeling himself and happy again. Yeah. It is from the text line. Why are y'all such Debbie Downers? How the hell am I being a Debbie Downer? I said they're gonna go to Dallas and beat the hell of them. He said, "What? Who's down? The defense looks awesome. We're getting our awesome wide receiver back. We have a winning record." Everybody is.
Oh, winning record.
No, I'm just
now
saying.
that you say that,
I would say,
shoot.
I would say, Texter, it has not been a very positive feel from the fan base. Right.
Look,
I understand the passion.
I respect the fans that aren't prisoners of the moment. But the truth of the matter is, you've lost 3 of 4. In that 3 of 4 that you lost, your quarterback has been the most pressured quarterback in the league for 3 of those 4 games.
You haven't scored a
on
touchdown
prime time. Yeah, your second half scoring is absolutely atrocious.
40-6 the last 2 games.
And there's a lot of folks here and nationally that are calling for the offensive coordinator's job. I would say there's a little something to sink your teeth in. Beyond all joking aside, I admire the lens that you're watching it through. I would not say the negative talk at this point is Debbie Downer, though. It's
I don't think there's nothing negative. We just talked about. I think it's just we're going to have a party in here. We're going to be drinking Mad Dog on Monday, and I'm sure Tyler will lose, and we'll drink Mad Dog on Monday. I'm spending a good one. I got enough to spend.
I don't think we did Mad Dog Monday last week.
No, we didn't. It didn't matter. But so anybody, I know you had somebody you didn't use.
No, I was out.
You didn't blow them. No, but you sent one in. You didn't blow it. So I believe you sent your Mad Dog player in.
I think we should go ahead and count that against Tyler.
No, we're not doing that.
Oh,
We're not
okay.
doing that. It's unfair. We got a new. We're going to be drinking Monday. We're going to drink a Mad. I'm trying to find a new flavor if I can. All right, coming up. Even more good that came out of that game. Is John Metchie ready to fill the shoes of a top 3rd receiver on this team? Maybe in the shoes of Steph Diggs. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're wondering out there, fellas, why you don't have that same energy, man, that same pep.
fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy of every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs.
In the Loop and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stroud shotgun, Dari in the backfield with him. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ firing to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. John Metchie. Hello, end zone. The Texans score right before the half. What a drive by the Texans.
It is John Metchie, his big night, 5 big catches, 74 yards, and that big touchdown at the end of the half. It was a big play there. And I was like, boy, at that point you're like 23-7. Boy, it's hard to envision that the Texans would lose that lead, that big a lead, especially with their defense and how that offense was able to move. But big game for him, Clint. And I know for you, that's the big question is, was that a performance that we are like, hey, he found it, he found something, can he consistently do that, or was that just a one-off, or is this something he can do consistently for this team? Because they're going to need another receiver even when Nico comes back.
Well, you look at me. I mean, you look at Metchie's the last handful of times that we've seen him in action, right? I don't remember if it was the last preseason game. I think it was when he had several catches.
Second to last, because I think they set him down, but he had like 8 for something. Yeah,
we had several catches, and if you look at, they weren't just catches. I mean, there's a lot of people that just look at the box score and say, boy, John Metchie had a good night. But if you look at how he was used and the great catch on the sideline that didn't count, which was an unbelievable catch on a deeper pass. It didn't count because he didn't get his feet down, but it was unbelievable. There were some quick game wins. There was catching the ball in traffic. There was catching that ball over the middle, kind of like the one we saw in the touchdown this week. And so you saw him at different levels, quick game, in the mid-range game, and in the deep game. When he got the more action he got in preseason as the preseason went along, the more he showed up and showed out. And then you look at this year, there wasn't a lot of opportunity because he was buried on the depth chart, right? With the top heavy receiver room that you have with Diggs, Tank, and Nico, there's not many opportunities. But those guys start going down, and over the last 3 weeks, I know, this week he had a big game. I know the box score didn't look good against the Jets, but he got open on 2 what would have been huge plays. One of them would have been a touchdown in a critical moment, and one of them was a corner route where he beat man. He was there, and CJ missed him.
He's wide open, CJ.
Yeah, and then the game before that, I believe he had 3-4 catches there. So if you look at the last really 4 times that we've seen Metchie when he's getting real opportunities to make plays, we've not just seen a guy that catches a screen because he's CJ's buddy, right? Or catches one of the screens that Bobby Slowick calls that not real sure why in the hell that guy's catching the screen, right? But if you look at it, he's caught balls in the quick game last week. 3rd down, I believe it was, the final drive that ended in the missed field goal. Big time slant, boom, 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 cross his face, big hands catch in traffic. The touchdown I mentioned over the middle in traffic. He's coming. He's coming. And I don't know how high John Metchie's ceiling is. I'm on record. I was not as high on everybody coming out in the draft as everybody else was on John Metchie. I don't know where that ceiling's at. But I know right now as I watch John 3-4 times that we've seen him get a legit shot at playing the wide receiver position, he's built a strong case to, I can do this thing at the NFL level. I can do this thing after beating the illness that I had and that long journey to recovery. I can do this thing, and every time he goes out there now, it just seems to get better and better and better. And so the question for me is, can John Metchie continue to trend in the direction of filling the shoes of, really, you made a good point yesterday when I brought this up, really it's filling the shoes of Tank Dell, because Tank Dell is going to be asked to do the Steph Diggs things. Nico will be back and will obviously be the number 1. So can John Metchie be a really good young fill-in for what you were going to ask Tank Dell to do as a number 3 receiver on this team? And look, I think the answer is yes. I think the timing couldn't be any better. I love Robert Woods. I'm a big Xavier Hutchinson fan, but at the end of the day, after watching last week, you got to have guys that can create separation. You got to have guys that athletically can create separation or good enough route runners. John Metchie seems to be, Ron, trending in that direction. And if I had to bet on it right now, I think I would bet that he will be a really, really good fill-in at that number 3 receiver to fit in the top 3 with Nico and Tank.
Yeah, I don't know if the answer is yes yet. We'll see. Because clearly before last week's game, they felt Hutchinson was more of the guy that they felt would be the one because he was getting more time. would need to see a little bit more than last week to see if he can fill that void. Can I jump on my John Metchie soapbox real quick?
Sure.
Jump on it.
Can we do this, please? And especially my media brethren and sisterin, whatever that would be. Stop talking about this kid and his leukemia. Stop.
Cosign.
Like, and
he's tired of it.
He's a nice dude. I heard him talk about it in the with you guys. Like, I'm not defined by that. Like, that's my past. I'm not defined. Let it go. Like, he got multiple questions yesterday about how does it feel, to come through here with it. It's fine, man. Y'all asked me that the last time.
Yeah, I loved his response, but let's just chill out now.
Like, all right, man. Dude he's gotten through it. Like, obviously, we're not going to ever forget that. I mean, this is 2 years ago. Like, let's let it go. And just as he has been begging, trying to treat him as a player, that is a player on this team that's a second-round pick that needs to pick it up. And he picked it up. I can see it and hear it. I can see it in his eyes and hear it in his voice that a kid who is mild-mannered is about to go and say, hey, man, stop asking me about this damn it's over.
Yeah.
Hell, man, I don't know.
I did it in the postgame.
I know you did. But he's had it 7-8 times.
Yeah. I get the point. I'll tell you that my thinking behind it, and I agree with your point. My thinking behind it was we just got our hearts ripped out of our chest in a game. We're very well. The feel good, yeah. But like, what do you ask a guy?
Yeah.
Like, what do you like? For me, it was what do I ask him? Do I ask him, boy, what the hell happened on that interception that when Tank Dell was wide ass open? That was where I was like, okay. Yeah. I don't really know where to go other than hey, you had a great game kind of thing. And but I agree with your overall point of letting it go.
I think for me, it's really jumped out just his reaction from it. I can hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
When he said it, and then when he was doing this pressure yesterday, I could see it. Like,
you can see it in his face
like,
too.
Like, damn, man, stop asking me about this, man. Yeah. Like, yeah, man. Like for y'all who come out, yeah, man, yeah, I gained some of this weight back from soda. Stop telling me about it every time I go out there and see you on Thursday and Friday. Damn, like I can tell he's like, dude, like, okay, man, yeah, I had leukemia. It doesn't define me. Yeah, don't feel sorry for me either when I drop that ball. Like, treat me like let's let that ride. Just been wanting to get that off, John. Hopefully, John joins us tomorrow. At Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, coming up next. Listen, the Cowboys are the next opponent, but they're going to be in the news, and they've been in the news not just for their terrible play, but for their future. And I think there's one move for Jerry to make, but I wonder, does he have the balls to do it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing and living.
Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
$829.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, come on, hang out with us tomorrow as we talked about it. If you were with us last week, we've been here a couple of times this year. Buffalo Wild Wings for a little Thirsty Thursday tomorrow. And right off Tomball Parkway, Willowbrook Plaza, 17195 Tomball Parkway. That Buffalo Wild Wings. And it's always a good time. We never come empty-handed. Giveaways for your chance to win. It usually includes Texans tickets and other gift cards and things of that nature. So come on out. And by the way, Friday as well, back to East River 9, one of our favorite spots to go to on a football Friday. That's coming up the next 2 days as the drive will be on the road coming up. All right, Clint, I find this one interesting. It has been going around about the thought that, yes, Mike McCarthy, it's clear, is a dead man walking in terms of him being the head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. And I don't know why I have to say it the way Jerry says it. Every time I say that, I cannot just say Dallas Cowboys. Every time I say, I have to say it the way that Jerry. And I don't.
How does he say it?
My voice just, and I can just hit the Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys. He says it real like I have to say it. Like I don't know why.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
The Dallas Cowboys. But
I'm saying what I'm saying.
But word on the street has been talking about Deion being the potential. Deion in Colorado's got them 7-2. They've got a chance to get to the college football playoff if things break right. He's turned around Colorado, turned around Jackson State, and obviously his ties with the Cowboys. People are looking at that. This is Rex Ryan, former head coach for the Jets, defensive coordinator for the Ravens. He was on Get Up. And this was his thoughts about Deion potentially being the Cowboys' next coach.
They need to have somebody that has the pride in that damn organization. Being a Dallas Cowboy, the pride you take in it. And by the way, Deion, everywhere he's been, has been kicking you know what. Mm-hmm. All right, Jackson State, they were unbelievable when he was there. He takes Colorado. Right now, they're 7-2. Nobody saw that coming. They're playing in the big, whatever, the damn
Big 12,
now.
yeah.
Big 12. Like, I'm just saying, that because I already know Mike McCarthy's a good football coach, and he's going to be out the door. There's no doubt about it. The whole thing's going to be blown up. But watch what happens. They need that. How are you going to get this kid back on board? He's going to have to damn respect that guy that comes in that building. You're not going to respect Deion Sanders. He's twice the player you are. All right? And you know what? I coached Deion Sanders, great teammate.
The kid he's referring to as Micah Parsons is who he's talking about there. Clint, I'm not certain that Deion would work at any NFL team, right? Like, to be like, I thought, like, all right, Jim Harbaugh comes out. Jim Harbaugh's probably going to work anywhere. We've seen what he does. I think for understanding that you're not getting rid of the owner, right? Jerry's going to be there, and Jerry's going to be
my
Jerry.
schedule.
To me, Deion makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Or a Deion type makes a lot of sense. Now, I wonder what his staff would look like and whatever, things like that. But to me, Deion makes a lot of sense. I think Deion would handle Jerry. Jerry would, in some way, respect him more than he respected the other guys that he's just run through or run over. And I think there is, like a lot of people think, well, Deion can't do the same thing that he does in college. Those guys respect Deion in a different way that I'm sure that Deion can get away with some of the stuff that he would say that maybe others can't, because there's a respect level that players, that a Micah Parsons in doing Deion the way he did Mike McCarthy is not happening. So I think it's a really interesting thought and really makes a lot of sense to me, Deion potentially going to Dallas.
Look, I like Deion to Dallas. Look, I'll be honest with you. I believe that Deion wants to be at Colorado long term. I don't think he leaves to go to Florida State. I think he likes what he's built at Colorado.
You don't think he would leave to go to Florida State?
I don't. Really? I think. I mean, he'd obviously consider it. It's home. But I think Deion understands the luxury and the dynamic of being up there all by your damn self, removing kids from their state, from their people, bringing them up to this nice little quiet little town where all you do is focus on football, and it's a different life. I think Deion. I think he. That's a big part of what he's doing, I think, there. So I do believe that Deion would stay where he's at. And I think Deion's smart enough to understand that the Big 12 path to the college football playoff is a lot easier than the ACC path to the college football playoff, assuming things stay the way that they are now. I don't know what's going to change.
SMU sitting in that spot.
Right? Yeah, SMU's capitalizing on Florida being where damn, and so I mean there's obviously some issues in the ACC, but nonetheless, like I do believe that the Dallas Cowboys would be too big of an opportunity for Deion to pass up.
Still got a home there. He's like,
well, I mean, yeah, and he's through and through. That is his vibe. That's his jam. That's that whole. I do believe that he would do his damnedest he would never back down from Jerry. I don't know that you'd ever change him because I don't think Parcells changed him, but I don't think that Jerry scares him.
No. I think he would be like Jerry would be himself and he'd handle it.
Yeah, I believe players would respond really well to Deion. Now, Micah Parsons is clearly, again, Micah Parsons to me is one of the worst kind in a way of that he just throws gas on the fire when you're going through adversity in a season.
I don't think he would do that to Deion, Clint.
Well, I think it's just in his nature to do it. Whether he does it like directly like he did to Mike McCarthy and uses Mike McCarthy's name, I think that's just who he is. I think there's a level like Deion's not going to appreciate the way Micah Parsons handles being a pro athlete and kind of does his like it's doesn't seem to be as important. Winning and winning a championship doesn't seem to be as important to Micah Parsons as it does to some of the other people that are ate up with it. And I think Deion is one of those other people that is just flat out ate up with it. So bottom line is, though, like Deion will walk into a locker room and be able to do what he did in Colorado and do it via pink slip. Hey, get your ass up out of here. Boom, 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 boom. Now let me go get my guys and bring them in here. And it won't be any different than what any other coach does, right? We watched Nick Caserio do it here for 2 years. Like Tom would do it immediately and have no problem with doing it.
I think there's a little bit of the DeMeco thing, like DeMeco coming here and having the passion to be a Texan, and having that. I think that also is something that, and you would know better than I do about Deion. I mean, Deion played for several teams, but I think Deion sees himself as a Cowboy.
Yeah, well, Deion sees the the value of the star and the value of being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Like in that world, like when it comes to notoriety, when it comes to earning potential, when it comes to all eyes on you, there's not a bigger job in America than the Dallas Cowboys head coach. Unless you're a guy like Mike McCarthy who just shrinks in the limelight, in the spotlight. Deion would stand on that podium and glow.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think
next
players.
to Jerry.
Yeah, absolutely, and act like he's Jerry's third son.
Yep.
Yeah. No. I think he would thrive with the Dallas Cowboys, and I think that would be. And the situation with his son, I'm sure part of it would be, Jerry, you got to make a deal to get my son here, and
that's happening.
I will be part of the deal. You
think so?
Yeah, and I look, if you look at the timing of it too. How many years did Dak sign?
I don't know. He's got 60 plus.
Yeah. But I think Deion is smart enough to know that the best case scenario is to Tom Brady, Tony Romo this thing, and sit and learn the business, learn the game, get out of the spotlight, learn how to be a pro, grow up a little bit, and year 2 or 3,
they're gonna have a top 5 pick.
They may not have to move far to get it.
That's good. They're gonna have a top 5 pick. Someone texted in, y'all stop it. Prom isn't going anywhere. He settled it up there and confirmed it yesterday on Speak. I don't care what Deion said. Just like I don't care what a lot of these coaches said. Deion said he wasn't leaving Jackson State. Trust me, there was an uproar.
He did do that.
There was an uproar about him not. I never believed him.
Where art thou?
But like, if Jerry Jones came to Deion and said, and they did this deal and said, "Listen, man, I want to make you the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And if you think he's going to stay his ass in Boulder with Travis Hunter and his son bouncing, with a chance to coach the Dallas Cowboys, and to the point that Clint said, maybe even a chance to even get his son drafted to the Dallas Cowboys, he ain't staying in Boulder. Tell you that right now. He only got a house in Boulder because he got to have one. He still got a house in Dallas because he wants to have one there. So I don't think Boulder, Colorado, is stopping him from going to Dallas. All right, coming up, if there's one thing that I believe Clint is hell-bent on wanting the Texans to stop doing, it is this. We'll let you hear what it is coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Look, the weather's changing, man. Whether you're looking for some cooler gear today or you're looking for some of that cold weather gear for once it turns real winter around these parts, Academy Sports and Outdoors is the way to go, man. Carhartt, Burley.
Man who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. From a fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. From a fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, big 3 o'clock hour. Coming up in the next segment, a little stock up, stock down. We do every single Wednesday. Coming up 3:25, stock up, stock down. And then in the final hour, our guy Danny Kanell will join us, who covers college football. Nobody covers it as well as he does, and does a little NFL as well. So I bet you he could probably give you some. And what the hell's going on with CJ? I bet you Danny Kanell's got an opinion.
Oh, he covers it all now.
Yeah, he does it all. So we'll talk to Danny Kanell coming up as the college football playoff. The recent poll has come out, and we see Georgia's on the outside, and A&M a little bit behind them as well. So we'll talk to Danny Kanell coming up in the final segment of the hour. But this was something. We carried this live. You want to hear it in full, you can listen to it on Sports Radio 610. You can find the Odyssey app and look at yesterday's 2 o'clock hour around 2:35, 2:40. The entirety of DeMeco Ryans' presser we have there live. But he did talk about this that stuck out to us and stuck out to many of you as I saw the text line, the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot, Sports Radio 610 and football superfans text line, and the YouTube and Twitch. The part about him explaining how he saw the Titus Howard, C.J. Stroud, which appeared to be Titus Howard stripping or trying to take the ball away from his own quarterback and run with it. This was his explanation.
With that play, it was to start the play, we had an issue with the cadence. We all weren't on the same page with the cadence. Got off the ball quick. We were late off the ball, and they were able to get the sack on CJ. And I'm not sure what happened. From my perspective, it looked like Titus was just trying to make sure he held CJ, and it's just something that, he wasn't trying to take the ball. I would say, if you're speculating there, he wasn't trying to take the football. He's just trying to protect CJ.
Yeah, trying to protect CJ, said it twice there. So
yeah.
But I know for you, you're just like, no, just stop. Just stop.
Look, this
aspect, because it's deeper than what he just said. It's a deeper meaning of what he does.
No, but this is extreme, but it's exactly what my issues are with DeMeco Ryans, and really, like I said, Nick is guilty of it when he talks, and CJ's guilty of it. The three biggest decision makers, like, there's just such an extreme effort to protect guys, if you will, that they're risking looking silly. Like the text line yesterday, what do you want him to do, Clint? Like, perfect. I want him to stop doing that. Like, he did everything he could to blame Laramie Tunsil getting his ass whooped in a critical moment in the game on the snap count issue, and he finally got to where we just laid off the ball. Oh, Jared Parham, or whoever his name is, his ass was in a track stance over there. He knew exactly when to move. And so, like, he in that one cut did just say, we were laid off the damn ball in critical moments, we got to be better. Right? And then, given the opportunity to go several different directions with what the hell Titus Howard was doing, you bold-faced lie. There's no way that you watched that. There's no way that you took which you should at this point in time, take the time to look into it if you hadn't looked into it. He clearly was trying to take the football from C.J. Stroud. Now, I believe he had good intentions, and his thought was, C.J., you got 3 defenders wrapped around you. One of them I was responsible for blocking. Give me the football and let me see if I can go run and get this first down. Cool, he's a competitor. It's a silly-ass move, but he's clearly trying to do that. And DeMeco risked looking and sounding silly trying to protect the guy, right? I mean, like, at that point in time, that was a great opportunity to say, my left tackle was late getting off the football, and in critical moments, we got to be better than that, and we got to give our quarterback time to execute. And my right tackle, did a really good job off the snap, but he quit on the play. And his guy ended up being in on because the quarterback got flushed that direction because my left tackle got beat so quick. And he quit on the play. So I'm less worried about what the hell he was trying to do with taking the football from the quarterback. And I'm more worried about we can't quit on the play. I'm more worried about we got to get off the football in critical situations. And by the way, all you fans that are selling you damn tickets that cost us a false start because the Detroit Lions fans were so loud, I would greatly appreciate if you'd quit selling your damn tickets and critical moments in the game. The noise is louder than when we're on the damn road. Like you could, there's three different things ways you could have approached that thing, and instead
he probably wanted to avoid that last one.
Instead, well, no, look, I can understand where he'd want to avoid that last one, but at the end of the day, hell, you got tired of avoiding it. At some point, said, "Hey, man, look, I know you're different than DeMeco, but at some point in time, you just got to call a spade, and it really is what it is." And the reality of it is, though, is instead you risk sounding silly. I go back to like Nick Caserio after the Green Bay game. Oh, that game worked out about how we thought it would. What?
Guys, 610 talks on the radio.
About? Like that. That's what that is precisely what I would greatly appreciate. We don't hear coming from the organization. And I'm not saying but when you're asked a specific question about a specific play, which everybody on God's green earth knows involved Laramie Tunsil missing a block and Titus Howard quitting on a play and trying to strip your quarterback, let's just talk about it. Let's just. I mean, if we're still worried about hurting feelings and we're still worried about how people are going to respond, you're not a championship caliber football team on another level. Other than just what we're watching on the football field. We got to get beyond that.
But Clinton, Tyler, you don't even have to tonight. We don't have to get into just talk about it. We just don't have to say, hey, Titus wasn't trying to strip him. He was trying to hold him up. That's all. Like, we just ain't got to. We don't have to
treat me like Ray Charles, man.
He tried to wrestle a mountain lion. I bet his arms are scratched to hell.
I get it. Like someone texted in, like it or not, this is how sports work today.
No, it's not.
Player happiness is priority.
No, it's not.
It is priority. I think it is above all else.
Kirby Smart got up on that stage just Saturday and said what his player did was stupid. It was idiotic.
Now, some do, but most don't.
I mean, that's just the reality. If we're at a spot where we got to worry about Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard on a play like that, if we're so conscious of people's feelings that you can't answer a direct question about that play, just in a manner of, hey, man, I'm more worried about not quitting on the play by my right tackle and my left tackle getting off the ball on time. That's what I'm worried about right now. Like, if you're so worried, they're never going to fix the pass protection problems. If that's where we're at with how we're handling players, whether we're talking about the Texans or we're talking about all of football, if that's the guys that handle it differently are always going to have an advantage.
Yeah, it would be great if he came out, but he could have even just said something like, "Hey, man, we just got to play better football. We just got to play better football. That sequence is not what it in any way of what we want to be doing, and we got to play better football." He ain't have to say, "No, y'all, Titus didn't try to take the ball from him." He said it twice emphatically.
Y'all imagine that.
He didn't try to take the ball from him. That's all I'm saying is you ain't got to kill him. Dusty was this. This was the Dusty school of keeping protecting players, in as far as he could.
I'm from a different generation.
But I don't think Dusty would say, "Oh no, that was never catcher interference." Well, we saw it hit his glove. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Like, I don't think he would take it that far. That's all for me. It's just like, hey, man,
like I said, but that's what I'm saying, Ron. Like, this is just an extreme example of, it's just like, why is it so difficult? Because, again, I don't care how they handle it as a fan. Ultimately, what I want to see as a Texans fan is I want to see a better product on the field. And my biggest concern with it is, when you come out and you defend silliness like that, or you don't even address it directly, the message it sends to them is it's not that big of a deal.
Ooh.
When you come out last night on Texans All Access and talk about how important practice is to you and how important practice is to getting things right, and then you allow Laramie Tunsil to rest on a Wednesday, it's hard for me as a fan to go, this product's going to get better. This is going to get fixed.
The other
this is
part,
going to change. That's where I don't care what they do. Look, I love DeMeco Ryans. I love everything he brings to the table. I think the Texans are in great hands. I simply do not and cannot relate to handling grown-ass men that are paid millions of dollars that are quitting on plays and not playing up to their ability. And then I simply have I cannot relate to not being able to go, yeah, man, that quit on that play ain't it. Not he's a piece of crap and he can't play and he knows better and he's an idiot and just yeah, man, I'm more concerned with the fact that he quit on that play instead of what he did with trying to take the ball from the quarterback. Like we can't even do that. Like I can't relate to it, and I don't know how problems get fixed with that approach.
I think the other part for me just like, hey, man, he takes it for his players, right? He's going to protect his players is what he does. The other part for me with that is I think some guys can handle and understand what it is that he's doing. Like, I think CJ knows when CJ makes mistakes and he comes up and kind of downplays them and protects him like he did there. I think CJ understands, like, yo, coach is doing me a favor. He's kind of holding me down. But I know that pass was on me. I know that decision was on me. I think Will Anderson the same way. I know that was on me. Like, I know what coach is doing. I know that was on me. And there are several players on this team that fit that. I think there are some players on this team that really don't understand, like, hey, man, I'm just protecting your ass. But this is not how I genuinely feel. Like, I think there are some other guys that hear him kind of come to defense for him and then almost believe, like, yeah, that it, like he's right. That's what it is. Like, yeah, man, I was trying to pretend and realize that I just got beat like that. I mean, it was some kind of cadence issue. Like, I just think there are some guys that don't handle he is taking a bullet for me thing, right, because they honestly believe what he is saying and not understanding it. And you know, that you're right. That's why some guys I wonder if he should do that with.
Yeah, well, but I mean, here's the thing. You are right, Ron. There's no doubt about it. But the problem is when you start catering to it. When you start catering to the ones that are having the problem week after week after week after week after week, it becomes like, again, it's contagious. It goes down like now you lose. And I personally, be honest with you, I think this is just on the offensive side of the football, because I think if this were the same issue, like if all the issues we talked about, like if that was an issue with his defensive line, we'd hear about it. They wouldn't play. Guys wouldn't be on the field. Right now, I understand defensively it's more of a rotational side of the football, so you have options. You can pull guys out. I mean, like it's like last year. Where did Jalen Petrie end up? Over by his ass, right? Yeah. I mean, it's like it happens. Like I just don't know. I don't know how you hold guys accountable, Ron, when you start spending so much time worrying about ultimately the feelings or the response you're going to get of trying to fix a problem, which is a physicality problem, an accountability problem, a want-to problem, just whatever you do, just don't quit. I mean, just if Titus Howard, those two guys right there would just put their, like, just don't quit. Do not quit until the whistle blows. Their problems, I think their problems will be solved. The willingness to, like, just completely stop in the heat of battle blows my mind.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be solved, but I hear you. It would definitely help. Some of them.
Think about that, like that play right there, Ron, that we're talking about. Like, if Titus Howard just doesn't quit on the play, if he just keeps bulldogging his guy past the quarterback, like if he never, in his mind, if he never shuts off and quits, if he just keeps mad dogging, bulldogging that defensive end and puts him on his back, C.J. Stroud had already escaped the guy that ran right by Laramie Tunsil. Now, C.J. Stroud can set his feet. He can continue moving. But because he couldn't do those things, I mean, because Titus Howard didn't finish his block, the guy that he was supposed to finish his block, now is in the mix and tackling C.J. Stroud, and it's a sack. You could have avoided a sack. You could have made, in that critical moment, you could have made the Laramie Tunsil late get off a non-factor. But because you quit, we're now talking about Laramie. We're now talking about you're quitting. We're now talking about you tried to strip the ball from the quarterback and the quarterback taking another hit. Just finish.
Yeah, some people are rolling in. They're with you. I wish they would be a little bit more straightforward. Somebody texted and said Coach Prime would tell it like.
I think I'll be straight up, Ron. I think, and this is just what DeMeco.
I'll be honest, I couldn't believe he said that yesterday.
Well,
I could not believe he really nailed down on that.
Right, it's extreme. It's extreme. But again, if DeMeco were an offensive-minded head coach, I don't think that. I think he'd be a lot harder on the offensive guys and a little bit more lenient on the defensive side of the guys, and let the defense coordinator handle that. I think because what I see is a lot of this stuff is on the offensive side of the football, and it's an excuse, by the way. It's a poor excuse, but it is. I understand. Like DeMeco. For DeMeco to go put his foot down in an offensive meeting room, he would be stepping on the toes of guys that he's delegated to this point. And for him, I think they've earned like we're well beyond the time that he should have walked in that meeting. But I could see where DeMeco Ryans is like, hey man, I'm not stepping on toes at this point in time.
I don't know. Maybe he saw a different angle that showed him that he wasn't trying to. The ball from him.
Well, I mean,
maybe he sat down and really watched that and did not and saw it in a way that
if I were DeMeco Ryans and Nick Cassera, which I think they are, these guys they overanalyze. If that happened at a critical moment in the game, I would watch every copy of every tape that I have to get a full understanding of what the hell happened. I would not just watch the coach's film from a 30,000-foot view and say, yeah, I think he was just holding him up.
Who knows? Maybe Blake Fisher starts Sunday.
The biggest bugaboo.
Probably not. Coming up, a little stock up, stock down. We'll discuss. You can also send yours in as well. That's coming up next.
Coushatta Casino Resort, y'all. You got to head east, man. I-10 east. It is a short drive. And when you get there, I'm telling you, Coushatta is big time. With the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, the Red.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell him to sell!
Texans stock up, stock down on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Bell again.
I love this damn bell.
I know you do.
That's right. It's stock up, stock down, Texan style. Do it every Wednesday here on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Right around 3:20, 3:25 p.m. It is simple. It's where we take a peek into the Texans market of sorts. Then Ron and Clint are going to tell you which Texans they're buying stock in, the ones that are liking what they see, and what Texans players, if any, that stock is plummeting. And it's not looking good on the film and otherwise. So let's get it rolling. You're Wolf of Wall Street here. Texans stock up. Let's start with some positivity in the spirit of DeMeco Ryans, the Texans head coach. Some positivity. Week 11 Texans stock up. We're on the show, Hughley. Tell me what or who or which Texans players you are buying stock in heading into Week 11.
Thank you. It's just Ron. I'm going to say Jarrett Patterson. And I say that because, listen, this offensive line has been historic in how bad they have been when it comes to pass protection the last several weeks. It started with the Packer game, which was bad, got worse with the Colts. It got bad to the tune of 8 sacks and 11 hits with the Jets, and there was some changes. They brought him in for a drive where Kenyon Green got hurt, probably the best drive they had all game, maybe in a couple of games. And then he started not at guard like he did when he came in for Kenyon, but started at center. And we heard DeMeco talk about him and his communication with the calls. We felt like it would be a thing that would be helpful. That's what he said. And they moved Juice to guard, who had played there before. But with him going in at center, Clint, even though, yes, they gave up 4 sacks, and, I mean, it ain't, great yet. Clearly the Lions had a much better offensive line. But it was much, much better, and it seemed like the communication up front was better. Didn't seem like the Lions were trying a lot of stunts or anything. Just didn't see gaping, guys just coming in free and missing. And I will give credit to the center, Jarrett Patterson, as he stepped in to see this offensive line in pass protection in particular. Now, run blocking, that was rough. They took several steps back with that. But in terms of what the big problem was, pass protection, it seemed to improve. And with him stepping into the center spot, I give him credit. His stock is going up.
I couldn't agree more, Ron. Jarrett Patterson's money. That's a big-time run defense. That's not just been really good and statistically good, but they're literally designed to stop the run, and the way that they game plan and call plays is to stop the run. And so no surprise that that we didn't run the ball as well as Joe Mixon has ran the ball. But Jarrett Patterson was absolutely tremendous when it comes to the communication and giving this team a better chance to win, play in, play out, whether it was run or pass. And so I agree with you, man. Him being, and we'll see how they fare against a better defensive front, but him getting in there and communicating better and being more reliable. That is definite stock up for Jarrett Patterson. I love it.
There you go. Ronald Hughley rolling with the big man Patterson for his stock up. Let's get the former NFL quarterback stock up here for the Houston Texans as they prepare for Week 11 Monday Night Football in Dallas. Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner. Which Texans, if any, are you buying stock in right now?
John Metchie.
Yeah.
John Metchie for me. It's looking really good given the opportunity when the opportunity was given to him. Whether you're talking about late in the preseason when he ended on a strong note, or you're talking about the last handful of games where the Texans have been without Nico, without Diggs, and they've had to depend on John Metchie. I think John Metchie, whether he's catching the football or CJ missed him a couple of times, depending on what game you're watching, he is winning at all levels of the field. He's winning in the red zone. He's winning in the quick game on critical drives. He appears to be very quarterback friendly from that perspective. And so John Metchie, for me, we've gone from I don't think he's ready. I don't know if he can play at this level. And I mean play. He could be on a roster. I mean, I don't know if he could be a difference maker at the NFL level. I've gone from that to watching this dude play, and last week it all came to a head for me Sunday night where I believe John Metchie is a good fill-in at the good, like a really good fill-in for the number 3 receiver with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, let's see if he can continue to maybe put some more together.
Yeah,
to see if
that's the key.
Can he come out and do it again? Because he's going to get the opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get the opportunities.
All right, Patterson and John Metchie, those are your stock ups for the Houston Texans right now, according to Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley. If you're just tuning in, this is The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's Texans stock up and stock down for Week 11. And let's stick with you, Dirty Red, right here.
Okay.
Want to hear now maybe these Texans that just ain't living up to stock down for the Houston Texans right now.
Well, for me, it's Titus Howard. And, not to pile on Titus.
Strip sacking his own quarterback?
Well, I mean, that's just the cherry on top,
Yeah.
right? But the reality of it is, Ron, if you remember correctly, last week before the Sunday night game, one of my takeaways on Tape Drop Tuesday was, yes, there are guys getting beat in pass protection that have to be corrected. But for some reason, Titus Howard is so soft at the tackle position, just allowing the DNs to push him into the lap of the quarterback, that it's shrinking the pocket. So the level of let's just call it a technique and a fundamental, like whatever he was trying to execute there was allowing defensive linemen to push him into the left. So I was worried about Titus Howard before all this went down. And then this week, when I watched Titus Howard, it's multiple times. It's not just when he's trying to strip the quarterback and he quit on that play, but the level of quit, the inability to strain, and when I say strain, try to move mass regardless, front side, back side, pulling, blocking down, doesn't matter to me. Your job, like the fundamental components of your position is all about moving mass. The unwillingness or inability to do that and even try to do it on a consistent basis, for me, I'm selling my Titus Howard stock, and I'm damn sure not buying any more, boys.
That's laid out pretty beautifully, and I think a lot of people would agree with you on Titus Howard stock down for the Houston Texans right now. Ron?
I'm seeing Titus a lot here on the Texans.
Yeah, fans agree with Clint Stoerner. Ron Hughley, Texans stock down as we head into Week 11 in Dallas.
Yeah, mine goes to Nick Caserio.
Ooh.
I think Titus Howard, I think he can take a part in that.
First time we got somebody not wearing pads.
I think he can take some part into that. But even with like obviously the ones like, Titus or Kenyon Green or any of those others, it's more of the like, hey, you've had a lot of injuries. And you got yourself in a situation where, like, you just, you let go of a corner, and now you got to bring him back, and you felt like you were short a corner when Kamari Lassiter got hurt. And you're playing less than, and like the fill-ins or the people you brought in to maybe back up certain guys in the situation you're in with your offensive line, and not having better places to turn when you knew that at least it was on the table that a guy like a Kenyon Green could struggle, and you didn't have that really on the table as somebody to come and help. The running back situation, we're sitting here and there's no real backup running back, and Daria Gumbawala has to be on the field, and you had one in Cam, and you traded him away for nothing. You didn't really make any moves to help your team at the deadline, while everybody else around you felt like they were able to find a way to make moves. Right now, just with some of the important moves or lack thereof, it is not looking good. A lot of the issues that the Texans are having are personnel issues. And a lot of that comes and falls at the feet of Nick Caserio. Hopefully this doesn't mean that we can't get frozen yogurt. Still might not be. Still hoping to do that. But right now, I think my stock down goes with Nick Caserio when you see a lot of the personnel problems that the Texans are facing.
That's it.
There it is.
That's
stock
the closing bell.
Stock up, stock down. Someone else who deserves a bell, Danny Kanell, our college football analyst. He will join us coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on everything that came out with the playoff standings getting released and how he sees the rest of this season coming together. All of that coming up next with Danny Kanell.
Amen.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Looking for a place to relax and smoke a cigar with your buddies? It's Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and we are happy to be joined by our guy, old Danny, college football analyst Danny Kanell. Danny joins us courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff conference, Heisman, and college football Week 12 lines. And there are a lot of big games coming up this weekend. But yesterday they unveiled the latest playoff rankings, and we got an understanding of who is in right now and who is on the outside looking in. For you, Danny, what kind of jumped off the page to you in the latest rankings?
What's up, fellas? Good to be on. I'll start it off. We'll just set it ablaze right off the get-go. I have no idea how SMU is ranked 14th while Texas is ranked 3rd. They are 11 spots different. And, I don't have a problem if you want to put Texas in the top 5, but SMU then should be right on their heels or even possibly in front of them if we go on the resumes. SMU is the most disrespected team in the country right now. They've got 2 wins over top 25 opponents. Their loss is against a top 6 team in BYU, and they were playing a different quarterback situation. I think they're one of the more complete teams in the country. So I think SMU was the most disrespected team. And Texas gets a huge bump from their brand. And it's just a reality. And it's not only Texas that gets that bump. Penn State has no business being ranked where they are either if you just went off the resume. But Texas, and it's not really their fault because no one knew that Oklahoma was going to be as bad as they were, or that they were going to be without 5 receivers when they played against Texas, or that Michigan was going to be a 500 team when the season started. But I don't think Texas resumes holds much weight, which if we're going to do this, beauty pageant, which we have as a college football playoff, we've got to be better at putting teams in at least similar tiers. And I think SMU belongs right in the same tier with Texas.
Hey, Danny, who do you think is the best team in football right now?
I think it's Oregon, but I will say this, Clint, I don't think it's like years past, we've had teams like in Alabama that runs the table, and you're like, oh, that team is just head and shoulders above everybody else. Michigan last year kind of felt that way, at least until they got to the playoffs. Oregon, I think, is the most complete team, and that's who I picked to win it in the preseason. And I would still stick with that. Like, there's no reason to get off of them. But I don't feel like they're unbeatable. And even Ohio State went into Eugene and was 1 second away from potentially getting a chance to win that game if Will Howard, doesn't slide, and sees the clock, in time to get that. So I really think, and this is one of the things I think is going to be awesome, there will be a number of teams that can win this thing. So I do think Oregon's the most complete team, but I think there's a lot of teams that are right in this category of really good teams, but not elite or unbeatable by any means.
No, I'm with you. That's what I have noticed. It seems like we may have there may not be an undefeated team. I mean, in teams of the top. I think obviously there's potential of some, but it feels like there may not be an undefeated team because there's so much parity. Like, you watch Oregon. I've seen Oregon, and I don't necessarily look at it and say, well, that's the best team in the country. I think their resume is the best. But it is interesting to me to see how close, as you said, no elite teams, but how close teams are right now this year.
Yeah, and so that's why these 12 spots are going to be so highly sought after and coveted, because half the battle is going to be making it, especially some of these teams in the SEC. And, and that's why the ACC and Big 12 are trying to push to potentially get 2 teams, because even when you get there could be a lot of teams that you could see potentially winning it that might get left out. It's just the way the season has unfolded. So that's why there's already been, probably earlier than ever and stronger than ever, campaigns being started of saying, oh, why wouldn't a 3-loss SEC team get into the playoffs? That's the very, a common thread that we're starting to see this week, trying to make that push. But I do think because of that parity, we have to respect the regular season more than ever, because we don't truly know who the best teams we should look at. And I do think this is a new landscape that we need to be getting used to, because it used to be where Bama, Ohio State, Georgia, those types of teams would hoard all of the talent because they could, right? They were the teams that were primarily paying the players under the table, and you locked them up because they couldn't hit the transfer portal. Well, now with everyone paying and with freedom of movement where you can skip from school to school every single year, you can't hoard all the talent anymore. So yes, teams like Oregon, Ohio State, Texas even, they've got more talent, but that gap is just not there. And there's more talent, good talent, spread throughout the top 30 teams, where it really does feel like a lot of those teams could beat each other at any time, which is why we've seen some upsets that we haven't seen historically, as many as we've seen this year, like in Northern Illinois beating Notre Dame, like a Vanderbilt going toe-to-toe with Texas and beating Alabama, a Kentucky team having Georgia on the ropes, late in that game. It is just, there's more parity than ever before. Kentucky beating Ole Miss. They're just upsets that we traditionally haven't seen, which is, again, why I reiterate the regular season has to matter more than it ever has before.
Damn it, that turns me on, because that means my Hogs got a chance at something. Not this year, Danny. I don't.
Weekend,
look, well,
they got Tennessee. They're one of those updates.
I ain't talking about a damn win, Danny. I'm talking about a chance to make the beautiful thing. Y'all talking about parity and the 12-team expansion, obviously. Really, the beautiful thing about this, and I've said this from day one, is that instead of talking about 4, 5, and 6 and bitching about who doesn't get in at 4, now we're going to talk about 11, 12, 13, and 14, and we're going to bitch about who doesn't get in at 12. But the truth of the matter is that because of the transfer portal, because of NIL, because of this expansion, the beauty of it all is you've got more teams, which means more individuals, more players that weren't good enough to get to Alabama at Boise State or BYU or whatever, has a real legit shot to get to the tournament. And a program like Indiana, like my Razorbacks, like Kentucky, who you mentioned, like Ole Miss is doing right now, they have a real shot. If they embrace the NIL, they embrace the transfer portal, you have a real shot to build a team and get some momentum to get into that playoff and potentially win a championship, which none of that was possible for 90% of the country before this year. It's absolutely beautiful, man.
I love it. And think about, because there are a lot of people, college football analysts, and some that I call friends that I still get upset with because they didn't want to see this. They thought it would diminish the regular season. I think what we've seen is evidence that the regular season matters that much more, especially the month of November. Think back to a year ago, the teams that we were debating, and I'll just pull up a week 12, top 25. It was really, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, Florida State was undefeated, Washington, Oregon, Texas, Bama. That was it. You had 8 teams that we were talking about potentially making the college football playoff. 8 teams for 4 spots. Those games were really what everyone focused. 2 losses, their season was done. Ole Miss had 2 losses, their season was done. Didn't even think about the playoffs. All of a sudden, this year, we've got at least 25 and probably close to 30 teams. And I get it that some of those are an outside shot, but they still have a chance to make this 12-team playoff. And then I think the thing that's my most favorite part about it is, yes, we have those 7 at-large bids, but we also have the certainty of knowing if you win your conference, you're going to get a seat at the table, which we've seen over the course of the 14 playoff. Somebody was going to get screwed every single year. Last year, it happened to be my alma mater, Florida State. Years previous, it was a Pac-12 champion where they got left out the last 5 years of the playoff. We've seen Big 12 champs left out. I hated that when you had conference champions out. Now, if you want to take out any debate whatsoever, win your conference. They can't keep you out. So I love that from that perspective as well.
Danny Kanell joins us, and he joins us courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff, conference, Heisman, and college football Week 12 lines. All right. As Clint said, we're going to be talking about 13, 14, 15 down the line. There's a team, and this Big Ten conference is really intriguing to me because it seems like Penn State, all they got to do is just win the rest of their games, and they're going to get a seat. I don't know that is the case with Indiana, and I'm curious your thought. Indiana still, obviously, after this bye week, has the game in Columbus, and then they have Purdue. If they lose to Ohio State, which I think many people believe they will, are they out? Do you still believe a one-loss Indiana team that has the schedule they have gets in anyway, regardless, like Penn State, if they have one loss?
So Indiana clearly is the most polarizing team. BYU's in that conversation too, but they've at least got a couple wins over top 25 teams in SMU and Kansas State. And they might not have been winning pretty, but they're winning at least against top 25 teams. A lot of eyeballs are going to be on Indiana to see a couple things. So one, and I'm glad you mentioned Penn State because people have ripped Indiana for their strength of schedule. Where's Penn State's massive win? Like,
Illinois.
they haven't beaten any. Right, exactly. And Illinois isn't exactly a team that is still in the top 25, and it's not really a resounding win. And guess what else happened? Penn State and Indiana do have a couple common opponents. UCLA is one of them, a team that Indiana beat, drubbed them 52, put up 52 points on them. Penn State only beat UCLA 27-11. But here's what I think will happen, because I've already seen some people saying Indiana has no margin for error. They lose a game, that game to Ohio State, they're done. I hate that. I think the very real the reality of the situation is, what do they look like against Ohio State? So I do think how they look in that game matters. If they go out and they get beat 34-3, I think they're probably out. I don't think it's right. I don't think it should matter. No one had a problem with Clemson losing to Georgia 34-3 earlier this season, because it was the first week of the season. Everyone kind of forgot about it, but Clemson started winning games. And it's like, oh, they're getting better. But it's just because when it happened. I do think it matters how Indiana looks. I think if they keep it respectable, if they keep it competitive, if it's within, single digits, a 9 or 10 point loss, and they look like they can hang on the field, I still think they should make the playoffs. I don't know with 100% certainty if they will. That is the one great unknown, is that what will the committee do with Indiana? With that schedule being weak, the non-conference is very light. FIU, Western Illinois, Charlotte, that's their non-con. It's not exactly a gauntlet, but I do think that's the risk you run if you do schedule lighter, that you put yourself up for debate. So I do think it very much hinges on how do they look against Ohio State.
Boy, that would really play into your big brand bias too, because if that's not Indiana, boy, that one loss, the rest doesn't matter. They're damn sure getting in if you got the right emblem on the side of the helmet. Hey, just real quick, the setup of the 12-team playoff in terms of kind of the 7 at large, the 5 conference champions. Right now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Danny, but right now I believe the way the rankings fell, Georgia would be the team that would miss the playoffs this year. Just that thought, to me, the team, the program that's been the most dominant program in college football over the last handful of years, that team being left out of a 12-team playoff this year, I know we're putting the cart well before the horse, but at the end of the day, how does that format sit with you, knowing that Georgia would be out?
So, couple things. One, a past history isn't an indicator of future results, right? So you can't live off your past. I'm kind of okay. Does have a nice win over Clemson, right? They do have a couple resume builders. They have the win against Texas. That was a big win for them. So at least they have the wins. But here's where I think it resolves itself. I think it resolves itself this weekend. If Georgia beats Tennessee, they'll jump clearly into the top 12, and they might bump Tennessee out, or at least onto that bubble line where Georgia sits now. So they very much control their own destiny. So I think it's a debate to have today. It's not that consequential, but it will after this weekend. If they lose to Tennessee at home, I have no problem telling him they are staying at home for the playoffs. I'm sorry, but you had a home game where you were close to a 10-point favorite. If you don't win that game, I don't think you belong in the playoffs. I probably think they will win that game. The other thing I'm curious to know, Clint, about what you think about this, that offense has not looked like a playoff-worthy offense. And you're supposed to be a balanced team going into this point of the season. The offense needs to play better. And if they don't, they'll get beat. If they do, they'll win this weekend. So I think it'll take care of itself. But the other thing to keep note of, and it's going to be really hard for people to grasp, is that 12 spot, or maybe even another spot, will go to one of those group of 5 teams. So you might think you're safe, because Georgia's ranked 12th right now. So if you're just thinking 12-team playoff, we're taking the top 12, that's not the way it's going to work. One of those group of 5 teams is guaranteed to make that spot, no matter where they're ranked, if they're the highest ranked conference champion. So there's going to be some things that are just a little off that people are going to take notice of. That's going to take some time getting used to.
Yes, sir. That's Danny Kanell. By the way, I think Georgia's got a pass catcher, a lack of explosion in their pass catching department. That's really going to set them back when they play better opponents. So see if they can get that figured out. But either way, Danny, man, we appreciate you coming on, brother.
You guys are the best. Always enjoy it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. Check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff, conference, Heisman, and college football Week 12 lines. Danny always joins us courtesy of Bet Online. All right, I got some DeMeco Ryans, a little football horny clip of the day. Everybody enjoys one of them. If football don't turn you on, hell, I don't know what you're doing listening. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. If you're out there and you're dealing
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We got some ass to whoop tonight.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Damn, Linda, it's Wednesday. Whose ass you kicking? That's a woman. That's a woman that raised me right there. There ain't no doubt about it, man.
I don't think days matter.
Yeah, it damn sure did when she was dealing with us. Boy, I tell you what.
Are you me?
Whether she was whipping one of us or punching a neighbor in the mouth for talking trash to one of us, it's I'll tell you something else. Well, look, here's the deal. It's been a minute since I brought the football horny clip to the airwaves here. It's been tough lately. Before we get to that boner, yeah, I mean, there's a lot goes into getting to that boner, Tyler. I mean, it is, a lot goes into it. You got to cut the clip. I got to listen to the clip. We got to hear it a second time to see if
I
it's
don't
worthy.
know what you were talking about cutting.
I mean, a lot goes into it, man. But look, and I've been critical of DeMeco Ryans and not necessarily DeMeco personally, but just the response to adversity, the response to what is these offensive struggles. And again, we're a month plus into this. I'm not dropping the hammer after 1 week. It's getting old, man. It's hard to stomach at this point in time, especially when you don't see the results that you like. So, I do want to circle back and let everybody know that DeMeco Ryans' defense, the defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans, is absolutely kicking ass. And when it comes to designing defenses and calling defenses and the overall approach of like what a defense is trying to accomplish and needs to accomplish, being a former quarterback, I can't agree more with DeMeco's, I think, kind of, I would say, his explanation, very base level explanation of what his intentions are, what his goals are every week as a defense, what he's trying to get accomplished as it pertains to the opponent's quarterback. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about that.
My main goal, anytime, depending on the quarterback we're going against, is how do I disrupt his process? So whatever, like I've seen him excel at throughout, the first last four games, I try to throw some different pictures at him, right, to make him get off of his game, right, and not give him the easy throws. And that's where Goff really excelled when he had the play action throws, like he tried to throw on us. Guys were just wide open. Yeah. So it starts with, first off, guys, we just cover your guy. Right. All right. When we cover our guys, that's the start of it. And then when you mix in different coverages and different looks, different disguises, right, it just throws them off of what we've been doing. We just put a different spin on it, right, to present it a different way so our quarterback can't just sit back and know exactly what coverages we're playing.
I absolutely love it. I love the fact that you can draw from it. He knows who the hell he is. He knows what the identity is of his players. He knows how to put those guys in position to disrupt. And that's all we can ask. And I think week in, week out, you can draw from that audio too, that obviously it's, if you got a young quarterback in there, you're going to approach him a little differently than you are a Jared Goff. And at the end of the day, this defense has been a top four defense in the NFL. And I think it's, as I said, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, like I'm through. I just believe what DeMeco Ryans is putting on the field, overcoming the injuries, doing more with less, and questioning, like, how do quarterbacks keep missing these deep throws? Why the hell don't they attack Kamari Lassiter more than they attack Derek Stingley Jr.?
Still don't understand.
I don't understand it either. But I'm through trying to understand it, Ron, because what's going on is and we see a lot of it. Now, I think the better quarterbacks, which we ultimately saw Jared Goff eventually get to and start having a little bit of success. We saw Aaron Rodgers struggle early and eventually get to it late to win the game, and he had success. And I think down the stretch here, you're going to see better quarterback play, and so you're going to see Tua, you're going to see Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. You're going to see some of those guys do the same thing, and ultimately they're going to get home. But boy, when you talk about like this week with Cooper Rush or Trey Lance with the Cowboys, or you talk about whoever the hell's going quarterbacking in Tennessee, when you look at Jacksonville and what they're going to do, Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson may be able to get home late. They did last year, like it was last year when they exposed Xavier Thomas kind of deal, so they got home then. But I just love the approach. I just love the approach of we're not going to sit back and cover 2 Tampa no matter who the hell we play and just hope it works. We're going to adjust accordingly. We've got an identity, and that identity is to be aggressive and dissolute. Beautiful. And
when you look at it, and when you look at the top offenses they've played, I really think only the Vikings are the only ones that just got them.
Yeah,
right? Like the
Vikings,
Packers, they did well against 24 points.
But even that, Ron, to your point, that's situational football, right? That's what being a championship boils down to. The Vikings is the only game where you look up and you go, "What in the hell is this defense? Does this defense have a chance?"
Even though the Bills, they obviously held down. And
yes,
Josh had his worst game. Detroit, they had their worst offensive game. The Packers weren't, hitting on all cylinders. They had moments, but they ultimately it was 24 points. So, I mean, the Vikings game is the only one, and when you just have that much evidence, you can't.
Well, when you look at it too, Ron, look at the quarterbacks that you're talking about, right? We're talking about Jared Goff, we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, and you're talking about Jordan Love, who that just came down to situational football, which I'm not sure what we were thinking in that one play with Jalen Petrie manned up on Devontae Adams against the Jets. I'm not real sure what we were thinking against Green Bay with Derek Stingley Jr. being 7-8 yards off the ball for 4 straight plays and them attacking him in coverage. Last week, look, there's some things you can bitch and moan about if we want to, but ultimately last week goes on the offense, and the defense is just when it's all said and done, you're going to get guys healthy again as well. This defense has a chance to be even better. I'm just, again, reiterating that I believe in this. I found an advanced stat, boys. I would call it an advanced stat.
Advanced stat.
Actually retweeted this, so I hope it's real. Seth, I'm banking on you, bub. Seth Payne, that is.
Seth retweeted.
He retweeted this, right? That's dangerous, right? Ian Hartitz is where it came from. A lot of followers. Not sure that he has anybody holding him accountable, but he has a lot of followers. Have y'all seen this? This defense havoc rate?
I have not seen that.
I can get down with this, guys. This is something to keep an eye on now.
I like the word havoc.
Havoc. It's not havoc.
What a great movie.
It's havoc. It's not havoc. It's havoc.
Go check that movie out, Anne Hathaway. Go check it out, Havoc.
Is it a good movie?
Oh, God. I think I remember you talking about
I've never seen it before.
Defense havoc rate. Let me explain what this is, boys. It's percentage of plays where a defense gets a pressure, a tackle for loss, an INT, a forced fumble, or a pass breakup. Right? So you're creating havoc on the offense in those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways.
All good things.
Tremendous things.
Okay, I follow.
And I believe, here's the deal is, when you're doing it at the rate in which the Texans are, like, I think it's a very real stat that relates specifically to the success they're having.
Okay, right? I'm buckled in. Give it to me.
The Houston Texans are number 3.
Ooh. A little quiver down below.
50% of snaps. It's crazy, actually. 50% of the stats, 50% of the plays that the Texans field, they are getting a pressure, quarterback pressure, a TFL, tackle for loss, an interception, fumble, or a pass breakup.
Let's get it on, baby.
That is bringing pressure, getting home, and covering down tight and making tight windows, a quarterback under pressure make tight window throws or low percentage throws consistently at a 50% clip. I think that right there, more than anything, explains how the Texans defense is absolutely kicking ass. There's two defenses in the league that are better than the Houston Texans at creating havoc, by the way. The Cleveland Browns, 51%, are number 2. The Detroit Lions are 51%, so they're actually 1A, 1B right there. So they're tied. By the way, Detroit Lions, that defense that folks are wanting to fire Bobby Slowick over, 51%. Best havoc rate in the NFL. And I think of note here, the Minnesota Vikings, who the Texans have already played, they are the number 4 team in terms of havoc rate, which is 48% of the snaps, which they proved to be able to do against the Houston Texans, unfortunately. But that's kind of I guess it's more of an advanced stat. I think it would fall into that category. I like this, Ron. And not just because I didn't even see where the Texans ranked when I first started reading what the hell a havoc rate is. But this is really good stuff. It not only this explains how they're having the success, but it explains the identity of your defense. I mean, it is a pressure, aggressive, forcing you to make decisions and make plays, throws or catches, and blocks, for being honest, with extreme pressure, while extreme pressure is being applied to you. That's
you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
That's big time, man.
I think ultimately, hearing that kind of plays out when we watch and see on the field. I think one of the biggest things that jumped out to me, especially in this game against the Lions, but the Bills game plays this part as well. And it may add to some of the reasons why, as I've said before, the Texans defense have this ability to make quarterbacks miss wide open wide receivers that are running down the field, is they make, to this havoc point, they make everything hard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, teams don't, it doesn't seem, there's never, you could probably count how many drives, and it's really no matter if Alshire's out there, Will's out there, like how many drives where it's just like, boom, 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 boom. You do what you, like, bam, we run it here, we run it here, there's a 7-play drive where offense just did whatever the hell they wanted to. You're like, damn. Well, they just took the ball and just walked it down the field and there aren't very many of those possessions. I'm trying to may have had one in there, but they're just
Buffalo may have had one, but most of them.
But it's not just like it's like it's hard.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, man, you go grind
most of those
out.
drives with the Texans, Ron, have come at moments when there's like a PI backed up by a roughing the quarterback. And you just give huge chunk plays. Like most of the time that those drives have happened, there's been a reason. It's not like teams are just slicing and dicing. To your point.
Yeah, like it's like, man, boy, that was a 3-yard run, but they paid for it. So like it just doesn't seem like it's easy. All right, as we continue rolling here live on The Drive, I think the greatest player in the history of this organization had some things to say about the players-only meetings that the Texans have had. They've decided to go kind of LeBron, not 1, not 2, but maybe 3 potential meetings. Wait till you hear what he had to say, and we're going to have some fun with this. Wait till you hear what JJ had to say about team meetings that potentially is happening with the Texans. That's next.
All right, fellas, y'all got to listen up here, man. It's not a matter of if.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Apparently the Texans have had multiple team meetings. And when I say team meetings, player only. You know, the old Martin Maldonado specials, the players only meetings.
The Maldonado specials, that's great.
I tell you, man, it felt like he was quick to call one. Remember that? I mean, I believe Martin gave us a couple in like in a couple weeks period. He gave us two that he led. But J.J. Watt, the best player to many in this organization's history, was on Pat McAfee. And I want to first go to J.J. talking about his level of concern about the Texans holding a players-only meeting, because I think this is interesting of where he goes. He is clearly not a fan. I wonder how many of them he ran into himself. But this is J.J. Watt on Pat McAfee. As we've heard, the Texans have had reportedly maybe a couple of meetings. Here's J.J. Watt's thoughts on them.
Players only meeting. Now they are sitting on the top of the AFC South, but what's your level of concern with that going forward?
Oh, no. I have heard that there was a long players-only meeting. I am on record in the past discussing players-only meetings and what those generally mean for an organization. When I saw the first half on Sunday, I was very close to tweeting out, maybe it's the first players-only meeting in history that was productive and positive and worked. And then the second half happened. So I'm hoping that something more positive comes out. Maybe it needed to be longer. Maybe they need to double the length of players-only.
Wasn't it they were saying 2 hours?
Multiple hours.
Jeez. I did hear 2 hours. I have no direct sources, but I did hear 2
what
hours. That is an extensive.
Are you doing for 2 hours? Everybody on the team got 10 minutes? All right, everybody in here gets 10 minutes. Kaimi, you're first. Fairbairn, what are your thoughts? I missed the 58-yarder. It's the first 50-yarder that I've ever missed, seemingly this year, and we got to be better attention. Okay, long snapper, Wiggs, get up there, pal. What do you got? Okay, CJ, Will, Nico. Is it everybody talking? How is there a presentation?
It's a long meeting, man. It's a long meeting. I don't know what. That's just a long meeting in general. 2 hours. It doesn't matter if it's the head coach running it, if it's the players running it. That's a long time to be in that meeting room.
I hope there was a presentation.
A lot to take from there. I think the number one thing is John Weeks, number 2. He had a nickname for him, Weeksy. Like it ain't just he looked it up. He's got.
Oh, McAfee went kicker, deep snapper. You know, he's an old punter. So
that's pretty. Yeah. He's got those. Apparently, JJ, as you can hear the how much of a joke it is to him with the players-only meetings, and they had that at 6-3 after the Jets game. Apparently, by the way, folks, that they have it's been reported they may have had another one, and there could be another one on the way again. So that'd be 3 in about a week and a half. This, to me, is my favorite part where I feel like we need all hands on deck. Those of you on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, I need you to listen closely. Those of you on the on YouTube and Twitch as well, I think we got to figure out which players fit the mode of what JJ's going to discuss here. So I need you to listen closely because he's going to take us inside the locker room of how the dreaded players-only meetings go. So think in your mind who this thing pertains to on who would play these roles for this current Texans team.
There is a lot of there's one guy up there that's like, hey guys, I'm going to take control of this. We're going to get this under control right away. And there's a lot of people in the room rolling their eyes, laying back in their seats, kind of waiting. And then there's definitely one guy speaking that should not be speaking in front of the team ever.
Every time.
For sure. And he's going to try and rally the troops and really give his go of it, what he's seeing from the sidelines that he thinks the team needs to work on.
Nice.
And that guy's always a idiot.
Yes, yep, always. That is true. Yeah, every team has that too, yeah.
And then somebody tries to bring it back around, and they're like, all right, so what we're going to take away from this is that we all need to come in a little later. We all need to really give it a good go this week. As the Jets say, 3 good weeks of practice. We need that, and then we're going to be good. And it just ends, and everybody leaves and immediately starts talking to their close clique of friends like, God, that was dumb.
Talking about everybody's speech.
Like, can you believe what's his nuts got up there and said, like, he played one snap one time, and he thinks he can tell us how to play? Like,
all right, this is good. This is good, guys. Whoever what's his nuts is.
If laughing was part of getting horny, that would have been a football horny clip, by the way. That is so spot on. Unfortunately, I've been a part of many of these. As a player and as a bench rider, both. God, he's so spot on, man.
All right, what's his nuts? Let's get this here. Let's get this here. Because I've got it here. The take control guy. The person who is the Martin Maldonado of this thing, who is the take control guy. We got to find out the guy who shouldn't be speaking. And the way that JJ kind of laid that out, it seems like a guy that's really kind of a guy that don't get a lot of playing time, the guy that's just kind of really over the team stuff but sits on the bench and still believes he's a leader somehow, Tim Tebow-like. And then the bring it back around guy to kind of kind of go ahead and kind of build off the take control guy. So we've got to figure out who plays the part in this. Those of you on the text line, jump in. Who is that? Let's start here. Who's the take control guy? I think there are a couple of candidates here. Jim Ward seems like the guy to me to start.
Oh, that's a good one.
Feels like I'm not saying that's it. There's probably some other thoughts. I feel like Jim Ward is a guy that tried to come in here and take control of this piece.
I would go with Azeez Al-Shaair.
Not bad. That's good.
That's
good.
solid.
That's good. Just arrived, but that's good.
I was stuck between Azeez and possibly Daniil Hunter. He's a little more soft-spoken at his pressers and stuff, but you can tell he gets real.
I think Daniil is in the JJ range. I think Daniil is the one sitting down, rolling his eyes.
Come on,
at
JJ.
Wasting my time when I could be sitting at home, meditating, because I feel like that's what he does.
Working out.
A lot. Like, I feel like he's that guy. So I could see that. Some people are texting in Eric Murray. Ooh, I think there's another role for Eric Murray. I don't know that I will go
this
there.
one.
I don't think this is. I don't think Al Shire's coming in. Someone said Davis Mills is the take control guy over my dead body. Davis Mills is.
Is that who
Davis
bought your
Mills
jersey? Is that who bought the jersey from you, Tyler?
Yeah. Davis Mills didn't do this. All right. So I like that. Azeez, maybe Jim Ward. I think he's in the running. Let's go here. The shouldn't speak guy. The guy that maybe kind of rides the bench a little bit. The guy that takes it, that's taking this thing a little serious.
I know mine.
What's yours?
It is very specific to what is going on just right now this season in Houston for the Texans. He's not necessarily a bench rider. Might as well be. I'm going with Dalton Schultz. He better not be right now at this point in the season. He's put on tape and everything he's shown me out in the field. Nah, bro. Sit your happy ass down. I don't need to hear from your soft ass.
No. I feel like he's thinking about the game. I think he's sitting there thinking about how quickly he can get to his PS5, and he's annoyed by this thing. Someone rolling in, Kenyon Green was the guy on there. Kenyon Green just trying. Ooh, I like that. Des King was the guy who didn't know he was about to get cut, but he was the guy on the practice squad that is rolling. I think Des King's a good one. Christian Harris is the guy that shouldn't speak, but then steps up and speaks. You got one.
Man, I think there's a couple, but they're not bench riders either.
I got one.
I think Titus Howard is one that should not speak.
Yes. Same realm as Dalton Schultz there.
I'm just I just don't think he's viewed as a leader, and I think there's a level of silliness there a lot of the times. I'm not even talking about piling on because he's my stock down guy this week, but I also thought of Robert Woods being a guy that probably shouldn't speak given he didn't play much. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I was pretty set on Titus. I think Tyler's right. There is Dalton Schultz.
You guys are off here.
I think it's good.
I got it.
I like Dalton Schultz.
Said nope.
Kendrick Green.
Well, I mean, hell, that's
Kendrick Green fits the mold, is sitting on the bench. I feel like Kendrick Green is somebody that gets on the offensive line's nerves when they come over to the sideline, and he's got pointers every time about what he should do. This, I think, hey, man, I was in Pittsburgh, man. Like, I'll do anything for the
Kendrick Green.
Not Kenyon. Kendrick Green. I was in.
Yeah,
I played fullback for the team here. I've done it all. I'll go and play fullback out. Kendrick Green is the guy. Man, if you don't sit your happy ass down. If you don't sit your ass down.
That's a good one.
All right, MJ Stewart was my second one. All right, now let's get the final one. The bring it back home guy. And this is where I believe.
Oh, there's one answer.
This is where I believe that Eric Murray's role slides right in. I feel like Eric Murray slides right in, a guy that has been on teams that have won championships right when he left. Championship teams, he was there, then they win, he leaves and they win. I think Eric Murray is the guy that comes right in and builds right off of what Azeez Al-Shaair did to start the thing. And people are ready to go, but he doesn't understand the time, and he's still going. And we're like, come on, man. And Dalton's like, man.
Been here 2 hours, bro.
Y'all going to hate me for this one. Because this is one of them two young studs we got.
Jalen Peach. Oh, Will Anderson.
This is Will or CJ.
I was thinking CJ.
In a players-only meeting, we got to talk. We got to contribute.
Yeah, we can't be silent.
Oh, yeah,
we're the faces of this franchise.
I got to be one of these guys. Yeah, I would go with one. I'd go with one of the young bucks, man. Got to contribute. I need to build. I need to use everybody else's comments and kind of put a bow on this meeting so we can get out of here.
Well, there's a lot of people rolling in on this one. Foley, we're getting that rolling in. Foley would be the guy to step in.
Sharpens iron. We got it this week,
that's
okay?
a good. Yeah, I got you.
That guy, Iron Strike. It's you versus you, fellas. CJ's really good.
Remember
at this
Proverbs 4, man. Come on now.
Yeah. Someone said, Steph Diggs, this is the way he's going to help the team by talking.
God, JJ's so spot.
I would love Jameis Winston in the role.
Oh, Jameis would talk through all of them. He played every last one of the roles up in there. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a lot. I think someone just texted in Mario Edwards would be the one that's speaking that shouldn't. Hell, your ass just got popped. Sit your ass down.
Hey, he's back this week.
You're the reason. All right.
No Christian Harris.
Coming up, Brandon Scott. He'll join us. We'll get his Texans report and discuss how he's seeing things and what's going to happen coming up as they head to Dallas. That's coming up next. But before we get there, guys, Texas Star Grill Shop is the spot for you. They've got anything you need, and I can attest. I have gone there.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Pasadena Freeway or at baywayram.com today.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On the Drive and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live back here on the Drive 440 on a Wednesday. You know what that means. That means we are joined by B. Scott, Brandon Scott. You can catch all his work, SportsRadio610.com, as well as all over the station throughout the weeks. All right, Brandon, this feels like the lowest point that we have been since DeMeco has taken over. At this point, we've got people, to me, the biggest story has been Bobby Slowick and where people have gone on Bobby Slowick. People talking about wanting him fired, wanting him to move on, all of this and that. From what you've watched and what you're covering and even also with what you're hearing and how they're handling this, what's the sense that you get inside the building of how they feel about Bobby Slowick, right? Like we've got a sense and understanding of how they felt about Kenyon Green. They benched him. What's the sense you get they feel inside the building about Bobby Slowick?
So the best quote and the best thing to reference and to think back on is Joe Mixon after that game where he's talking about we got to start playing to win and not playing not to lose or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing there, but that's essentially what he was saying. Those are the vibes, and I don't think that there is a lack of confidence or that they've lost confidence within the building. Certainly what we hear and the fan base and even here at the station, like we got questions, serious questions, all in scheme fit with the personnel, like what you want to do. Did y'all ultimately acquire dudes that can execute what you want to do? Like that's a big question for the team right now. But in terms of Bobby Slowick himself, I think there's still a level of confidence in him. It's just a matter of, hey, we got to adjust to the personnel that we've got, and we've got to figure out a way to get our head out of our keister at the end of the games. Like this inability to score points in the second half, it's not just like a one-off type of thing. It's a trend. It's not an anomaly now. It's a trend, and it's a problem. And so it's more of, hey, let's kick it in gear as opposed to we got to make changes. Because the reality is, and Clint, you can understand this too, like, you can change play callers all you want, but it's going to be roughly the same, like for the most part. Like I don't think it's going to be significantly different if you go to the next guy because the playbook is roughly the same, and it's still mostly the same people that have input into what they're doing. So it's just a matter of making that adjustment and doing your job better.
Yeah, look, B. Scott, I think there's the bullheadedness and the resistance to changing what you were trying to do. The thought of like, hey, we don't even know who we are and what we're good at until like week 8, week 9, right? Like that's what's killed Bobby Slowick. Like that, like Bobby not responding in a timely fashion the way he did last year to the offensive line being injured immediately. To him, week 1, I remember him saying, man, I started too fast, put too much on these guys' plate. We got to pull it back. We got to do something different. The O-line gets injured. Then they get healthy. The receivers get injured. Then they get healthy. Like they responded to everything, and having a real quarterback, they protected him all year long, and everything went into that style of play. And we heard all the talk about being more aggressive from the beginning of training camp. They signed Steph Diggs, paid him $22 million. Yeah. Obviously, they were going to try to be more aggressive, right? The fact that it took him 8 weeks to realize, like, for whatever reason, this offense is not going to be able to continue to call those same plays and survive. It's just not. It's got to change, right? And so there was significant change, and I'm going somewhere with this, like to your point of like changing the play caller. It literally looked like Sunday night that it was a different play caller than the first 9 weeks of the season. Yeah. Like it looked like a different play caller based on how he was approaching the game. So you got a different play caller, right? This was a different story of just the moment was too big. You messed the bed with a big time opportunity on your plate. And it was, to me, it was more on the players at this point in time than it was necessarily the play caller. But
yeah, because see, the thing is, Bobby Slowick is the big topic, and I think that's just kind of the not scapegoat, but
he is.
Yeah, well, because there are some legitimate criticisms, but it's sort of the pile on. Because if you look at it, kind of to Clint's point, play calling was not the issue. The reason why they coughed up that game to the Lions,
right.
It was missed opportunities. It was, hey, you got the ball first and goal on the 3-yard line because you got this really good nicely schemed up play, and Joe Mixon being a badass getting you the ball first and goal on the 3-yard line, and you come. But it's all celebrate because it's 10-0 Texans, and you're up on the Lions. But that's a missed opportunity, and it comes to bite you at the end. Missing field goals, obviously, like it's a long field goal, but that's another example. And then, of course, when we start talking about the turnovers from C.J. Stroud, one of which was very uncharacteristic, like the one that you've been talking about, Ron. It's the one that stands out to everybody. It's like,
I think they both were, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough.
They were
fair enough. So all of that is okay. What is Bobby Slowick supposed to do about that exactly? How do you scheme around lack of execution on basic things that were supposed to work out in your favor?
I think Bobby has definitely reached the point of when it goes wrong, it's him. When it goes well, it's CJ, it's the
Joe,
players,
Nico.
it's Joe. Like, it's not like you don't think of like, oh boy, look at those big plays at touchdown he schemed up or he did. I think he has reached that point. And now listening to you guys talk, and I'm sure Clint will jump in on this, but I'm curious from you, Brandon, because I've seen some of the things you've said. Are you worried about CJ?
Yeah, I'm absolutely worried about CJ. And it's not really so much of his confidence, because I feel like that's going to be there. It's really more so about him regressing, like not doing. And I got to give you some credit too here, Clint, because you saw this a little bit before I did. We did a show about a month or two ago from one of those Buffalo Wild Wings locations, and you were saying at that time, hey, I need C.J. Stroud to play more like the C.J. Stroud of last year and not like the one of this year. And maybe for me, that critique was ill-timed because I thought he did do that in that more recent game.
I remember what you're talking about, yeah.
But you were just grand point, a more larger point, and maybe nitpicking a little bit, but saying, hey, these things are issues, and they have, over the week since then, have absolutely manifested themselves in the way in which you were talking about, exactly in the way in which you were talking about. So it's a real issue. I think CJ is still like ultra talented. That's not the problem. But to me, if they don't figure out these offensive line problems, which, by the way, again, it did look a little bit better on Sunday, on Sunday night. If they don't figure that out,
they're all fixable.
We think. But if they don't actually,
we asked B. Scott, not you, DeMeco.
B. Scott said,
but until you actually fix it,
it ain't all.
You risk, at the very least, stalling the development of your young quarterback.
Yeah, look, what we saw, the adjustment by Bobby Slowick this week, and it was throughout the game. It just was more successful, obviously, in the first half, as in terms of resulting in points. What Bobby Slowick adjusted. It's a three-pronged problem: offensive line, offensive coordinator, and C.J. Stroud. Bobby Slowick adjusted his play call. In other words, he called more screens, he called more quick games, which forced C.J. Stroud to execute on a different clock, which covered up and masked the mistakes that we've seen in the past from the offensive line. It eliminated the potential of the offensive line getting overwhelmed and C.J. Stroud just getting absolutely pummeled for 4 quarters. It eliminated that from the equation. Right now, where the concern is, B. Scott, is at what point, because you're handcuffed. You got to be able to do more than that. Like, at what point does this offense, and is there a point, right? You would know there's better than anybody. This offense, whether it's better O-line play or C.J. Stroud, I can call a mid-range progression pass game, and you're going to recognize early that it's not there, so you're going to drop back and you're going to check it down right now. You're going to throw it to the tight end Y option right now instead of hanging on stuff downfield, right?
Yeah.
Either the offensive line's got to get better and let him hang on stuff downfield, or he's got to get better at recognizing it and get the ball out of his hands, or
you can't count on the first one.
Or Bobby can't call it. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, I would fire Bobby tomorrow if the play calling had not changed against Detroit.
Yeah.
Like, that's the fireable offense. Not the – because I'm not saying there's not a problem. There's obviously a second half problem that we all need to talk about, and we figured that out. By the way, if anybody has the answer to what's going on in the second half, call NRG. They'll probably pay you $1 million to get it from you, right? So that's still a problem. And Bobby has not been good all year long. Don't get me wrong, but that is Like the adjustment, the improvement, whatever you think that is, that we saw where they should have scored 33 points against the Detroit Lions, it started because the play caller adjusted.
Yeah, but I think the result, the ultimate result, is proof that it is a three-pronged problem.
Agreed.
Like anybody that wants to just lay all of the blame at Bobby Slowick's feet,
absolutely,
or lay all of the blame at C.J. Stroud's
absolutely.
feet, or use the offensive line's play as the scapegoat,
bingo,
you're doing it wrong.
Absolutely,
because this was a perfect example of, hey, okay, so the play calling's a lot better, the offensive line plays a lot better. Oh, but look, C.J. Stroud is, at least in this moment, seems to be regressing. You know, and offensive line came up short for you with some of the penalties and things like that. So, like,
it is
exactly.
Like, I mean, the offensive line issues prevent you from, doing some of the things that you want to do.
Ron, here's and this is where me and B. Scott were talking about this a month ago, and this is the fear. This is why I was so critical of it at the time, is the result of the bullheadedness of the coaching staff to not adjust and force the hand to, at the very least, eliminate the quarterback and getting the hell beat out of him. The one that loses in that equation is C.J. Stroud. Because now at this point when the play calling changes, which it did Sunday, you still see the effects of him getting the hell beat out of him for 9 weeks, right? And it's just one of those where now he's got to focus on himself and getting himself better and to be the best version of C.J. Stroud. Like he's the one, the quarterback is the one that ultimately it all culminates, and that's where we as fans see it come to fruition.
I know we got to. I think what you just. I think that's maybe the biggest mistake Bobby has talked about. The play calling stuff, as I've said, and adjustments. Like DeMeco said, like adjust, get out of here. Like they're adjusting throughout the game. The play calling doesn't work because of the execution in most cases. This is not hey, Baltimore only ran the ball 6 times in the second half in a one-possession game when that's the best thing that they do. It's not that. I think the biggest thing is I think they trusted, and I think Bobby's at the top of this, that CJ would just kind of change it on his own and would, as you break down, start to look from short to high and not allow himself to just get hit and do things on his own to change up like he did last year. But he was coming out, and he's going to stay being aggressive.
Yeah.
That's where he was in this place. And I think they really trusted that he would do it himself. He's a second-year player, like you said, and damn it, you had to go in there and forcibly force it in how you called it like they did on Sunday.
The letdown of it, though, is that it was the 1 step forward, 2 steps back, because it seemed like it was happening in the first half. That's how they got that lead to begin with. It seemed like it was going right. I mean, I know they had those 3 field goal drives, one of which should have been a touchdown.
Right.
But it's the 1 step forward, 2 step back. Like, what happened? Again, to the question, what happened in that second half to the reason why you weren't able to match that? Which
B. Scott, there's no doubt about it. The Detroit Lions defense adjusted. But what people don't understand is, like, they want Bobby to then adjust to that. And I expect Bobby to adjust to that. But what Bobby can't do is then adjust by calling mid-range progression pass games and expecting the offensive line that you know can't protect to protect. Like, that's not it. Like, people want him to do that.
Is Slowick losing it?
That would be criminal. That would get CJ hit more. That would cause 3rd and longs consistently.
Even though that's probably the easy answer to the adjustment.
If everything was perfect, that would be the answer, right? I mean, that's how perfect how you would want it to work out is I'm going to come out, I'm going to limit all the risk, I'm going to bang the quick stuff, the screens, we're going to run it a little bit, we're going to get a 23-point lead quarterback, we're going to protect the football.
I'm going to go double move.
In the second half, we're going to double move, we're going to throw this thing down the field, and we're going to put the nail in the coffin.
That means time.
But I can't protect. So the flip side of that is if I call those plays, I give sacks. I end up by my decisions. I end up in 3rd and long. I get sack fumbles. I take a lot of risk.
We're going to have to continue this to the break.
Sorry, I got
we got to take it to the break. All right, coming up.
Oh, Tyler, you mad, Tyler?
No. Coming up to the break.
Hold on, I got one more point.
5 o'clock fire coming up.
It was fun, man. I'm here for it.
With Slowick, man.
We'll talk to the break. 5 o'clock fire, one of Houston's favorite son returns. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, a great day, y'all. Great day starts with a great night's sleep. And the quickest way to make that happen is to make sure that you're sleeping on the right mattress, baby. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo mattress wins every single time. I'm stoked. Me and my wife are going over to pick out our
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Bomber, as well as...
By the way, looking good.
I know.
Oh, man, the blonde tips are looking good. It's grown out. You got edged up. Nice fade, by the way.
Man, that was
how long sharp. Will he cut white guys here?
Yes.
It is. That with a white man's head?
Yeah, it is. A long time coming. Boy, that felt like a long time ago, the start of the end of September when I had this hair dyed blonde. We've made it to the tip stage.
You've acted like you didn't like it for a long time.
Not the full. This I can kind of work with here a little bit.
You're welcome.
I can kind of work.
That on said blonde. I'm telling you, man.
Damn, Tyler.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your intro to
self-destruction.
Your big deal intro to 5 o'clock fire. I'm sorry, Bob.
They did finally make the playoffs and get to the divisional round, so it turned out all right. But also T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, and Moneybags. We'll get to that.
Moneybags Light.
1 for 11. All right. Remember, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And tonight at Toyota, as we just talked to Brandon Scott, I am sure he is headed that way. Houston and Tyler's favorite son returns. The L.A. Clippers are in town, and that means that James Harden,
which is not good enough,
is in the building. And Henry To'oTo'o is going to take the first shot, and for some reason Tyler erupted in my ear earlier because it is Harry Potter night.
I love Harry Potter. I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I am a, what's wrong?
Go ahead. There are a lot of Harry Potter fans. Another one I just can't get in. Not the fantasy thing. It's Harry Potter night. Like,
Harry Potter's badass, man.
It's interesting. Like the general crowd that heads to Rockets game in Houston, I can't wait to see what that Harry Potter night looks like.
Probably going to be magical.
In my mind, James Harden coming back to Clippers. This feels like maybe the Megan Thee Stallion night, but I am interested to see if we have a lot of Harry Potter dress ups in this. Champ Slice Ron doesn't do Harry Potter because there's no black people in it.
Yeah, there is.
I don't know that. I'm just not a fantasy guy.
No, I know you are. I was telling our friend that there is.
Any of the other, the Lord of the Rings, not doing it. No.
I just don't see it. Like, y'all think this is going to be a hit?
I don't.
Oh, Harry Potter night? Oh, yeah. Turn up one time.
Well, I mean, I think
would you have got tickets if you knew
some very important context is Harry Potter night at a Rockets game.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said.
And I would have got tickets if I knew ahead of time.
With Harden coming back, this feels like more of a Megan Thee Stallion night.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Dressed like Slim Thug night.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I wonder how many
more of a darker evening.
Nightly Rocket attendees. How many of them are really into Harry Potter? Where they're going?
Everybody loves Harry Potter, or not everybody. That's inflammatory, but it is.
I think you're
very,
in this room,
very, very popular.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm in Ravenclaw.
Anyway, you're in Ravenclaw. Like, what would you wear tonight if you were going?
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily dress up. I mean, it's not like it's Star Wars night or anything, but I would enjoy myself. They probably have a lot of cool stuff, and like during timeouts and stuff. Maybe some Harry Potter trivia, maybe some Harry Potter tunes.
And I'm telling you, Courtney and my oldest Trey, they be in there. They read Harry Potter bedtime story.
Oh yeah.
And when we go to Disney, those two are amped about going to the Harry Potter spot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good on it.
I would have really guessed wrong on that.
Oh, Courtney, big time.
I think y'all should take the house test.
Yeah, she's big. Read them all, and he loves it. They have their little inside jokes about stuff that, we don't have any idea about. Me and Lauren and Nicholas just looking at them like, what? Got any idea?
Kind of like Tyler's up there doing right now.
Yeah, he's doing something right now.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Got it. Yeah, I don't have any references, but no, listen, this will be a fun one tonight. The Rockets are playing pretty well. I wonder if Fred will be in the lineup. I think he's still maybe out, but they're 7-4 right now, and This feels like a game that they will get up for, and I expect them to get a dub tonight. See if they keep playing. I think this will be fun to watch Zubek, who's a pretty good defender in the middle, to see how Sengun goes up against him, and to see if Green can continue playing the way he has been playing. So this will be a fun game tonight, as I'm sure the whole place in Toyota Center will be. There might be Quidditch? There might be a game of Quidditch that breaks out at the half.
Yeah,
like they're going to do something like that.
Who's going to catch the snitch?
By the way, how you feel Henry To'oTo'o shooting the first shot tonight? Joe Mixon nailed it. Laramie Tunsil made it. How you feeling about Henry To'oTo'o?
Not good.
Comes to an end tonight. He's too much of a bruiser. He's too much of a big body. He's gonna be too robotic. And
I feel like
he dribbles and jump. Here's the deal.
I think he jumped.
In my time playing ball, like I've come across a lot of really good hoopers. I don't know that I've ever come across a linebacker that could hoop. Like a true inside linebacker, not a nickel
Michael
defender.
Parsons can.
That's not a true inside linebacker.
He was until they changed.
I mean, that's a freak of nature. I'm talking about Henry To'oTo'o, Azeez Al-Shaair.
Like you don't think LeVar Arrington?
I don't think Devin White's out there hooping.
You don't think LeVar Arrington's got a good post game?
I mean, he's an edge, isn't he? Isn't he more of an edge guy?
No, he was a middle linebacker.
Was he really?
Yeah.
I thought LeVar was more of an outside edge.
Yeah, he's a Washington.
Like a 3-4 edge, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't believe so. You got me, like, how confident you are, you got me shook up in my mind.
Well, he's big enough.
He's an inside linebacker.
He's big enough to where I would think, like, just size-wise, he would probably play more than your stockier built line. Like, I don't think Ray Lewis is hooping.
Nah.
Yeah, but he thinks he can.
I don't think. Yeah, well, he thinks.
There's no chance that he does.
I just don't think I've ever come across. And I mean, 713-572-4610. Anybody out there that played ball coming up? Can you think of a middle linebacker? Not a running back or a tight end or somebody that played
middle linebacker.
Like I'm talking about an
Brian
inside
Cushing.
Back off the ball. Yeah, Brian Cushing, Ray Lewis,
Ryans.
DeMeco Ryans. Have you ever come across one that could just hoop their ass off and you feel like it's going to get up there and just be wet from the free throw line?
I'd say Brian Urlacher. But
I was thinking of him.
He is a freak of nature, though.
He's a freak. Safety in college moved.
Yeah, like he is. Yeah, he is a freak of nature. Yeah.
Ron, you said you think To'oTo'o probably jumps with his shot from the free throw line.
It, but I think Henry, I could see Henry jump.
I had to jump from every free throw I took in junior high because I didn't have enough upper body strength to do it as a set shot.
I'd rather shoot air ball.
The only thing that gives Henry To'oTo'o a chance is
I'd shoot air ball.
He has a pretty clean lineup, like his edge up.
Yeah,
I mean, he is lined up big time. So that gives him a chance. Gives him a little bit of hope in my book.
I weighed like 75.
I got a 10%.
Yeah,
I could see Tyler in high school as a freshman having
Luke Kuechly,
jumper,
no chance. Luke Kuechly, no.
5 o'clock fire.
Is that kid really in high school?
All right, this is one to watch for the Texans the rest of the way. Shane Steichen and the Indianapolis Colts have no idea what they want to do, so they're benching Joe Flacco after 2 games after saying that Joe Flacco is going to be the quarterback the rest of the way. They have benched him and going back to Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson, who got benched against the Texans after 2 games, he is back and will make the start. I believe they got the Lions this week. They will make the start. He will make the start against the Lions. And they're yo-yoing back and forth. They're a young quarterback who has gotten 10 starts in the league. Do you think this makes the Colts better? Do you think going back to Richardson, because it was not going well for Joe? He's got 4 or 5 turnovers himself in this time. He had 3 picks in the last game. You think this is better for the Colts? Because obviously the Texans, that's the closest team to them in the division.
Well, I think it's the better option of 2 bad options. I mean, if you're not going to get good Flacco and you got to go back to Anthony Richardson, the hope there is, I mean, look, for me, I hope they lose all their games, to be honest with you. But the hope for the quarterback is that he goes in there and he plays a little different style of football. The problem is it needs to be a run first, even with the QB +1 run. It needs to be a run first football team, and you're fixing to play a really good run defense. And so good luck establishing that against the Detroit Lions. The other thing there is as you look at Anthony Richardson, is this 2-game where you got benched and the embarrassment of it, is it enough for him to understand you can't go rogue and audible to a pass play when you're just trying to kneel the game out ultimately and go to halftime and give up points? You can't tap out of the game and say you're tired kind of crap. Like, did that 2-game benching, did that at least get the message across to him where he's got to change his approach a little bit? Just that, I think, is a plus. And then you got to play to his strengths, which I don't know. Look, I'm lost with what Indianapolis is trying to do. We talked about it every time the Texans play them. It's like, I don't know how you don't just force feed to an extreme Jonathan Taylor, and they just wouldn't do it.
Well, and speaking of that, they did what I was scared for that Texans fans and most people around here, want him to be a bust. I root for these cats to play well. I want to see them all play well, especially a guy with that level of talent. I like, just for the game, I want to see what that level of talent can be. And you thought he was with the right guy, but they did what I was scared of. They clearly, and you can understand it to a certain extent, but they clearly are erring on the side of, we just don't want to get him hurt anymore. So they don't play, as you said, to his strengths enough, right? Like there should have been multiple times that he had runs against the Texans in those 2 games, and I'm talking about called runs, not scrambles.
Agreed.
And they're not doing it, and you're gonna understand it's clear they went in the offseason, said this kid gets hurt, so they're not giving him a chance to play at his best, and we'll see what it is. I thought this would be it, but this going back and forth thing can't be helpful. We'll see how he handles this thing, and it's going to take a lot on him, but we'll see how he handles it.
5 o'clock fire.
It's a strange gentleman. Shout out to Jose Altuve, who is the Silver Slugger Award winner. He wins his 7th Silver Slugger Award, which ties him with Ryan Sandberg. Shout out to Ryan Sandberg, who last month, maybe 2 months ago, said that he's cancer-free. So shout out to Ryan Sandberg. With Altuve continues to show his greatness as he wins the Silver Slugger Award. And he was really, really good this year, but it wasn't like this is a vintage, one of the top years for him. And ho-hum, he still is the best offensive second baseman in the game. By the way, Yainer Diaz was also up for the catcher position, did not win the Silver Slugger Award, went to Salvador Perez of the Royals, but he was up for it as well, was a finalist, had a great season, and so was Bregman, a finalist, did not win there, but Jose Altuve continued to show his Hall of Fame career.
Love it, man. There's he's one of them cats that obviously being an Astro lifer is I'm here for it, but the dude makes it easy to love him, man. Makes it easy to root for him. Makes it easy to be in his corner. And any awards, any success he has, man, I'm here for it.
All right, coming up, John Metchie, big-time performance, a performance that this team needed. Are you at a place where you're ready to say, I think John Metchie is ready to fill the void that is missing? Fill the void that is missing with, as we know, at least Stephon Diggs being out. Is he ready to fill the void for that third receiver for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Mix up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Drink up the stream and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston sport. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I see people texting in. Go ahead and give me your thoughts. Those of you on the 5 Hour Energy Fan text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, text in. Last week, we saw John Metchie on Sunday really step up. Are you ready to say that John Metchie is the guy that can step up and fill that void for that third receiver spot? Before we get there, I do want to wish I could give him a hug. I want to apologize on behalf of the sports world to Chris Webber with what he had to deal with last night. As Eric Spoelstra, I don't know if you saw this, Tyler, Eric Spoelstra, the coach of the Miami Heat, screwed up, called a timeout at the end of the game when he did not have a timeout left. And, of course, the game was tied. Timeout, that's a technical. You got to shoot a free throw. The Detroit Pistons shot a free throw, made it. And then after that, all night, anybody showed was Chris Webber calling that timeout in the national championship game repeatedly, because whenever someone calls a timeout and they don't have any timeouts left, everybody begins to just bring up the worst day, one of the worst days in Chris Webber's life.
It will not be a good night.
And he just keeps showing it. By the way, the best ironic part was that Jalen Rose was in the audience, and Jalen Rose – look, he had a flashback with the face he made. So we got to stop doing that, man. We got to stop. Somebody calls the timeout. We've got to stop going to Chris Webber. Because all night, yes, it happened.
No, we can't stop.
You got to stop, man.
Can't stop.
You got to, man. You got to stop.
Do people still give you hell at times for the fumble against Tennessee?
But Clint, hold on.
Let C.J. Stroud fumble late in the game against the Cowboys this weekend, and the Cowboys win. I will get absolutely flooded with Clint Stoerner. C.J. Stroud's Clint Stoerner.
Let me ask you this: Miami last year had that stupid fumble against Georgia Tech, where all they had to do was really kneel.
Absolutely.
Did you get flooded? Were they showing it? They didn't show on TV. Oh, if you remember, Clint Stoerner stumble, fumble. They didn't do that to you.
Had it been in a game where both teams were undefeated and had national championship implications, absolutely they would have.
Clint, it could be a local high school. They'll do this to Chris Webber.
No, that's fair. I'm not putting myself on the same level as Chris Webber, but that, yes, I mean, like the craziest thing about like what you're talking about, Ron, is like I would get tagged in people, like, because what people would say that didn't know me or wasn't aware that I was on social media kind of deal in a game like that. So and so just pulled a Clint Stoerner. Well, somebody would then tag me that knows me, and so it would happen. It happens behind the scenes. They don't even have the common decency to tag me.
Do you think that should be I don't know. We got to get to. Do you think? I don't think that should be a technical. Just don't accept it. Just don't give them the timeout. I don't think that should be a technical.
Man.
Right? I don't think that should be a technical. No, you don't get a timeout. You just don't get it. Because if you get in trouble to try to call a timeout, like, I'm just going to ignore you. You don't have any. To me, Like that's and then
I guess the problem is again the adults in the room would mess it up because almost dropped the F-bomb right there. The adults in the room would mess it up because then coaches would do it just to get the stop in action and get the ball outside, on the side.
Or if you're going to do that, it would just be a turnover. It would just be a turnover instead of sending.
It doesn't change the score. You still got to change. Yeah, it's a good point.
Instead of sending someone to the line
and giving. Yeah, fair. I like that.
You know what I mean?
You immediately turn the ball over. The opponent.
If
doesn't
I blow the whistle, it's just a turnover, not going to the line.
I like that.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. All right, John Metchie. Do you believe John Metchie can fill that void? Someone coming on the text line. Metchie has been ready. He just had the opportunity to show it. He's only going to get better. Are you in that spot where you think John Metchie is ready to take on the role that is there? It's vacant. It's there for them. Is he ready to take over that role?
Look, I do not in any way, shape, or form think, in my opinion, that he's been there. I think he has arrived. I think. Here's the thing: is if we look at John Metchie's, let's just say the last 4 opportunities that he's had. I think one was the New York Giants game in the preseason where John Metchie had 6 catches for 68 yards and a touchdown. Targeted, I think that game is when to me personally, that's the game where I was like, John Metchie's got a chance. Because that's the game where it was the quick game, it was beating man coverage, it was settling in zones and running the mid-range pass game. It was in that game. It didn't count. The one target that was not a complete pass was a ball that he caught out of bounds on a deep throw. That was an unbelievable catch. He just didn't get his feet down. But we saw John Metchie make multiple plays in that game that, in my opinion, was the first time in real action that you go, okay, this John Metchie kid can go. He's got a chance to live up to the second-round draft choice that he was.
You felt that?
I felt like that was the first time that I was okay, maybe he can live up to it. Before, there was nothing. Like a good day at practice with 3 catches, and we talk about it. Like, that's not relative to being a second-round pick and playing at the NFL level on Sundays in a regular season game. It means absolutely nothing. Him doing it in that game to that degree, I was like, okay, well, maybe this kid, now he's got a chance. Now let's have the conversation. And then you look at the last 3 weeks. He kind of crept on the scene against, Indy? Had a couple of catches there against Indy. And then you go to the Jets game.
He had
zero catches, but ran 2 phenomenal routes that would have been completions of 15 to 20 yards. One of them would have been a touchdown that would have changed the game.
But Bobby blew it. So, right.
Bobby screwed that one up, right?
Yeah.
Dang it, Bobby.
You can look at a game and the throw to Tank Dell that was incomplete on the sideline that everybody was like, you're short of the sticks. Even if he catches, he's out of bounds. What the hell are we doing? What kind of call is that? John Metchie's on the backside on a post, and if CJ gets back to him, John Metchie is open and has a chance to make that play. So you start looking at the 3 games that ultimately lead to what we saw against Detroit this week. And again, this week, quick game, money. Red zone, money. In traffic, money. I mean, the guy has shown, and I think he's proven that he deserves more opportunity. And the timing is perfect for the Houston Texans, given the fact that Nico Collins has been out and Steph Diggs is out. And your pass catching tight end is not able to stay on the field because his run blocking is so suspect, right? So now here comes John Metchie. He's showing some promise. You get Nico Collins back. You slide Tank Dell up into that 2 spot where Diggs is, and now John Metchie, I think, is the guy. He's done enough for me, and I've seen enough from John Metchie to give him the run over Woods, over Hutch, definitely over Sims, and trust him in critical situations of the game. So yeah, I think this is the highest I've ever been on John Metchie, obviously.
Yeah, we'll see, because for me it's just they clearly haven't believed it. I mean, hell, he was inactive the first part of the year in games where they chose Woods, they chose Hutch, they chose Sims ahead of him, and really Sims for special teams. But after what he did last week, I think clearly he is to get minutes and to get snaps.
Pointed up.
So we'll see. But I need to see a little bit more, because I mean, clearly by the actions, the team has not not looked at him in that point first.
Yeah, look, I think that's fair. I want to see some more too, but I'm ready to go ahead and step out there, and it's because John Metchie created opportunities and created space and gave us positive plays in a moment when we needed it. And then you look in that second half against Detroit, there were some opportunities there for Xavier Hutchinson, and he was covered like a blanket. He was signaling his turn left on a post route. Like to me, like that comes into the equation too. Of right now, I just trust John Metchie to give me a route that's going to create the little bit of separation that CJ is going to need. I trust him a little bit more than I do Xavier Hutchinson at this point in time. So I like it. I'm stepping out there a little bit, Ron.
Text line jumps in. Hutch is soft for the run game. He's a Bama receiver. Let him do his thing. Metchie should be at least the third wide receiver. To me, he could challenge Dale for the number 2. What? Wow.
I ain't there.
Crazy.
I'm not there yet. But hey,
crazy. But I'm just saying crazy where we have flipped to that, anybody would think that with what Tank Dell. And I'll be honest with you, Tank Dell he a bit deserves it.
How the turns table.
I'm with you.
Turns tables.
There you go. I'm with you. I don't
what you did there.
Where the hell is Kirby Joseph at? I don't agree with it at all. I don't think we've arrived there yet. But Tank is not the guy that we saw last year. Now I do think, just like I believe that Bobby Slowick and I think that C.J. Stroud gets the understanding of the offensive line and things don't help him. But like his play, I don't agree with it. His play though is completely down from where it was last year, and like somebody would even make that fault. There would even a fault that you would make a John Metchie Tank Dell challenge for number 2 spot. We'll see. Like I don't know. He did just have 100 yards the other day, so we'll see about that. All right, something that should make Texans fans really, really excited and happy because you're going to get what you need, not just what you want. Sometimes you don't always get what you want and you need. I think Texans fans will get both coming up next.
Right. Well, Texans fans out there that are ready to build that custom home, that dream home, tell you what, it's going to make.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue coming up in just a bit. T-Mill's best bets. Attack that at your own risk. His best bets coming up.
Sweet.
Yeah, he's itching close to that Florida State Seminole record here.
I mean, bro, you've got Montana, Troy, Dayton. What are we doing here?
I mean, I got a lot of top 25 action in there. There's just not a whole lot of top 25s playing each other tonight.
You're scaring me, man.
I like the Houston Lafayette.
We're gonna have to have a couple interventions.
Yeah, we'll see.
Whenever it ain't working, you got to switch it up.
We'll see. We'll talk about it.
Did you oppo all your picks? Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's all right. 0 for 6 Monday, 1 for 5 last night. But at your own risk, make a little cash.
Tyler,
Maybe you go opposite.
I can't believe he's bringing them both up, Tyler. Get out of the rearview mirror, man. Get in the windshield.
I think you just had to be honest with the people here. Like, I'm not gonna. I mean, it's 1-11.
This is the toughest streak I've been on in a minute.
Yeah.
It's what you get for not letting me in. Let me guess. You're full tonight.
Well, I would imagine. I mean, he's.
Oh yeah.
He's full. I mean, we gotta get some wins to take that down a tad. All right.
Red number. I gotta turn green.
That's coming up in here. Coming up in just a bit. I gotta say, I'm disappointed as hell. Really, to be honest, somewhat in both organizations, but mostly in the Cowboys. That we saw this. We knew that the Texans were going to play the Cowboys. We saw this come out of the schedule. Week 10, Monday Night Football, we was busting through the seams. I mean, we were excited about this thing, and now this has no buzz or no juice, right? This is the team that the people in this city hate the most. I ain't heard nothing but you hate the Cowboys. I didn't just heard how much and how pissed off you are at the Texans. That's what we've heard. But I think this is coming at the perfect time, fellas, because the Dallas Cowboys are the worst team that the Texans will play on this schedule. That includes the Patriots. They suck. They're worse than what Tyler's betting record is the first 2 days of the week.
Damn.
Can't get away from it, T.
Now, this Cooper Rush and this Trey Lance ensemble, I think Zach Martin wants to check out. I think there are a few other people who want out. I think CeeDee Lamb has got some vision thing that he'll check out on. This team is going to get destroyed by the Houston Texans. I think their defense may score a couple of times themselves. If they could do what they did to Josh Allen and Jared Goff, the Lord knows there's not a running game for the Cowboys to turn to. Zeke Elliott's getting himself suspended 2 games ago and then fumbling in the red zone in a way we've not seen Zeke do last week. They're going to tear this team up, and it couldn't come at a better time, and it couldn't be a better team that the Texans would whoop their ass. And I feel like everybody who is so down and angry, as someone just literally texted in, have they fired Slowick yet? That just came through on the text line. I think everybody will be in a better space. Everybody will feel good. The traveling Texans are going to have a good time when they go up there. Everybody is going to be in a better place once they beat this team by multiple touchdowns, which I believe. I'll be disappointed if they don't beat them by at least 2 touchdowns. I think that this feels like a 30-9 type of a ball game. The 9 in the second half, their issues. They're going to score touchdowns in the second half this week, and everybody is going to feel better. We're going to go from people wanting to fire Bobby Slowick to Bobby Slowick being on a performance review. Everybody is going to feel better, I think, about this team, and it couldn't come at a better time. Even though I'm disappointed there's not a lot of buzz in this thing, but after this week, the happiness will be back from Texans fans.
Well, I think you got to make a great point. I think as the week goes along, it's just Wednesday. I think as the week goes along, I would be shocked if Thursday, Friday we don't get off this Bobby Slowick drama and get on to some Dallas Cowboy, Houston Texans convo. I think the tide will turn a bit. Now, I do not disagree with you that the pop that this game, what I thought this game would without a doubt have. Clearly is not nearly as powerful as I thought it would be. But I do think there is some deep-rooted hate both directions that will come to the surface over the next couple of days and definitely this weekend before that Monday night matchup. You look at this game and just take out the Dallas-Houston matchup and the importance of that, Ron. The timing, like you said, how important this game is. The reality of it is the Texans, we still got to look at this season as if 9 is the magic number. Because you look at the Indianapolis Colts schedule, they would have to go 6-1 to get to 10 wins to beat you if you get to 9. I don't think that. I do think there's a chance they can go 5-2. I do think there's a chance. Colts got a terrible ass schedule. I do think there's a chance that they can go 5-2, which will put them at 9-8. If you get to 9 wins,
you win it.
You win this thing. And we don't want to go. We don't want to bank on Baltimore. We don't want to bank on Detroit. We don't want to bank on Kansas City. It's going to come down to the 5 games, as I mentioned the other day: the Dolphins, the Cowboys, and then the division games you got left. Jacksonville once, and the Tennessee Titans twice. This is one of those games. If you go handle your business, to your point, Ron, if you are significantly better than this football team.
They're going to beat the hell out of it.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly that this is going to be a game, regardless of what's going on. Texans have only won 3 or 4. I believe this is a game where the Texans go in, they handle their business, and Texans Nation is happier than hell. But the bigger picture is what I'm getting at. This is one of, I would say, 5 games where the Texans are going to be favored. The Texans are going to be I would expect the Texans to win. I don't know. The Dolphins game, I think, is going to be a little bit hairy. The Texans may not be favored in that game.
Well, I think they'll be favored, but I think it'll be hairy.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it'll be favored.
So this is one of those 5 games. Go handle your business. Let the Colts mess around and lose this week against the Jets. And then we're one step closer to locking up the division. You're one step closer to righting the ship here. That would literally be 2 back-to-back weeks where I think overall you played more really good football than poor football. I think big picture for the rest of the season, this is a monster game as well. As if anybody needs that added incentive with this game being a Dallas-Houston matchup.
You got people who will be able to go to work and talk trash to these Cowboy fans or some of the fans and their family. talk trash to them. It's going to be great. And it's going to feel better. And I think the morale of the city is going to be raised after they beat the brakes off the Cowboys. And to me, I'm hoping to see them continue this amazing streak that the Cowboys are on, which is 5 consecutive games, home games, they found themselves down by 20-plus.
Oh, my.
5 straight.
That's a lot of camera shots of Jerry up in that suite in a bad spot.
I'm hoping to see that the Texans go to 6 in a row.
Weak-ass Cowboys.
Yeah, this will make everybody feel better. I'm telling you. Someone said Tommy said they will not get off a fire slug. No, because they'll be talking about CJ's back. Look at Nico. Nico's back, baby. Joe Mixon might get 200.
I'd be okay.
That run defense is god awful. If the game is close enough, he might maybe 200 is aggressive, but very much like week 1 against the Colts.
Well, look, the reality of it, all I hope for, Ron, take the game plan that you played with Sunday night. And I know a lot of people are like, what the hell are you talking about? Trust me on this one. Take the game plan you brought in Sunday night. Boys by double digits. If we go in there and we're back to C.J. Stroud holding the ball, Micah, which is going to allow Micah Parsons to run all the stunts and pick and choose whichever pass rusher he wants to absolutely dominate, or pass protector he wants to dominate in this game, then we're going to have major problems. Then I'll be the leader of the Bobby Slowick needs to get right. I ain't calling for nobody's job. That ain't my get down. But I would absolutely be a problem. I would absolutely be the leader of the Bobby Slowick's hard-headed ass has got some issues. I have no problem with that.
Coming up behind us, a little Texans All Access. Nick Caserio will be joining the fellas as soon as we get done, so stay tuned for that. And then, as you know, we are live and local. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, as they will take over at 8 o'clock, and they will run through until midnight. So stay tuned for that as we continue right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Tyler, new day, new evening.
I need it to be.
You've completely switched sports here. He's going down the line, 0 for 6 with football, 1 for 6.
1 for 5?
1 for 5, with basketball last night. Now he's going to try college basketball. Go ahead. Here we go. What's the bets that people need to
Yeah, it's been a rough one for best bets, 1 for 11 on the week, but I own it. That just means we're about to do a lot of winning. And like you said, switching it up tonight, got to change the juju up a little bit here. So I'm betting all college hoops for today's best bets. I got 5 more for you. Fingers crossed. It's